Esports, one of the world's hottest new markets, not only for the players and fans, but for business as well. And brother, business is booming. Esports yearly revenue is expected to...
We're waiting for the live stream to begin. That's why we're standing here. Thank you. Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning. Good morning. That's much better. Welcome to the Microsoft and Howard University School of Law Technology Summit that is also sponsored with Perkins Coie. We are so glad to have you here today. I want to welcome all of you to Howard University and to Howard University School of Law. I see lots of our students here. For everyone else in the room, how many of you have been to the law school before? Very good. So welcome back to Howard and to the law school. We are thrilled that you're here today. So we're looking forward to this technology summit. I have to say this was an idea that was born, as many great ideas are, at homecoming. So this year at homecoming, I saw Charlie Bingham, and we started talking about the moot court renovation that is happening right now in Houston Hall. And he said, you know, Microsoft would love to partner with you on the technology for that room. And then when we finally talked a few weeks later, he said, actually, Microsoft wants to partner with Howard University School of Law in a much bigger way. And so this is phase one of that partnership, is this technology summit. We believe the technology summit is just so incredibly important because we know the technology is impacting every area of our lives here in the United States and around the world. And we know that law is a key part of not just regulating, but also stimulating what will happen in the future of technology. And so a few years ago, when I came here as Dean of the Law School, we wanted to capitalize on the strengths that we have in intellectual property here. So we have an Intellectual Property Institute. Professor Steve Jamar is the co-director of that institute. And Professor Jamar, Professor Mtima, and I sat down together, and we stated a very, very bold vision, which is that we want to, here at Howard University School of Law, create an entire new generation of lawyers of color who work in the IP and tech space. And that is our goal, is that over the next 50 years, we will create an entire army of lawyers of color who work in these spaces. And partners like Microsoft and Perkins and our other law firm sponsors are a huge part of us being able to meet that goal. So as I said, I want to thank Charlie for being here. Of course, I want to thank Daphne Forbes for being here and everyone from Microsoft. I'd like to thank all of our law firm partner sponsors, Perkins Coie, who's our main sponsor, and we have their diversity partner right here, Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe, Arent Fox, Miles and Stockbridge, and Greenberg Traurig. The generosity of all of our sponsors extends beyond just this summit today. As I said, you will see later this afternoon that the generosity of our sponsors has turned into a number of scholarships for our students, which you will see awarded today. And it's also helping us build our institution in terms of giving us more capacity and technology in our clinic. So you'll also see at the end of this afternoon the number of investments that Microsoft and our sponsors have made in our clinic in terms of technology. So thank you again for being here, and I hope that you will enjoy the day. You will see that the ambition of this summit is quite impressive. Everything from blockchain to AI to cryptocurrency to cloud computing will be talked about in today's symposium. So thank you all for being here.
And I'd just like to piggyback on all of the great things that Dean Holly has already said to you. Good morning. My name is Daphne Forbes, and I am a senior attorney responsible for our state and local government and education business. And I am so thrilled to be partnering with this coveted law school. Let me just say a little bit about the partnership because it matters. Diversity matters. Diversity and inclusion matters at Microsoft. It's not just mere words or puffery. It's part of our company culture. And so having the opportunity to be in this very rich and robust environment that produces such diverse attorneys matters to Microsoft in a big way. So we are thrilled to partner. We want to say thank you to all of our partner law firms. We couldn't do it without you. And today, this whole program is all about you. We are hoping that you find yourself immersed in some very good conversation that's going to talk about how technology is changing the world. But before we go on, I just have to say a couple of thank yous, not only to the partners that Dean Holly has already thanked, but also there are some people in this room who have done some great things to make sure that this day is very special. So let me take a moment to thank the faculty and staff at Howard University Law School, because they have done an amazing job helping us to get set up. All of our panelists that are here, they're giving of their time and their expertise. So we'd like to say thank you to them as well. And then there are a few special people who have made this happen. I got to give a shout out to Quayla Wright. Thank you, Quayla, for all of your support in getting this done. Your MAD program management skills helped us to get to the finish line. Thank you also to Vicki Robinson, who has been our partner in crime in getting this event together. Thank you, Vicki, for all of your support. And then I would be remiss if I didn't say a huge shout out to Charlie Bingham. You guys are going to get to know Charlie throughout this program, and his Herculean efforts to put this all together can't go unnoticed. So thank you so much, Charlie, for all of your support. And with that, we're going to get started with the program. And guess who's up next is Charlie Bingham, and he's going to talk about cloud computing and big data. Thank you again for all your support. We look forward to the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daphne. So Daphne's really humble. Without the support of a manager like Daphne, something like this just is something that you talk about at lunch, and then the idea goes away. But she encouraged me, and Quayla, those are two superstars, so I want to personally thank them in front of you all. Apparently, I'm a pretty hard task manager. I probably wouldn't want to work for myself, so they kept me from pulling my hair out. So my topic, because we're moving along on time, my job is to kind of set the baseline for the law students to let you guys know about big data, cloud computing, and the intersection of compliance and technology. So you see the crossroad. Next one. So raise your hand if you were hesitant about filling out the registration form because you had to give some information. Did anybody give a fake email address? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. This the reason you have to do that is because there's legal issues involved with this. We need information. This is part of what we call data. So for those of you who are actually in this room, I'm assuming that you signed a waiver form, so you now understand another legal principle that's involved with data security and privacy, which is consent. Big data is a term that we kind of use loosely, but nowadays data is coming from everywhere. If sensors are everywhere, your cell phones right now, you're creating data. We're creating data right now. This stream, my voice, your photos that will come out of this event, all of that's data, and we always had data, but we didn't really have big data. Big data is a term that we use when this data is connected to the cloud. So there's a doorknob on the outside of here that you have to punch a code in. I don't think that doorknob is connected, but it's producing data. Every time someone puts a code in, it's producing data. If they connected that to the internet and cloud, which I'll explain cloud in a few minutes, and you could go to the next slide. If they connected that to the internet, then you would know how many times the code was pushed in, how many times the correct code or the incorrect code was pushed in, and the time that it was put in, and you can do something with that data. In the late 90s, early 2000s, when the Web 2.0 companies started to come online, Amazon, kind of Google, Facebook, we then realized, okay, you can do something with this information, and it could give you a competitive advantage as a corporation. And so big data kind of exploded. Now we want to connect everything and learn what we can from it. You think about the lights when you come into a room and the sensor. So that's big data. I like this this cartoon because we're always collecting data. Somebody's always collecting data on you, and you're always producing data. You can go to the next one. I won't repeat those because we're moving quickly, but the point of big data is that you can realize savings, cost efficiencies. You get some insights that can help you in your business. And so big data exploded. But the issue becomes, okay, I got all of this data. Where am I going to store it? And that's where cloud computing comes in. Cloud computing is a fancy way of, and you could go to the next slide. I think we kind of talked through this one. Cloud computing is a fancy way of saying stuff that's not on your computer. I feel like Generation Z and the millennials kind of understand this now. They know that all of the pictures from Instagram or Facebook are not necessarily connected onto their phone, and because Apple would charge you for data, and that was a big issue. So we want to put it in the cloud. When you have this data, as data is streaming from everywhere, sensors from your rear view mirror, when you're backing up in your car, data is everywhere. Depending on the type of data that you have, there's regulations that's going to deal with it. So I like to call it the alphabet soup. GDPR is an international regulation that governs, you know, the transfer of data from one jurisdiction to the other. HIPAA is dealing with protected healthcare information. So certain types of data, I won't go through them all, but certain types of data, depending on the data that's collected, it's going to have regulation. And that's what lawyers deal with. Those are one of the issues. Next slide. Data privacy. So as you choose your cloud vendor, one of the things, if you have some very important data, you're going to want to know who has access to it. Where is my data? Am I making sure that all of this data from the doorknob is mine? I don't want anybody else to be able to see the codes. Are you using subcontractors? So there's certain issues, legal issues, that will be involved when you're moving your data to the cloud, and that's one of the things that we deal with at Microsoft. Shameless plug. When you're considering moving to the cloud, you always want to choose a vendor that has as one of their priorities data security and privacy. You like for them to think about it while they're designing their products, not afterwards. So the term that we like to use is compliance by design, privacy by design. We thought about that with our engineers when we were doing it. Because, next slide. In the cloud, and it's not secure, then that could cost you brand reputation as a corporation. You can get sued. You can lose your investment for what you did to secure that data. Just think if all of your emails, and for the law students in particular, if you lost all your emails and could not get them back. All your emails, all of your outlines, that would change your life. Like, you're freaking out. It happened to me a couple times because I had janky laptops, and that's why we're going to give somebody a Surface today, because that really is a big deal. And you just think about that on a larger scale for a corporation. Security incident, like, is what we like to call it, but you may know it as what the news uses as a data breach can cost a company a lot of money. And once you lose that trust, once consumers lose the trust in your cloud, they may not come back there again. You can go to the next one. And because data hackers, that's it. Because hackers are more sophisticated now, it's not if you suffer a security incident, it's now when. So as a baseline, those are some of the legal issues that you're going to hear about today. We'll discuss that. Our next panel is AI 101. We're going to get them set up. You have time to take a break and use the restroom. And when we come back, we're going to talk about that. We also have a great video to show you during the transitions. We're going to make sure you see the Surface products. So thank you again.
Sweat, dedication, cupcakes.
I'm Michael Griffin.
I'm Brian Arakpo.
We played football together for the Titans.
Now, we own a cupcake shop. We bake, we decorate. I love this new Surface Pro. It's light, it's sleek, it's fast.
I'm able to draw what color frosting we want. We deal a lot with social media.
We have funny videos that we do in the bakery. There's nothing that you can't do on this device. Cupcakes are a great business.
Oh yeah, as long as you don't eat the profits.
Sweat, dedication, cupcakes.
I'm Michael Griffin.
I'm Brian Arakpo.
We played football together for the Titans.
Now, we own a cupcake shop. We bake, we decorate. I love this new Surface Pro. It's light, it's sleek, it's fast.
I'm able to draw what color frosting we want. We deal a lot with social media.
We have funny videos that we do in the bakery. There's nothing that you can't do on this device. Cupcakes are a great business.
Oh yeah, as long as you don't eat the profits.
Something keeping me awake. You got me shook, I wanna shake. I hope the fever never breaks. Step by step, good enough to show you how to do it. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you guys for your patience. We're having some technical difficulties, but we're going to keep the show rolling. I'd like to take a moment to introduce you to our AI panel. This is AI 101, and we have your slides now. So I'm going to turn it over to the panel in the interest of time. I hope you guys find this panel as awesome as I know it's going to be. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Del George. I'm a partner at the law firm of Perkins Coie, and I'll apologize for the technical difficulty here. It's been told me by my kids that I've advanced to that age where technology has advanced past me. So, but I'm learning, so I'm getting there. So I apologize for any technical problems. This is a panel that we're going to talk about artificial intelligence. So I'm going to go over and I'm going to introduce the panel, then I'm going to let them sort of go through this wonderful development of using technology to think and advance thinking for us. So on the panel today we have Chanel Henry. Chanel Henry is an attorney with Microsoft supporting various enterprise resource planning and customer relations management business applications with cloud and AI team. Also on the panel is Cassandra, or Sandy Swain. She is Assistant General Counsel at Microsoft, where she leads a team of patent attorneys supporting the Artificial Intelligence and Research Division. Joining us on the panel is Devon Grant. Devon or Devon? Devon. Devon, I'm sorry. I have a niece named Devon, so it keeps getting me confusion. Devon Grant, he's an intellectual property attorney with the law firm, boutique law firm of Cantor Coburn. Also joining us is Alonzo Barber. He is a senior commercial attorney supporting Microsoft's U.S. Enterprise Global Sales Organization. And lastly on the panel is Cassia Daniel. Daniel, thank you. She's an attorney at Microsoft providing legal support to clients responsible for enterprise customers in the U.S. financial services industry. And she is an alum of Howard University. All right. So we're going to start the panel going through, let me click through here. The goals of the agenda are what is artificial intelligence, how AI works, what AI can do, lawyers and how lawyers use AI, why AI requires laws, and then a discussion around diversity, AI, and how that's important. And a lot of that is an ethical issue around the use of AI. The way we would like to advance the panel and the discussion is if you have questions, ask us as you go through the presentation, because we want to make sure that we're answering your questions in a contemporaneous way. It's helpful for us to get the feedback to understand where you are as we advance the discussion. But to start out, I'd like to ask, familiarity with AI in your personal world now. Is anyone in the room currently working with AI on your projects or been involved in AI? Okay. All right. So a little bit of table setting. So we're going to start off with, I believe the first is Chanel Henry.
All right, that's awesome. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, so I guess you'll be controlling the slides?
I will.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a great moderator. So I have the pleasure of introducing you to artificial intelligence today, what it is and how it works. And so artificial intelligence, I saw a number of hands when we asked about who works with artificial intelligence in your daily life, but it is becoming very ubiquitous. I mean, you look up in the tech world, and that is like the buzzword, AI. And, you know, the AI has a lot of broad applications. It's being applied across a lot of industries and sectors. And you use AI in your everyday life, which we'll talk about later, but you're using it in your vehicles, in your homes, and your businesses. So what is artificial intelligence? Well, it's used to actually describe an umbrella term where computer systems are understanding and performing tasks that normally require human intelligence. It's computers that are performing human-like processes, right, that relate to your human senses and your cognitive functions. So for instance, like with speech, you might have a computer system that's able to pick up your audio and it can actually transcribe words into text. Or you might have visual perception, that's artificial intelligence dealing with visual perception. So maybe I look into a camera and it sees my face and it says, okay, this is a female who appears to be about 22. I'm going to stick with that. And she's a happy person, right? Or you might have artificial intelligence that's dealing with hearing or language. Like, for instance, if you've ever used real-time translations between different languages, that's artificial intelligence. So it's computers that are simulating humans. And artificial intelligence is actually able to work through and solve through problems just in the same manner as humans do. It's important to know that artificial intelligence is not net new, and in fact, the mathematical concept of artificial intelligence really goes back to some of our earliest days of computing, like back to the 1950s. But we've seen a real uptick and a resurgence of artificial intelligence. Well, why is that? There's a couple factors, right? Well, a few factors, but a couple that I'll mention here. One is the massive amounts of data that we have in this very data-driven world. And also, we've gotten really good with computers and our advancements in processing power. And those are things that are helping to lead to the uptick in artificial intelligence. Now, when you're thinking of AI, you're probably thinking of like the legends of AI that you see in fiction, or you read in fiction and you see in the movies. Don't know the age group we have here, but if anyone's familiar with Terminator, you see like Skynet is in Terminator, and that's an artificially intelligent system that becomes self-conscious and self-aware, and it becomes the humans against the machines, right? Well, a lot of those legends of AI talks about the dark sides and the perils of artificial intelligence. I think that's a good segue to some of what our panelists will discuss about how powerful artificial intelligence is, but some of the issues that's surrounding AI. All right, so how does AI work? And actually, I wanted to read a slide to you just from our CEO, Satya Nadella. If we go back one, I'm sorry about that. But this is what our CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, said. AI isn't just another piece of technology. It could be one of the world's most fundamental pieces of technology the human race has ever created. That's powerful. All right, so let's talk about what is artificial intelligence in terms of how it works. All right, I know it's the morning time, but if I'm gonna give you guys a math problem, I'm not giving prizes, but just pretend there's fake prizes, all right? So if I ask you what 6 times 7 is, can I get a taker? 42, all right, good. Sorry? 42, and the answer in the back from that gentleman. All right, so 42, great. The brains are working, the coffee's working. Humans can actually handle that equation. But what if, I'm gonna ask the gentleman in the back, what if I gave you 786 times 245? All right, there's crickets, okay, and don't cheat on your smartphones. This is a difficult computation, and unless you know like some sort of creative math trick, it's gonna be difficult to get to this number very easily. But this is exactly what computers are doing, and computer science is able to crunch these numbers, hundreds and millions of these types of calculations, and even more complex, hundreds of millions of these per second, right? So that's really powerful. How now do we train an artificial brain to learn? And so next slide. Now this goes into the shift from programming machines to solve problems to programming machines to learn to solve problems. So I want to just step back real quick and talk to you about traditional computer science, right? And then we'll compare that to artificial intelligence. So with traditional computer science, it's very rules-based driven. And so it's really programmers that's talking to the computers and telling and instructing the computers on what to do. So it's if-then statements, right? And I'll give a quick example. So what if I have a marketing app and it's targeted towards people wanting to sell timeshare, right? So this marketing app, I might program some rules in there, and it might say, well, hey, if a husband and wife actually comes to the timeshare pitch, give it 2 points. And then if a husband and wife comes and they're both college educated, give it 5 points. And then you can add more complexity in the rules. And if they make over $100,000, give it another 7 points. And I haven't done the math, but like, I don't know, let's say that equals 16 points and someone says, okay, this is a good lead to follow. That is what traditional computer science is doing. People are putting things in, putting rules in based on domain knowledge, right? But what if I want to change some of those permutations? Well, what if I want to say, if only a husband comes and he's not college educated, give this number of points? Or what if both spouses come and they have an advanced degree? There are thousands of permutations, and when you start to talk about really complex software, those permutations can feel almost exponential, and it's very difficult for humans to be able to process that at scale. That's the beauty of artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's able to work through those permutations because it's really what it sounds like. You're teaching the machines how to learn, right? And so machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence. It's one of the ways you're able to get artificial intelligence. And within machine learning, you actually have deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning. And so deep learning, I won't go too much into it, but deep learning really takes its inspirations from the human brain and how we learn, right? So with deep learning, you have like neurons in your brain, which are billions of cells, and these billions of cells have connection points. And out of this is where you get your intelligence and your consciousness. Well, that's what deep learning is replicating in code. It's basically recreating these code connections in software. Okay, so let's talk about the steps of AI modeling. And if there's anything that I want you to take away from this portion of the presentation, it is this. For AI, any AI exercise, you actually need a model. And with the model, you need data. And you need lots of data and lots of data at various stages. Because as you can see on the PowerPoint, a model consists of two components. One is your algorithm, and the other is data. If you don't have data, you just have an algorithm, and that's not a full model. And so you need data to train that data against the algorithm. So data is hugely important, and in fact, that's one of the things that I work with a lot with my clients on who are building AI systems. They are constantly working to get data. In the next slide, please. I thought it was just interesting to read to you a couple of quotes about data in this world today. Every day we create 2.5 quintillion bytes of data, and 90% of data in the world today has been created in the last 2 years alone. And that's why artificial intelligence is almost always associated with the term big data. And so as a lawyer helping my clients, I work with a lot of data use issues, helping my clients to get data in a very compliant way, compliant with privacy laws and contractual commitments. All right, so how do you train your model? You have a data set. And then data scientists, what they do is they follow like an 80-20% rule. They take 80% of the data to train, and they reserve 20% for testing. And so the testing stage, thank you. And once you're at that testing stage, you are testing your model, and you're trying to validate that the model actually works. If you get a positive result, right, you're going to want to put some more data back into that system, very similar data, because the more data you put into the model, the smarter it is. But if you get a bad result, well, that's when the data scientists, they step back and they analyze what happened. But they do it very strategically. It's almost like identifying where a bug is. You try to isolate the root cause of the situation. So you might tweak the algorithm, or you might tweak the data a little bit, and each time you're trying to see how does the model respond with the changes that you made to get a good model output. And this iterative process, the data scientists will tell you, can take about months and months, depending on how complex the system is. All right, so once you've tested the model, you've got a good model, you're going to productize. But even after you productize, you want to collect feedback, because the feedback might inform you as to whether you need to fine-tune your model further. And finally, my time is going, so I want to give you guys a real-world example. I just thought it would be good to help give an application of some of the points you learned. So now, what if I want to teach a machine how to decipher between a pear or an apple, right? So you have your first step. First step, train the model, right? Okay, thanks. First step, you're going to train the model. So what you're going to do is you're going to follow your 80-20% rule, right? So say I have 1,000 images of a pear and 1,000 images of an apple. I'm going to reserve 800 of each of those images, and I'm going to use that to train the model, and 20% is going to be for testing. So I'm going to feed the system 800 of those images. But when I'm training it, I'm going to tell the system, this is an apple, or this is a pear. I'm actually going to be telling the system what it is, and I'm going to say this is an apple because of the color or the shape or the weight, different parameters. But what's really interesting about it is the computer will start to develop for itself what it thinks to be are the salient parameters to help it identify the object. So basically at the end of it, what you're hoping is that the computer at the testing phase will say this is an apple or this is a pear. It's much like training a child. You wouldn't just tell your child, or at least I don't hope, what is this the first time they see it or the first few times. You would train your child by telling the child this is an apple or a pear. All right, so that's a summary of it. You guys are all experts now in artificial intelligence.
So what we'd like to talk about for the next few minutes is what are some of the things that AI can do. As Chanel explained, it is a very exciting, very powerful technology. So if we can go to the next slide. So at a high level, what AI can do is basically augment elements of human intelligence in areas like vision, speech, language, knowledge, problem solving. As you see from this slide, you probably recognize several of these technologies and the areas of artificial intelligence that are incorporated in these technologies. I won't go through them in detail, but let's just hit on a couple of them. Vision, of course, we all see, we all take in visual data and we process that data. Well, AI technology can do the same thing. For example, by capturing images and then analyzing, processing those images, and providing that output to us to increase and augment our human experience. So what I'd like to do with the rest of the panel is everyone give examples of how they use or how colleagues use AI.
In some aspects, from a legal perspective, especially in the patent realm, for portfolio management, there are millions and millions of patents that exist just in the U.S. alone. So, and they're relevant in certain areas. So finding patents that read upon or could be problematic for your company, or patents that you would want to assert or form an umbrella for your company, you can use artificial intelligence to learn the types of products that you have, what is significant in your area. So if you have Shazam, so you would be looking for applications that recognize speech and how that speech ties into other applications for certain products, and then you can focus in your own area that allows you to see where holes might exist, where you can now see where holes exist in your competitors, and then now you can have more information about how you're situated in a current market and what you might want to do based on the holes or the advantages that you have. If you have a hole, do you want to beef up a certain aspect of your company? Do you want to acquire a company that has that expertise? If you have a competitive advantage, now you know where you might want to divert more resources so you can increase that advantage, or you can offer licenses to smaller players based on that advantage. So that's just an aspect of what you can do from a patent perspective.
Thank you. Other examples?
Sure. I think the application of AI really depends a lot on the industry, where your practice areas exist. I mean, even as large law firms, there's plenty of examples out there that are using artificial intelligence to assess how a judge will decide a particular case, to decide whether or not to take a case based off of the fact patterns. And even in a company like Microsoft, where we have contracts, we have daily kind of interactions and transactions that we do, artificial intelligence is being used throughout our company to kind of assess the risk of particular clauses or provisions that we may enter into to kind of map out kind of our future business model. Those are all high-level examples, but I think from even a really mundane, day-to-day kind of realistic application of artificial intelligence is to take away the mundane, right? There's plenty of tasks that we do on a daily basis as lawyers, reviewing non-disclosure agreements or just the standard kind of repeatable motion things that kind of take away from more of the higher value work. We use chatbots. I don't know if you all have heard the terms and stuff in the industry around bots. Just, hey, look, if you have a question, to kind of spit out kind of the routine answer, or is this clause or this provision or this question allowed, or what's the insight on that? Artificial intelligence does that. A simple kind of dialogue between a robot to say input to Chanel's example, if this, then that type of simple interaction, that takes away a lot of mundane tasks that I think we as legal professionals can use to kind of, that time, as always, time is important to kind of do more higher value work.
And to do a shameless plug for Microsoft, on this slide, this shows examples of how Microsoft is incorporating AI to improve the conditions for people as well as the environment in 3 particular areas where Microsoft is employing AI.
Next. How lawyers use AI.
Well, I think that goes in a lot of what we just talked about in examples. I mean, I think the real takeaway here is that how lawyers use AI will evolve, right? That to me is the most important point to kind of underscore. And I think for those of you that are still in law school and that are kind of looking to see what your legal career is going to shape out to be, I mean, clearly the question that you get a lot throughout, the thinking about your legal career is, okay, will AI take away my jobs, right? AI is going to let's just be honest, my opinion, AI is going to do the things that first-year associates typically do. I mean, that's the reality. The things that, we thought about 5 years ago that first-year associates would be doing at a law firm or junior attorneys doing at a corporation, AI is going to be doing that work. I mean, let's just get that on the table. Let's get over that. AI is going to do that work. But the reality of it is your skill set as a legal professional now has to evolve with it. Your skill set from legal professional is no longer, hey, sifting through documents, finding the clause, because AI is going to do that. The reality of it is, it's back to what, the construct of what Chanel set forth, is that they're going to need people to train those AI models to behave in the way that those lawyers and those legal professionals need to train. They're going to need a feedback loop. The AI is going to, you need somebody to tell and train an artificial intelligence system, you got this wrong, or here are the insights I want you to glean from this clause. Not just a, kind of a iterative straight, if this, then that, but if this, then think about this next. Those are the types of evolution of strategies and skill sets that you're going to need as a legal professional. So I see, in my opinion, that how lawyers use it is going to be depend on the people in this room and the people that are coming out and evolving and shaping using technology in interesting ways.
I mean, those are difficult dynamics, though, because much like Chanel's example about how the data you use to train. Similarly, the way she described training a child, that you don't just show a child a dog and say, this is a dog, and now the child automatically knows from now on it's a dog. That child is reminded that this is a dog at least hundreds of times before they will recognize this is a dog, because from time to time they'll call it a cat. And then they'll distinguish the cat from a squirrel, and eventually they'll get to it. There's a dynamic here involving removing some of that learning from the first year, the early learning that is necessary for the structuring of the brain of the lawyer as well. So there's a construct here that needs to be developed as lawyers advance the use of AI, making sure that the lawyers are able to at least gather the knowledge themselves so that they are in a position to be able to train those models. So it's a difficult dynamic. My area of practice is health law. I do digital health. And my industry is the medical industry is being reformed by AI, in that how AI uses technology to evaluate things like moles. Is this mole cancerous? Yes or no? Show it 1 million images of a mole that are non-cancerous, and then those that are cancerous. And helping so that doctors can not necessarily take over the evaluation of the doctor, but to help the physician reassess whether or not I might have gotten this wrong, did I look at the parameters right, giving the ability to enhance and augment the human, not replace the human, is a direction that AI could be incredibly powerful as we use it in our steps going forward. Other examples of how lawyers use AI?
I think I'm next, and I don't want to stand too far in far as Cassia's example, because I think hers is going to be very powerful. But I'm super proud of, and I mean it, I came up with this example this morning, waking up of bed. So I just have to say it. I mean, if you've heard it before, forget it, but I'm proud of myself, so I'm going to say it. I call this section I call this the blurred lines section. I don't know why the song, remember that song Blurred Lines? You know, you had, Avi Pharrell and Robin Thicke, and that whole kind of case between, okay, was it infringement and things like that. So I literally came up with this blurred lines. So this part is about kind of why AI may require new regulation. And again, I dubbed this kind of my blurred lines spiel. So the reality of it is, I mean, getting into law school, again, gives me a little bit of, PTSD, given that my analysis of the legal construct, sometimes is a little fuzzy after many years. But the reality of it is our laws kind of have been shaped on, let's say, liability, shaped on negligence, right? Criminal laws kind of sometimes shaped on intent. There's very, privacy, security laws, things like that. Those things over time seem pretty clear as far as what was my intent behind this crime, or what was my kind of duty of care regarding a negligence claim. So you tend to blur the lines a little bit when you introduce artificial intelligence into that dialogue, right? Can an artificial intelligence system intend to create kind of criminal action, or was there a particular duty of care that the artificial intelligence system had, or do you really lean back on the people that constructed that model, right? Where was their responsibility in kind of building the model and creating the responsibility model, the responsibility kind of algorithm in that regard? So that's where I say the lines are blurred. You know what I mean? Like, can you rely on the defense of my AI made me do it, right? Those are the types of things that I think, again, I'm just proud of the fact that I came with the blurred lines. I don't have any answers. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't have any answers for you. But again, back to the conversation we had earlier, it's gonna be dependent a lot on the folks in this room and the future of the legal practice to determine, okay, where's the right balance to strike? How do you juxtapose these issues? Because they're gonna be prevalent. Obviously, Devin and Sandy. I mean, is there patent infringement regarding, kind of artificial intelligence that are thought to learn and create systems? So again, this is probably, again, not very useful for you, other than just to say, if it's blurred lines, that hopefully you kind of think about that. But I really believe that's a good segue into a lot of what Cassie's going to talk about, because it really goes back to how we train and how we build and our kind of responsibilities around those models. Cassie? I think it's on you.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Hi. And Alonzo, Chanel, everyone is absolutely right. If you think about it, we're in the infancy stage. So at the nascent stage, you think about with the baby, how you go about nurturing your body before the baby is born, right? And then once the baby's there, you don't put it in the closet. If you're not retraining, if you're not paying close attention and you continue to nurture it, you're going to have a disaster on your hand when you let it out in the world. Same thing with AI, right? And so when we start thinking about the beauty of AI, and how about, it's great, right, if you can't find your child, and then you can absolutely detect, because of facial recognition, someone's able to find your child. Or if there is a natural disaster and you've been separated from your loved ones and your family across the world, you don't know where they are, and then AI can help with, recognizing and finding people for you. But do you like it, though? When you're in an audience, or you're you're protesting something that you feel strongly about, do you like that? Do you like the ability to use facial recognition to track you as you go from store to store? Do you like that? However, it's even worse, though, if you're not a white man, right? Then it's even worse, because the facial recognition doesn't get it right when you start looking at the darker the skin color is, and women. So there are a lot of things that we need to start thinking about as we continue to develop AI, and Microsoft is one of those companies that has been on the forefront of that type of thinking, because we want it to be accessible and fair and used by everyone, because it's going to be pervasive across every industry, no matter what you're doing in the world, no matter your business, no matter what you're doing, and what your personal life involves, AI is going to be a part of it. So we have 6 principles by which Microsoft is living now. And they are, one, I'm talking about fairness. And the idea about fairness is, again, that you want to make sure that AI is not just beneficial to some, but all. And that also includes another principle about diversity and inclusion. So when it comes to training, again, you know, these algorithms and how you develop them, if they're not people, diverse people on the back end of it, actually helping with the development, and I'll use an example of a company that was using a recruitment tool, and they thought it was a fantastic tool. And they were going to use it and pick the top 5 candidates. And if those top 5 candidates, you know, the HR would know that that's a great choice. Well, in technology, guess what? It's a primarily male-dominated, white male-dominated field, so what do you think the results included? And it would automatically exclude any applications or any information where there was a woman, like if it was a woman's name of a college or things related to women, because it had been taught from the data that it had received. You know, all of the data for the most part was data based on men. So then the tool itself became unuseful, and even as they tried to make changes to the tool in order to make it perhaps, you know, work better, it couldn't, because they weren't sure that it still did include a number of biases because it was already ingrained in the development of it and in the data that it had already received. And so there are a lot of different things that we have to consider, and that again would be the whole idea around fairness and making sure that there's diversity and inclusion in all that we do. Thirdly, there is the idea of privacy and security. I mean, that goes without saying. When you're talking about this type of data and you're talking about personal information that, you know, and in different countries, you know, you have a fundamental right to your privacy. You have a fundamental right to only share what you want and get consent if you want to use my, you know, information. And so we believe that in order to be able to, and Charlie said this earlier, to ensure that that's the case, it has to be a privacy and security by design implementation and development whenever you're dealing with AI. And so when you think about privacy and security and making sure you think things are private and things are secure, because again, we know that as much good as that can come from AI, and it will, I hate to be doomsday, you know, as much good, there'll be, you know, bad, and sometimes not intentional. So we have to be intentional at how we develop and how we deploy AI. And then across that is accountability. And so we should be accountable, and not just Microsoft and companies like Microsoft. Governments need to be a part of this equation. You know, even consumers, you need to be knowledgeable and aware of how your information is being used. But we believe that there should be you know, some laws, some norms, some standards in place, because if you expect companies to just do the right thing, number one, that's subjective anyway, right? But to do the right thing and not have some norms in place from a, you know, a legal perspective and some standards, then you're missing a boat, particularly from a cybersecurity standpoint, that you know, cyber criminals are out to do the wrong thing all day, every day, and they're smarter than the people who are working on AI a lot of times, and not smarter maybe, but you know, as smart. And so to make sure that there are certain parameters and rules and norms in place to help ensure that AI is developed and protected, and the data that is in the cloud and all the information that companies have in vast amounts, that is protected and is done in a way that protects people and that you're not harmed. And so it's important that, you know, from privacy and security, inclusiveness. Again, I mentioned that is making sure that everyone is benefiting from it, diversity, and then from an accountability standpoint, whatever you develop, you are responsible for it. You know, whatever part you play in it, whether it's development, whether it's deployment, that you know how it's working and you're responsible and you remain accountable for that. And one thing that Microsoft also believes as it relates to that is keeping a human in the loop, particularly when you start talking about facial recognition, when you start talking about sensitive cases, and you don't want the AI, you know, we talked about a second ago, you don't want the AI to be making a decision and then you rely upon that algorithm or that tool to be, you know, the decision-making factor when it comes to things that you're denied your right to freedom. You know, you're denied your right to jobs, loans, you know, all the different schools, you know, going to certain schools. Those things matter. And so, again, that is the way we look at it. We have to be accountable. We need to be transparent in what we do. There needs to be privacy and security. There needs to be fairness in everything we do. And it needs to be done in an inclusive, in an all-inclusive way.
Let me ask this question. Is it fair to say that AI, step away from the human being, is it fair to say that AI has no inherent nature? It's not inherent in any manner. It's all about what you teach it. I mean, it's, you know, you can have an argument that human beings have some predisposed genetic issues that may lean them in one way or another, whether or not you agree with those types of thinkings or not. But for AI, does it have an inherent nature? Or is it all about how you construct the algorithm and the data you use to create that? Like, because I'm going back to Cassie, what you were saying about facial recognition, and that AI is not strongly capable right now of distinguishing features for those people of color. Right. Is that the AI, or is that the quality of either the algorithm or the data that's been put in? So, Alonzo, you were going to...
Well, I would just answer that directly. I mean, I was a math major, so I say it does have an inherent nature, because I say its inherent nature is a mathematical algorithm. Like, I think the laws of mathematics have not been disproven. 1 + 1 is 2, right? So when you say the inherent nature of AI is an algorithm, mathematically speaking, inherently it does have that core. I think where you introduce the outer spheres of bias, opinion, weighting, training, that's where I think you change kind of the things that Cassie talked about.
So help me, since I'm not mathematically trained in that way. So even when you're creating an algorithm, though, how is the algorithm? Is it always just about numbers? Don't you have to ask certain things in order to get the right? Forget about the data, but is it the questions that you're asking that help develop whatever tool you're coming up? So let's say the data's great. Right. Do the questions have to be right? Right.
I say because what you do, and this is where you have the inherent nature is a mathematical algorithm. Yeah. But what you do is you insert, which I do believe is subjective, you insert value, right? You say, with this, you place this value on that. So why is this one a 1 and not a 2? Yes. Right? Because you've now introduced what the value of it is. And that's where I think where we get these things, because you introduce those things, opinion of what a value should be.
But can you do then an algorithm without putting value on certain things?
I think you can, because really an algorithm in mathematical function is just saying, add this number plus this number to give this number. So if you're saying, essentially, this number is going to weight more, then now all of a sudden you're now changing the end product to mean something in a particular way.
Can you have an algorithm? I mean, can you do any of this, though, without the data?
No, that's the case.
So I guess that's why, I would kind of beg to differ, but go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sandy. That's fine. It's a related question. We've described bias could exist at the algorithm or the data sets. Do we believe there's ever a nirvana state where we can optimize the algorithm to weed out bias in data, or is it always going to be a two-sided problem?
Absolutely. I don't think, let's be honest about the fact that we have biases, but that's why it's important that we are not just using, particularly when it comes to sensitive cases, right, that we're not just allowing the tool to make these kind of decisions, because biases exist, and that's why it's also important to have diversity in your development, the people who are actually developing, the algorithms and developing the tools, and the training and retraining, because there'll be drift. And so if you don't have diversity on both sides in the beginning and throughout the process, then you're going to find yourself, because bias is, inevitable.
And can I add a point to that real quick? Oh, okay. Okay, so just kind of following up on your question as well, though, don't forget, though, like I agree that I think the AI, it does have an inherent nature to it, right? You look at, there was a study that one group had conducted. Basically, they were trying to teach AI systems on how to, like, negotiate. And basically, the whole point of an AI system is to try to make itself efficient, right? And so the machines are really, it is learning by itself. And so what happened was this company was trying to get these two machines to learn how to negotiate. In the end, the machine started to speak a different language than what was originally programmed. And they shut the program down. They said it wasn't for that reason, but okay. Also, I had a situation where I had a client, and they were producing a feature that would basically analyze call recordings. Well, when we started to look at samples of what the model was producing, we saw that some subjectivity started to get inputted into the results that was not necessarily intended. And so we asked the clients to go back and retrain the model so it didn't seem like the machines were actually creating an automated decision. So I've seen some cases where, you know, it kind of goes to that point about how these machines are learning in and of itself. So you have to be careful at many different stages, not just the model training, but like Cassia said, you have to continue and see how that model is evolving over time with the data that's being inputted. And then also don't underestimate the role of the lawyer in this. I mean, yes, you're there to give legal advice, but you are also a key stakeholder to help to produce accountable and responsible AI, because sometimes your clients are just trying to get things out the door. You have a critical voice to say, you know what, I think this could be used for nefarious or unintended purposes.
So I think it's interesting to piggy off what Kevin said, and then also what you're saying. There is a fine line, though, between what you're talking about and skewing the results to look a certain kind of way. So I think about like a search engine where you're trying to be like you're now the judge and jury of, there's a search that goes for CEOs in the USA, and it all pops up white males. But then you want to make it look more fair or more diverse or more inclusive, so you start trying to pull in diversity and inclusion. So now you're becoming, trying to push sort of this ethical norm and now skewing what reality is. So I do think it's important to recognize that it, you know, there is a line here where, you know, as you're training, it could go the other direction.
But also in the...
So you're saying you could, so you're saying you could add, measure in to try and make more diversity, but that might not be an actual reflection of reality.
Exactly.
Strong point. I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I just wanted to make a statement. While the underlying mathematics is, you know, concrete and it's rule-based, how you create an algorithm is a bit more subjective and by the programmer. So the programmer has influence. There are multiple ways to create an algorithm, and it's usually a basis of style and certain parameters. So having another algorithm that can weed out certain biases would be difficult because it's still underlying has subjective influence by whoever is creating the algorithm.
Question.
So good morning, my name is Michael Franklin and I'm a sophomore legal communications major at Howard University, and my question is two-pronged. So first is, for the folks in the process of creating the algorithms, is there mandatory unconscious bias training right now? And if there is or isn't, what does that training look like?
Well, I would say my answer to that is it's going to depend on the culture of the company. If you're asking specifically about Microsoft, yes, we've instituted, again, to Cassia's point, it all comes back to a diversity and inclusion, transparency, and changing the culture and mindset of the folks that are within your organization. So as far as, you know, what we do within the company itself, yeah, we have diversity, inclusion, training, unconscious bias training, particularly at various levels. You would determine kind of where the level extent of that training. But also there's also these initiatives that we have public facing, AI for Good, AI for Earth, you know, AI for inclusion, all those things that we've now become on the forefront of making sure from a global perspective, not just what we do internally within Microsoft, but that we're actually influencing what others do and the kind of the best practices and standards we have throughout the org. And I think Hemant Pathak, our fearless leader in the U.S. team, wants to say a few words about that.
So one, yes, there, at least with our company, and what I do believe should be sort of a call to action for the entire tech industry, is to have this as a protocol. with respect to developers. And we're starting to see that, and that's our call to action. The other thing is we continue to think about the impact of bias, whether at the algorithm level or at the data estate level, is the fact that the state of the art is changing constantly. I was just at the HIMSS conference, which is the Health Information Management Systems IT conference that's held annually, and it was in Florida just this week. And one of the really hot topics is the fact that they're now creating algorithms in AI to detect bias. So if you are getting together a data estate, or you want to make sure you have data hygiene, so you're not getting garbage in, garbage out in terms of results. But now let's say you had, to go back to the example, a AI algorithm that was trying to detect fruit. If you had it just looking at apples, pears, and bananas, right, then it wouldn't be able to tell grapes, okay? Right. But now there are, in development, and it's going to be, I think, really critical and become a standard of care, if you will, with respect to design development, is including algorithms that are able to flag bias originally in the data lake and the data estate. So this is all very fluid. It's all still very nascent. So I think we're talking about it in the right way. We're getting the issues out there for dialogue. But remember that as these issues are flagged, this is just another problem that AI can help solve.
Question?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Che Thomas. I'm a 2018 graduate from Howard University School of Law. My question is, if AI will be taking over the first-year positions, how should upcoming first-year associates or law students prepare? Here at Howard, we have a great intellectual property society and courses, but should AI programs or courses be included in our, curriculum, algorithms and coding? And you touched on this earlier, but what new laws should be made to make sure that we are protecting ourselves and our privacy with this upcoming venture?
I'll take that, since I think I'm fastly turning to be the villain on this panel. So the reality of it is, I do think that, again, I don't back off my statement. I clearly do believe that those tasks that traditionally that first year associates and junior attorneys are going to be doing are going to be done, because they're being done by AI now, right? I mean, that's just the reality. It's like with the technology development and advancement, it's going to change in how the legal practice looks and feels. So the short answer to your question is yes. I do think that there needs to be technology, STEM, kind of understand what coding means, so you can really find out where you fit on the side of the debate of, algorithms versus data and the influences and bias and all the things like that. Those are things you have to understand. Because once you understand that, then you're able to, at the end of the day, what you do in law school, at any legal profession, is you issue spot, right? You're able to identify where the biases are inserted, where the kind of, nuances or things that you need to learn and identify, because that's how you add value as an attorney, right? You don't add value as an attorney by saying, look, this says this. You add value as an attorney by giving your own insight, inferences, and training, and be able to provide counsel in that process. So that's kind of what, at least my 2 cents on it.
And I would add to that to say that even though some of these traditional jobs that first year or junior associates have done will be taken over by AI technology, that will create new opportunities and new tasks for these first year and junior associates to work on that will be, that will include this AI technology as well. So we won't get rid of the first year or junior associates. We will just have new opportunities and new activities for those associates to work on.
So let me just say that's a great question. One of the things that Dean Holly and I talked about today was the footprint and the partnership between Microsoft and the Howard University School of Law. And phase 1 is today. That's our Tech Law Summit. Phase 2 and Phase 3 actually includes a collaboration with Microsoft and the Hustle to create some curricula to design around these very issues that we're going to talk about today. So stand by. There's more stuff coming that will help you guys get prepared for the future.
Hi, I'm Stephen Jamar. I'm a professor here at the law school. I teach copyright and a few other things, and one of the things I'll be doing a year from now is teaching a seminar on AI and the law. So all of you are welcome to come in as guest speakers, please. I have way too many comments, but I'll just limit it to a couple. I think that we're going to see about 85% of Social Security, workers' comp, and lots of things like that will be done by AI in about 10, 12 years, and then that'll leave the 15% for the lawyers then to do the screening. So I think we're going to see a lot of those sorts of things automated, and I think we can do those eliminating most of the bias from the data sets. But there's a lot of lawyers doing that right now, and I think that goes to claims adjusting as well. But that's just, again, change of a normal type. I think that there is thank you for commenting heavily on the problem of bias in data sets, as we know in bail and all the rest, in criminal area and in any sort of benefits area, diagnosis even for medical, there's all sorts of problems. I would like to hear some of your comments about XAI or explainable AI and whether that should be a requirement of any AI in certain critical areas. Because, one, how can you patent something that you can't explain because it's not teaching the rest of the world about how you did it? And if we take a look at the Google AlphaGo program that learns to play Go by itself better than anybody ever has and ever will, and nobody knows quite how it did it. So we can't explain it, so you couldn't patent it, it seems to me. But aside from that patent issue, it just seems that if there's certain critical functions like driving or medical diagnosis or criminal stuff, you have to explain how your AI is working. And most of the self-learning stuff today doesn't. Because you got to have you have to have an AI program looking over the shoulder of the AI program in order to explain to the person what it was that that AI program was doing.
So that's a great question, and I don't think we have all of that nailed down, but that is a part of our principles as it relates to transparency, that you should be able to explain in a contextual, contextual basis what it is that the AI is doing, and you should be able to answer that, because even just from a legal and regulatory perspective across the world, there are some laws that are even going to require that, right? So we do have that's part of our transparency pillar, that you should be able to explain and understand how decisions were made, which does require then the other, steps we said along the way that you need to continue to follow and train and retrain, because we do think that that's a responsibility.
Let me ask the panel a question before we conclude, and that goes to the question before we conclude. And one more question here. We got a couple more. This guy on that gentleman.
And I'll say one more thing too. Can I just say one more thing? And then it's from the contextual basis what I meant. Not have to give you specific code or explain, with that type of granularity, but contextually why, be able to explain and describe it.
Well, I'm gonna have these other questions come in, but I would like, as the panel answers the question, use as a frame of reference the issue of regulation and innovation. And as we go through what needs to be done to address some of the concerns and issues, is that a regulatory issue that needs to be addressed, or do you hold back on regulation, allow innovation to move itself forward and figure it out? So, questions?
We don't know necessarily how the AI function is working, how's it learned, how's it gotten to the point where it's now the best Go player on the planet, which is, I think, one of the reasons why we've said there's always going to be a human in the loop, at least from our perspective, in terms of any consequential decision. And so that unknown of how does AI actually get to the point of a recommendation or an action is not going to be determinative. There's going to be a human who ultimately, at the end of that road, will make a decision. And I think that's where Microsoft is from a corporate policy perspective.
We got one more question and that's it. Okay, so mine's a quick question. My name is Anthony Williams. I'm a current 2L here at The Hustle. My question is specifically about if you could talk to any trends about creating works using AI and how those are protected by copyright, or if they are protectable by copyright, because I know that you have to have like an actual human author. So I just wanted to see if you could touch on that.
So that's one of the big questions, right? That's still unanswered, and one of the questions that will need to be answered in the future, because you're correct. Currently, under copyright law, patent law, intellectual property law, the creator of that work is defined as a human or as a person. And we do know that AI technology is evolving where it can in fact create these works. I think, for example, everybody probably saw in the news where this AI algorithm generated a chapter of Harry Potter. So that is still a question. We don't have the answer yet, but it's something that we will eventually have to decide.
Let us thank our panel. You guys did a wonderful job. We're going to have a short break, and if you look at your agendas, we're getting back on schedule. So let's do this. Check out the device bar in the hall. Microsoft has plenty of great Surface devices, and we'll show you a video for one of this.
You have my flash.
And let's come back in 5 minutes.
You have my flash drive.
get in our seats. All right, let's make our way. We're getting back on schedule. We'll start in 2 minutes. So we're going to have you guys go ahead and get started. For those who are on the live stream, this is going to be an awesome presentation. They've all been awesome. But this is our first demo where you're going to get a chance to see some of Microsoft's technology at work. So let's do it.
Good morning, everyone. I am struggling with a little bit of a hoarse voice. I don't normally sound like this with my radio voice for you. Midnight Love. This is just Valentine's Day. So anyway, super excited to be here. We are going to be talking to you today about the awesome technology that we use in our day-to-day lives in the legal team at Microsoft. Before we get jumped off, I would love if my esteemed panelists would introduce themselves. We'll start to my left with the illustrious Eric.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, or morning rather. Eric Brown. I am a technology solutions professional with Microsoft, focusing on helping customers in the regulated industries adopt and move to the cloud. And so I've been at Microsoft 6 years and now currently work primarily with financial services institutions.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Awesome. My name is Quayla Wright, and I am a senior corporate paralegal. I support commercial licensing and advertising law, and I have been at Microsoft for about 2.5 years.
Good morning. My name is Karen Lewers. I'm an attorney with Microsoft supporting the U.S. interpersonal commercial teams for the Northeast region, and I've been at Microsoft for almost 6 months now. So,
she's our newbie. And I'm Melanie Scott Bennett. I'm going to be your host this afternoon. I'm in my 4th year at Microsoft. I was living in Seattle supporting our engineering group, and now I have the privilege of being able to support the commercial side of the house, and I'm so excited to see some of my colleagues here supporting this wonderful event as well. We're going to do a little bit of a poll because we need to survey the room, okay? So I want, by a show of hands, how many of you all would consider yourself well, before we even go there, in the room, how many professionals do we have, legal professionals, who have been between 1 to 5 years out? Okay. 5 to 10 years out? Okay. 10 or more years out? All right. Oh, yes, yes. This is going to be great. I'm not going to make any senior citizen jokes, I promise. And so then how many students do we have in the room? Okay, good. That's it. Okay, we got a real big mix. Okay, now, how many of you all would consider yourself, when using technology, specifically Microsoft products, a beginner, an intermediate, or an expert? Beginner. Okay, we got some familiarity. Intermediate. Okay. Oh, y'all gonna love this. Expert level. All right, Ron, I see you, Ron. Clearly you have a leg up, though. So awesome. Well, today I'm super excited to share with you guys some things that you may not know or you may not have heard about. So I made a running joke when I was talking to my panelists that sometimes I feel like I'm the tech support for my parents. They literally call me, and I just got them onto Office 365, which we're going to talk about today a little bit. And my dad literally calls me and says, "Hey, Melanie, are you busy?" No, I'm good. Well, I opened my Word document and I'm getting an error message. I'm driving, Dad. I can't really see your screen. It's okay. You can walk me through it. Oh, okay, great. And, you know, come to find out, he hadn't logged in to his Office 365, so he was getting an error message because they didn't know it was him. Microsoft runs on trust, just in case you didn't know. So I'll say this. My expectation is if there is something that is too technical, you're like, slow down, show me that tip again. Feel free to raise your hand and say that, because we do want you to be able to go away from here learning some things about technology that can make your life a little bit easier, working smarter, not harder. So I do want to just say, our CEO, Satya Nadella, we have a mission, and that mission is to empower every single person on the planet to do more. And we do that through the use of our technologies. And so I'm going to be asking some questions of our panelists today and letting them tell you how they utilize these technologies in really cool ways and how it solves problems for them. And we're going to start with the newbie to Microsoft. And you know, Karen, I don't know how much you used Microsoft technologies before you got here, but you know, let me ask you this. When you were sending a Word document, I mean, how long did it take you to get stuff back and forth to people? Like, you have a customer. You're in the commercial space now, right?
Right.
Okay.
So as an attorney at Microsoft and supporting the enterprise sales teams, a lot of what we do with respect to negotiating contracts requires us to review a host of documents and redline a lot of documents, and also, you know, in that, with Microsoft, essentially the legal department operating as a large law firm. We have, I think, over 1,500 attorneys. And Quayla, who sits in Atlanta, and I sit in D.C., would likely have to work on a matter or document remotely without, you know, being in the same office. And rather than waiting my turn, it's good at Microsoft that, you know, we have features like Microsoft Word and OneDrive where we can collaborate and, you know, work real time with co-editing and co-authoring customer documents.
So let's just pause there for a minute, because I don't know if people are really familiar with the power of how this works. So Eric is going to be demonstrating for us a little bit something that I like to call a real life scenario. So you've received this document. You've saved it somewhere. Where did you save it?
So I will save it to OneDrive.
Okay, so it's in this magical world we call the cloud, in OneDrive, okay? And then you're accessing this document through OneDrive. What does that OneDrive access give you the power to do?
OneDrive is really like your virtual briefcase, right? You can take it wherever you go. You can access it from your mobile phone, from your tablet, from various countries, from really wherever. And so it's really nice that you can still stay connected and work offline and online. And so those features really allow you to be connected and productive regardless of, you know, things that come up throughout the day. And you don't really have to, like I said, wait for other people to do work before you can add in your value.
And Eric, why don't you show me what these cool little cloud and these icons mean right here? Because isn't there this really new cool feature with OneDrive right now?
Yeah, so it's called Files on Demand. And so oftentimes when you have cloud storage, you get terabytes of information. And most computers don't have the capacity to hold all of that data. And so one thing we've been able to do is allow you to see all the documents or files that you have online on your computer without taking up space. And so the way we kind of indicate when it's in the cloud is by the cloud icon. And if you see the check at the top, that indicates that it's actually on your laptop. And you have the ability to go back and forth. And so if I briefly click on a document here, you see it's syncing, and it's actually bringing that document down to my local machine. And so now I have a copy of that now accessible here on my laptop. And so you have the ability to have access and see all the files that you have within OneDrive, but then also be able to kind of go offline and online depending on your use case scenario.
And so if you don't want to spend, fill up your hard drive with all these documents, but you need to get on the plane and you need to work on one of your documents, I'll just download that real quick and then be able to just save my hard drive from the rest of it. So Karen, keep walking us through. So sorry.
So yes, so like I was saying, collaborating with Quayla would be really good, especially because you can use a Word document. So if we're in this document, it's Word, it's online, it's in the cloud, but you still have the same features as Word. Track changes is there. You can see real time who's editing, at what time they edited. You can also create comments to each other to provide feedback, and it's a really great way to have the opportunity to not wait for other people. Again, I think that's probably been one of the biggest things for me, is that I now don't have to wait for you to send me the document. I can just chime in and really add value in that way.
Thank you for sharing that, Karen. I think we're having some connectivity issues, but if this was working, let me tell you the experience you would have. From within the Word document, you could click the button share. And all she has to do is type in the email address of the person that she wants to share the document with. She doesn't have to go to her email. She doesn't have to save the document and then send it. It all is interactive within the document itself. Everybody say, wow. I know, right? Okay. So after you've gone through this document, what are some of the other things, what are some of the other tools that you utilize? And let's say in a scenario, you're working with team member Quayla here on a document, and I know you're one of our amazing senior paralegals, Quayla, so I know you oftentimes will receive a ping from one of our attorneys in the group, and you'll have to respond to that. Why don't you why don't you tell people what a ping is and how you interact, Karen, with people with your team like Quayla?
Right. So if an issue comes up, or I have a question for Quayla while we're co-authoring a document, I can use Microsoft Teams, which is really an alternative to the traditional email, an ability to chat and converse with your colleagues. So here I can, we have an open group chat, and I can send Quayla a message regarding and I think it should pop up soon. I don't know if we're still having connectivity issues.
I love that. In the name of Jesus, this connectivity will work. Come on.
Yes. But really, I can send Quayla a chat, and we can have a conversation via Microsoft Teams about what we're editing, or different things that come up about a matter. We can also add other people across the business into our chat. So Eric and Melanie can join the conversation. We can name the group a certain, under a matter name or under the topic in which we're discussing. I think Eric had a meme earlier for our college students who love to throw memes. If you're over what's going on with the matter, you can always insert a funny joke for people to have some humor as we're working through different issues. So,
and you can see here, as people are typing, says Quayla W is typing, Mel B was typing. And so you can actually in real time just do all of this. So again, this just allows you to have much more speed in what you're doing, eliminate the back and forth. There's no need to. So there's a course called Generational Diversity. Is anybody in LCLD here? Okay, so generational diversity talks about the modes of communication best for the particular generation. For all of my Gen Xers and my boomers, welcome to millennial world. This is a method of communication that we love. We love to chat. I know that some prefer the phone. Now, I am still an in-person person, so if I'm with you, I am going to come to your office and talk to you. However, because now we're in a society that is promoting more remote working, and working from home, working from different locations, telecommuting, and then we're in a multinational organization. So I have colleagues who are all across the world. I need something like this to be able to chat very quickly with them, not try to navigate time zones, when we can get on a call, when we'll be able to discuss this thing, especially if a customer really needs this red line tomorrow.
Right, and I think an important feature at the top are the different check boxes beside your names. I can see that Melanie and Quayla, their check boxes are green, meaning that they're available. So there'll be a red dot, for instance, will show busy or that you're in a call. There could be an arrow that shows you're out of the office. So quickly, rather than sometimes in Outlook, you can't really see what the person is doing at that moment. Teams allows you to kind of have a special ticker on what people have going on. So if you need to, insert a message to them quickly, you can know, well, they're available right now to get that message, or they may have time to chat now in case you need to pick up the phone and call. So that's also a great feature.
How many of you all have used Teams? Besides my Microsoft people. How many of you all knew Teams existed before today? 4 people. Okay, 5. Are you guys familiar with our Skype product, Skype for Business? Skype? Okay. So this is the newest iteration of Skype for Business, okay? Now, Skype Consumer is still there, but this is the chat and the back-end functionalities when we're dealing with our work life, so to speak. So this is now the next generation of what we would call chat and calls and Skype for Business, so to speak.
Yeah, still has the video feature.
Yeah, still has, which you're going to tell us about a little later. I can't wait for that. Let me ask you this, Karen. Is there anything else that you feel like really saves you time when thinking about putting this document out, getting a meeting set up, or whatever you need to do besides Words and Teams?
Yeah, so
and OneDrive.
Yeah. Microsoft Outlook is also great. Yes, you use it for traditional email, but there's also ability to see when people are also available using the scheduling assistant, where if you're creating a meeting time and want to know, different availabilities for people amongst the email thread that you're sending, you can see what they have throughout the day to kind of coordinate the best times for you guys to meet. There's also the feature when you're sending an email, many times if you're sending an email to a large group of people, they may brush over what the actual content of the email says. Outlook allows you to add a person within the body of the email, which will then give them, that mention and call special attention to what they need to focus on in the mail, so that way they can, provide whatever you need from them.
Almost like tagging them in a social media post.
Absolutely.
Huh? Yeah.
You can add them.
So the interesting thing, if this was working, you would see one of my absolute favorite features, okay? How many people have had to find time with other people outside of their firm or inside, like just a meeting time we can meet? How many people? Everybody, right? Are you available during 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock on 6/7, and then 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock on 12/2, and you're like, man, this is inefficient. Well, this plugin in Outlook called Find Time, it's a digital assistant that allows you to find time, literally allows you to click on your availability and send it off to everybody. Then they can just check mark the times that they're available or not, and it creates the meeting for you. You're done. Everybody say, wow. My favorite feature. It saves so much time. So again, if you have Outlook, if you're using Outlook, make sure you have the Find Time API plugin. It is amazing. So we've talked about a lot of really cool features. I get really excited about this stuff because I'm a techie at heart. I do work for the right company, obviously. And we've talked about it in the work context, but I think it's important for you all to recognize that we not only live and breathe this technology at work, but we also allow it to make our lives simpler at home or in our day-to-day activities, in our volunteer activities, and anywhere we go. And you know what, Quayla? Quayla told me the very best story the other day, and I would love if you would share with them how you've been utilizing some of Microsoft's products to help you solve some really big problems that you were having at home.
At home, absolutely. So how many of you know about OneNote that we use at Microsoft? Everybody? Good showing of hands.
Yeah. Whoop, whoop.
So OneNote is very helpful for me. I use it, of course, to stay organized at work, to help support the attorneys or any other executives at Microsoft. But recently at home, I have a teen son who is very disorganized. He can't keep up with anything, and so I introduced him to OneNote. And I learned that not only can it help him keep organized, we can also do math equations and different science equations in OneNote. So we were working on homework one night, and his name is Jalen. And Jalen's like, Mom, I hate math. I hate this. They want to see the steps. I don't want to show the steps. And I'm like, chill out. We got a solution for that. So we went over to OneNote, and I said, hey, Jalen, use your stylus to write the equation. And let's see what OneNote can do for you. So he wrote out the equation, and OneNote solved it for him. And so I like this because it doesn't just, and Eric is going to demonstrate for you, it doesn't just let you punch in a number and give you an answer. It actually shows you step by step on how you get to that answer.
Everybody say, wow. Telling you.
I can't tell you how imperative this is for teaching our children. I think we live in an age now where they just want the answer and that's it, but we know that we need to teach them how to get to those answers. So for me, this was ingenious, and now Jalen, he took it to his school, he told his teacher, and now the teacher is like, hey kids, open your OneNote, take your notes in your OneNotes, and let's do math through OneNote. So this is absolutely amazing. I love it. I encourage you, if you have children like me, teen boys especially, who don't like to be organized or like math equations, introduce them to that.
Can you just show the pen real quick, Eric? I just,
That's the pen, ladies and gentlemen. The infamous
You
pen.
gotta get a service pen. It's the best.
And the pen is awesome because as he's clicking, you see, if you could do it for one more time.
He's moving the presentation.
He's moving the presentation along.
Can you say, wow? if we were all able to do this, I would have had my pen as well, so we could only do one. But I love using this when we have presentations. So I do have a pen with my Surface, and I'm able, we're talking about software mostly, but our hardware is great too. I know that for a long time, there have been different, people have had different favorites. I can truly say I've tried a lot of things. The new Surface Book with the pen is my new favorite. It is amazing.
It is.
And so if I'm doing a presentation, the fact that I'm able to detach plus use my pen to click through makes me completely global. And I like to walk, as you can see. So I don't like to be tethered to a cord. So having the flexibility with my pen and my pad, non-traditional pad, it's great.
Awesome.
So what else, Quayla, can you tell us has helped you solve some big problems? I know a lot of times kids will come home and say, yo, Mom, I got a presentation.
That's due tomorrow.
Oh, yeah,
by
exactly.
the way.
Due tomorrow.
Due tomorrow.
And you're like, wait a minute, why didn't you tell me this 2 weeks ago?
3 months ago when your
Exactly.
teacher assigned it at the beginning of the school year.
Exactly. So I know that we have some particular products that help solve for those problems, but there's a really, really, really cool new feature I would love for you to tell them about.
Yes. So how many of you use PowerPoint? I've been using PowerPoint for a very long time.
Come on.
And it has evolved in ways that I can't begin to tell you about. But the one cool feature that I love is how you can pretty much search for your topic. So for example, Jalen wanted to, his presentation was on, I forget what it was. Let's just say if it was on railroads. You can search for railroads in the search feature.
Oh, you're searching for Microsoft, huh?
Oh, Microsoft.
Okay. Eric wants to do a presentation on Microsoft.
We're going to do a presentation on Microsoft. So we'll search.
Do railroads just for the sake of.
Let's just show them.
So they won't seem like we're biased.
Right. Because we are absolutely biased
Clearly.
for Microsoft. So railroads. And so Jalen's like, Mom, I don't know where to get started. I don't even know how to do a presentation. I'm like, dude, chill out. I got you covered.
So go back a step, because you did the initial search. I don't want you guys to skip over this. This is huge.
Huge.
Look how many options they're providing. Now remember, we don't even know where to get started, okay?
Right.
This is not okay, I'm going to go do a search on Bing for all the things related to railroads. I am in my presentation.
You're in your presentation.
Okay, keep going, Eric. I'm sorry.
So we're in the presentation, and he's like, Mom, I have to do a report on railroads, and it's due tomorrow. I don't even know how to start with the PowerPoint. What do I do? And I'm like, chill out, Jalen. Mom got you covered. Search railroads in PowerPoint.
But look at all these options. We just clicked on rail transport, okay? So we've already just narrowed this down. Now they give me, okay, now you have 5 other minutia. Let's go into the details. You hear what I'm saying? That you can now pick from.
So I'm like, Jalen, what do you want to do? Are we talking about the history of railroads? Do you want to present on trains? Like, tell me what it is you want to do. And let's just say he said trains. So we pick trains.
Oh, you're picking all of them, huh?
Yeah. And then, like magic, his presentation is already almost done for him. Just add your words, and voila.
Everyone say, wow.
Wow.
This is not your grandmother's PowerPoint, people,
It is
okay?
not. It's not even
All right?
my PowerPoint back
Tap
in the day.
in to the technology. Tap in.
It is amazing. So parents, I can't stress enough, we at Microsoft, we don't just try to make it easy for the professionals. We make it easy for our students as well. We want to make sure that they can take our technology, utilize it, and learn in their daily lives. This has been so paramount for us because it keeps my son, who remember he's disorganized, he doesn't like math equations, and he didn't know how to do PowerPoint. But it gives him more confidence in being able to present a presentation to his class. So this, for me, has been godsend. Thank
in a
you.
short amount of time, too.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it
The
was
night
due the
before.
next day.
That's right.
Very next day.
And so one of the things I do love about working for Microsoft, we are a company that really is ingrained in diversity and inclusion. Yes. And as such, we have amazing diversity across the company. And we support working moms, right? And you're one of the working moms that we support. And, you know, there have been times that, you know, I've heard, I'm not fortunate to have children yet, but there have been times where I've heard, you know, people come scrambling into a morning meeting and they're like, oh my goodness, I forgot to drop the cookies off for them, or, you know, or something. Have you ever had a scenario like that? And has there been like a product or something from Microsoft that sort of helped you solve that issue? Like once you realize, oh snap, yes, I cannot drive all the way back. I got to get to this meeting.
Yes.
Anything you want to tell us about?
Recently. So I live in Atlanta, but I had to go over to Seattle to meet my team and to kind of have some FaceTime, and then travel here for this awesome Tech Law Summit. Well, of course, we're talking about Jalen. He's my 17-year-old who's forgetful, too. I had his permission slip in my purse with me that he failed to turn into school for a college fair that's coming up. And I get a text from him saying, hey, Mom, so you got my permission slip because I need it, and if I don't turn it in today, I can't go on this college fair, and we're going to be going to UGA, and we're going to all of these different schools, and so I really want to go. And I'm like, Jalen, how could you forget to turn in your permission slip? He was like, well, I put it in your purse. I'm like, but it's not my permission slip. So, no worries, Jalen. Got you covered. There's a solution for that. There's I guess it's a feature that we have called Microsoft Lens, where...
Yeah, so Office Lens. Yeah,
Office Lens.
It's an app. Yeah, so how many of you have used Office Lens? You've never even heard of it, have you?
One person?
Oh, this is about to be good.
This is awesome.
All right. Woo-hoo. All right, tell us about Office Lens, Quayla.
So I'm in the car. I am driving, and like, what am I going to do? I can't possibly like scan or even email it back. So I was able to pull over, take a picture of the permission slip. He's going to demonstrate a fake permission slip here.
Mm-hmm. But
take
here's the cool thing about, can I just pause?
Oh, no.
So, you know when you take a picture, it's just one picture.
Yes.
But see, Office Lens acts as a digital scanner. So
Yes.
I can scan as many pictures as I want to and create one document.
document.
So I'm only sending out
one document. Awesome.
Can
you guys
get
say
a
wow?
wow?
I mean, I know we're super excited, but this is a major big deal for parents who want their children to go on college tours, because you're not going to stay at home after 18. You're going to go away for college. So I was able to take a picture of the 2-pager, send it off, upload it.
Save it to her OneDrive.
My OneDrive, which is totally awesome. And then send it to Jalen in the clouds, as my shirt says, it's in the clouds. So, I mean, this feature is just incredibly awesome. It just keeps you from having to do so much. Now you don't need a scanner. Yeah. You don't have to go to a printer. I don't have to utilize my phone for email. I can literally do everything and send it off, and magically it gets over to him.
And this, by the way, is not locked into Office 365. So you could literally download this from the iOS or the Android App Store now, and you could use this today if you needed to.
Yes.
So this has been great. I know we have just overwhelmed you with fabulousness. So I am going to just highlight a couple of things. If you were not aware, we acquired this company. It's a really small company called LinkedIn. Last year, I had the opportunity, no, the year before last, and I had the opportunity in my role in Seattle to work on some of the post-acquisition integrations that we did with LinkedIn. Very exciting, but 2 of them, for my students who are in the room, that I really want to make you aware of. How many of you all have LinkedIn profiles? Okay, great. And we're going to be talking a little bit later.
I'm going to help you rock your profile.
About rocking your profile.
Here.
And we're also going to be talking about how you can find people easily through LinkedIn. You don't even have to add their name. You can just, there's a little app within LinkedIn that says search nearby, and it will find all the people who are nearby if it's turned on. But a couple of the integrations specifically within Office 365 is there is a resume builder within Microsoft Word. I see you shaking your hand. You know about it, don't you? Yeah. Yeah, honey. Yeah. So that feature alone is great. He's going to kind of show you. You can create your resume building, and here's the resume assistant on the side. It will allow you to bring in the information from your LinkedIn profile into the Word document. Everybody say, wow, I see you, yes.
And this is so important, especially as law students going out and going out into the field. You really want to be able to have a awesome resume. So this is really great. LinkedIn also gives you tips and tools on how to make your resume better. It connects you with other people that can help you, assist you with your resume. So don't sleep on this. This is beyond amazing.
And then one of the other really cool features for people who are in Office 365, LinkedIn has integrated into what we call our Outlook people card. And so when you're in Outlook, you have the ability to hover over someone and see their picture and where they're located in your group. Now LinkedIn gives you the ability to click on them and go to their LinkedIn profile. And it really does help you if you're going into a meeting and you want to know who you're going to be meeting with, like a little bit of background on them. Maybe we went to the same school and we didn't know it, or we have a friend who went to the same school. Gives you some talking points, some things you can talk about with them without you having to go and look every single person up in LinkedIn. It's integrated right into Outlook. Okay, so here's a really cool thing I just have to show you because Microsoft runs on trust. If you haven't heard it in the news lately, we are not big fans of passwords. We think passwords can be stolen. We think they can be corrupted. We think that they can be hacked. So if you are on Windows and you have not updated your Windows, you probably won't see this. But if you've updated, you will now see that he's logged off. And I can go all I want to. And this computer, you can't see it right now, it says it's looking for you. And I can stand here and it will not log in because facial recognition says it's not me. Okay? Now when he comes over, he didn't have to do anything. Just pop back on. And you can't see it up here, so it's not giving you the that I wanted to. But the point of the matter is we are using artificial intelligence in order to enhance our own security, right? And our own ability to make sure that our devices are secure, that our information is secure. And I want to make sure that people know that. If your company or you don't use something like that in your day-to-day life, please enable two-factor authentication. Please stop relying only on your password. You are susceptible to being hacked, period. Okay? At the very least, two-factor authentication. Does everybody know what two-factor authentication is? Yes. Great. All right. I'm seeing some nod. So, you don't? Oh, you have a question, Charlie. Okay.
Charlie Bingham from Microsoft. I'm just curious. Wonderful demo. Eric, what's that on your shirt? It seems like you all kind of have Microsoft shirts. Is that a symbol that stands for something?
It does. It's actually Cortana. And so it's our digital personal assistant.
What does a digital personal assistant mean?
You've never heard of a digital personal assistant?
You don't know what Cortana is?
Go ahead and say, hey, Cortana, Charlie.
I've heard of Alexa. Who's Cortana?
Oh, you're a hater because Cortana talks to Alexa all the time.
Oh,
they
yeah?
buddies, honey. Yes.
I thought we had a one-on-one thing.
Yes, we have full-out conversations. So my digital assistant, Cortana, can talk to my husband's digital assistant, Alexa, and remind him that he needs to get me roses on the yesterday. Isn't that so fantastic?
Oh, okay.
I know,
Cortana.
right?
I thought it was just me and Alexa, but
no.
Tell me more about Cortana.
Alexa.
Yes.
So it's actually built into Windows 10. And so any Windows 10 device, you can go here and Cortana can be your search engine. It's also integrated with Office 365, so I could ask questions about a document I recently worked on, or maybe ask a question about a Power BI dashboard. And so it's really that voice interaction within Windows 10. And so, like mentioned, it can be used with Alexa on your phone.
That other go.
But it's ultimately your personal assistant. Yep. And does anyone know where Cortana came from? Any gamers in the house? All right. So Halo is part of the Microsoft ecosystem as far as Xbox, and Cortana is the personal assistant within that game. So if Microsoft were to create a personal assistant, kind of make sense to make it Cortana. So that's kind of the origin around the name.
The more you know. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up our presentation. But before we do, I would love, before we let the audience go, you guys to give us one tip or one trick you feel like really helps you in your day-to-day lives, or you didn't know about before and now you use all the time, or something that you just think that would be cool for people to know about and use. And we will start with you, Miss Karen.
So my favorite feature has become the Teams blur background feature.
Ooh, let's
I don't
see
know
it.
if you guys recall the commercial, or it was a video at first, where a guy was in a meeting at home and his infant child was crawling into his home office, and I think either the mother of the child or the nanny is seen pulling the child back. So what Teams will do is, if I answer Eric's call here, and you can see that if I go to the
Didn't meet your thing.
blur background feature, now you cannot see my background, you can just see my
Everybody's
face.
Wow.
So there you go.
Blur, come through. Talk about blurred lines.
So talk about blurred lines. I love the blur background feature. I don't have an infant child, but I have a husband who could be seen doing crazy things. So
Thank you for sharing that, Karen. So now all of you all can use the blurred feature on Teams. Quayla.
So speaking of Teams, what I love is I support a group of attorneys, and oftentimes I need to talk to you like immediately. If I'm working on a project or if I'm supporting you in any endeavor, I might need a meeting. If I reach out to you, Melanie, and Melanie's not available, Teams will send me a notice saying, hey, Melanie is now, when you become available, Melanie's now available. Catch her, go get her. And so
Stalkerish.
And so, Eric, the formal name of the feature is called Alerts. And so it just alerts me just to let me know, hey, the person that you were looking for is available now. Go talk to that person. That is so critical, especially when you're working on projects, when you need to meet deadlines, and you don't have time to wait. And even in this environment, I'm in Atlanta. My entire team is in Seattle. I can't walk down the hall and say, hey, Matt, I know you saw me looking for you. Like, I have to literally work through Teams or email. And so this is very paramount for me, and I use it, and I love it.
Awesome. Eric, what about you? Since you're our techie on the panel, you're not technically in the legal team, you just support this, regulated industries group. How about you? What's the thing that you love? Don't get too technical.
No, I'm not going to show it, but I'll talk to it. We live in a global society, and at Microsoft, I have the pleasure of working with individuals from all around the world. And I don't speak a lot of languages, and so oftentimes, I'll be in their chat thread or in a chat, and I realize that they're speaking a different language. But Teams gives me the ability to click the ellipsis and say translate. And so now I can be a part of that conversation and be able to receive that knowledge, even if I don't speak that native language. But also, it kind of gives me the confidence to say, all right, I can have a conversation with someone that I may not know their native language, and know that with confidence that they can translate and be able to answer my question, what have you. So being able to bridge the gaps with translation.
I love that. I have a funny story, and then we're going to open it up for questions with this Translate. If you have not downloaded the Microsoft Translate app, please do. My husband and I were we travel for our anniversary each year to somewhere exotic. And one year we were in, we went to Egypt, and we had like a guy who was teaching him some words or whatever. And then the next year we decided to go ahead and download the Microsoft Translate app. So we're in Rome. My husband does not speak Italian, okay? And he's like, well, I need to, say something to him, and like let him think that I'm from here. No, you don't. No. You're not Italian. You are black, okay? Cairo, you could get away with. You can't get away with that here, okay? So fall back. So he downloads the app, and they give you the verbal cues. So they give you how it sounds, as you're saying it. So he's in his earphones listening and listening. So he takes them out and he starts talking. And the guy, he's been silent the whole time, racing us through Rome. And he just lights up and starts speaking to him in full Italian. And I'm like, see, that's what you get. That's what you get. Because you don't know how to respond, right? So he's trying to put the thing up so he can feed it into, and it's not going fast enough. So eventually he has to say, oh no, little Italian. I'm like, done with you. But the power, I say all that to say, the power of technology opens up our world so much, and it allows us to bridge the gap in ways that we never thought we could before. So I hope that you learned at least a little bit of something that you can use in your day-to-day life, not only to solve problems, but also to help you work smarter, not harder. All right, questions? Oh, we taught you everything you needed to know, huh?
We got prizes for question asked.
No questions?
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Just a quick question about the PowerPoint app. Is that in PowerPoint, or is that a separate application that you have to download and then use it with PowerPoint?
It is in PowerPoint.
Okay.
It's right there in PowerPoint.
Okay.
Quick Starter. Quick Starter.
Yep.
Awesome.
So right when you open up the presentation, you just hit start an outline right there, right at the
Great.
beginning.
And do you have anything for Prezi as well?
So, in regards to having kind of a new medium for digital presentations within the Microsoft ecosystem, we have something called Sway. And so Sway is amazing, and unfortunately I don't have the time to show at the moment, but that allows you to create a similar presentation, but it has a URL associated with it. And so instead of sending a PowerPoint, I can send you the URL, everyone can go and join it and see it, and I can edit it on the fly on my mobile device, etc. And so that kind of gives you a compete to Prezi in regards to kind of that mobile new way of sharing presentations.
Yeah, and Sway, I like Sway because it's very simple for those who just kind of want to put in some assets and then digitally, and it looks beautiful for you. I tend to want to design my own, so I use PowerPoint more often than I use Sway. But for those who like the simplification of things, Sway is great. Oh.
Prizes for everybody.
Hello, my name is Maya Glaspie, and I'm a 1L here at Howard. When you were showing us the math feature, is there anything that makes the student actually try before it breaks down the answer, or do they give the answer?
Mom
Okay.
makes the student try. I mean, definitely. Well, I would say mom. I would make him try, but I think the biggest thing for me is him really knowing how to break down the equation. Oftentimes, we can't rely on textbooks to really teach our kids exactly what they should know, or the way that they learn how to break down an equation. So I love that OneNote. I mean, you can put the whole equation in, and it gives you step by step, and then I can talk him through it. We can go back and use our pen and paper to work through it, and just to see how the answer was brought out. So yeah.
And I will add to that, from an organizational standpoint, she didn't have time to touch on it, but organizing all of your stuff in OneNote is critical when you are about to have a huge negotiation. Because you might have email strings from different people at different times from other groups, whether that's outside counsel who's supporting you, or the customer, or different people from their team, and you want to collate all of that information in one space. All you literally have to do is drag and drop the email into OneNote. You don't have to copy, you don't have to paste it, just drag it. And so from an organization standpoint, it really does allow you not only to be able to do some of these cool functions, but have a system whereby you can easily reference things and go back to them. You can make multiple notebooks and multiple tabs, etc. Naming conventions are important as well, but it's a really helpful trick.
Thank you, Melanie.
All right, well, we have another. This is exciting.
Hi. So I have a question. You showed us the feature where there's the facial recognition when you're logging into your Surface. Is that across all Microsoft devices? And what options do you have to tweak that?
Great question.
So yes, that is on all Microsoft that are uploaded with the Windows. It's associated with the Windows, the operating system. So as long as the operating system is on your device, then it will work that way. We within Microsoft are managed by an IT department that will not allow us to change that. So even if you wanted to, there are some ways for you to be able to type in a confidential PIN, but their preference is for you to do the Hello Windows. So now, if you're outside of an organization that is managed by IT infrastructure, i.e. there are certain security and privacy protocols we have in place across our company to protect us from attackers and just protect our information from getting out. You personally, though, if you had a device that was one on Windows, you can choose whether you, so for instance, I have a Windows device at home that's not connected to the network, my Microsoft network. I can choose whether to do facial recognition or a secured password. So they're not going to lock you into the, that. You can choose it.
Yeah, one thing I want to add to that is the device is a dependency. So all of the Surface devices come with that facial recognition camera built in, but if you buy a third party, sometimes that camera may not be there, so something to consider.
Okay, well, I am so thankful that you guys enjoy these tips. Can we just say wow one more time for fun? Wow. I wish I had that Staples button. That was easy. If you have any further questions for us as we go along, feel free to snag any of the, can my Microsoft folks just raise their hand? We're represented throughout a lot of my colleagues. Hey, Liz. So feel free to snag somebody. We all sort of work in different arenas and we utilize the technology in somewhat different ways, but we all find tips and tricks that make our lives much easier. And thank you to Daphne and to Charlie and to Quayla for putting this joker on. Y'all the fabulous ones. Yeah.
All right, we got another 5-minute break. You can check out some of our Surface devices in our exhibit device bar. And let's be back here and ready to go at 10:35. Mic check, mic check. All right, we're going to get started. So we ask that everybody sit down. Take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seat. Okay. Oh, we're full here. All right, so everybody's going to have to go up to the overflow room. So we are back on schedule, and our cameraman is coming. He's coming, but they could still hear our voice. We have a very dynamic panel. I am going to get out the way. As you guys can see, this one is titled The ABCs of Data Today. You are in for a treat. I invite you to put your thinking caps on because now we're digging a little bit deeper. And my lovely colleague, Tanel, who also is Hustle alum, Hustle Gang, hashtag Hustle Gang. Y'all put that on LinkedIn. Hashtag Tech Law Summit, hashtag Hustle Gang, is going to moderate this panel with these beautiful young women who are experts in their field, and we are lucky to have them.
Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. Welcome to the ABCs of Data Today, our panel on analytics, blockchain, cryptocurrency, and cybersecurity. We are going to kind of walk you through 101 of all four of these technologies. We're going to talk a little bit about attorneys' roles sort of in this field. Can you hear me okay? Better? Okay, sorry. I was always soft-spoken. And then we're going to talk about a few trends, and then we're going to talk to you about some career paths. Maybe you haven't thought about these technologies in the way that sort of we're going to present them today. We're going to hold the Q&A section for the end because, as you can see, we have a lot of ground to cover. And so if you have your questions, we want to hear them. We're just going to wait until the end and kind of, all right, rally the troops. So without further ado, we will introduce today's panel. So we'll start with Tishay.
Good morning, all. My name is Tishay Sherman. And first I want to say how excited I am to be here at such a great event. So thank you to Microsoft and Howard for putting this event together. So I'm a corporate associate in the Technology Transactions Group of Covington and Burling LLP in New York. There I focus on a wide range of technology transactions, but with a particular focus in fintech. So to give you a little flavor of what that means, it involves cryptocurrency trading platform launches, agreements for companies that offer blockchain-based software and applications, payment and payment card processing arrangement, data licensing, AI technology deals, et cetera, and the list goes on. Prior to Covington, I was a corporate associate in the financial services group of another law firm, Sullivan & Cromwell LLP, also in New York.
Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica Jackson. I'm a counsel at Miles & Stockbridge in their Baltimore office. Can you hear me okay?
Closer.
I am, how's this? Thank you. I am in their employment and labor group. I also do data security work. So my practice is sort of a mix of employment work and then what I call my keep in my closet. I also do a lot of data security work. I counsel clients through data breaches. I help advise clients on exposure and privacy areas and public and internal policies. I also train clients, their employment workforce, on how to best carry out those policies to have good data security hygiene. My background is a litigator. I've litigated in all sorts of practice areas, whether it be environmental, data security, privacy litigation, and employment. So my entry into the data security and privacy space was more from a risk management perspective and seeing what sorts of things gets clients sued and approaching compliance and counseling from that perspective.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dominique Shelton-Leipzig. I'm a partner in the Privacy and Data Security Group at Perkins Coie. I am the co-chair of the firm's firm-wide ad tech privacy and data management group. Just thrilled to see the audience and be here today from Los Angeles to talk to you about this topic, and look forward to getting into things.
And last but not least, I am the moderator for today, Tanel Ford. I'm an attorney at Microsoft. I support our U.S. global sales and marketing organization, specifically financial services customers. Prior to joining Microsoft, I was an attorney at MetLife. And prior to MetLife, I was at Verizon. So I've been in-house pretty much all of my career. And I am a double bison, so you're welcome. All right. So without further ado, before we get into kind of the 4 technologies, I want to get a sort of pulse check for where we are in the room. How many of you have heard of at least one of these technologies? Okay. How many of you have read a blog about them and have no idea what the article was talking about, and so you're really looking forward to kind of hearing the 101 today? None of you? Okay.
Oh, yes.
How many of you are experts? Okay, so we have the Casses. We have the right audience here today. So we're going to approach this a little bit differently. Normally we would have each panelist talk about a particular area, but we're going to sort of have a scenario-based approach to today's presentation because we would spend the entire day talking about all 4 of these technologies. I'm sure you want to eat lunch, so you're welcome for that. So what we're going to introduce is called a Toy Story, right? So Toys R Us is out of business. And I am a brick-and-mortar toy store on the corner of Van Ness, right? Who wants to be my CEO? Name? Che Thomas. Che? Yeah. Okay. Che wants to expand her business, and she's trying to figure out, okay, I want to take my brick-and-mortar business. I know Toys R Us is going out of business. There is an opportunity for me to get all of this money laying around, and so I want to figure out how I can take my brick-and-mortar toy store to the next phase, right? I want to make more money. Do you want that? Would you like us to help you? I mean, we're an esteemed council of attorneys. Would you like some consult from us? Absolutely. Okay, great. So we're going to talk a little bit about, the first thing you need to do is go digital, right? Okay. And going digital means what, right? So Tashay is going to talk to us a little bit about how you can take your brick and mortar toy store digital and what technology you can leverage to do that.
All right. Che, that's the name? Che. All right, my CEO. Hopefully I don't get fired my first day on the job. So I think, so I'll start just by introducing, first of all, because Che, I know you want to explore what, you've heard a bit about blockchain, you want to explore kind of what that can do for our business. So first I want to talk about what blockchain actually is. And when I use the term blockchain, I'll use that sort of interchangeably with distributed ledger technologies, even though in the space there could be some argument as to what the difference between those are. So blockchain is an electronic ledger, so meaning a record or repository of information that is cryptographically secured, meaning there's a complicated math that encrypts the information over the blockchain and the blockchain itself, that is maintained on a distributed network of computers called nodes. And the first use case for blockchain that most of us, I guess the way that most of us may have come to know about blockchain is cryptocurrencies, specifically Bitcoin. A lot of the popularity around blockchain and cryptocurrencies is from the first implementation of that over the Bitcoin network. And although the first use case was in sort of cryptocurrencies, payments, remittances, the second phase is, this has caught the attention of a lot of enterprises who are wondering, how can we use the underlying technology? So if we set aside just the cryptocurrency that is transmitted over the blockchain, how do we use the actual technology, right? This, say, secure ledger of information to actually improve the functionality within our business. And the first thing to think about is, well, what's the problem that you're trying to solve? So a lot of companies have gone from brick and mortar businesses to online just based on putting up a website and having all their products available online. The blockchain can help sort of on the back end. And one of the other use cases post sort of payments and remittances is things like supply chain management. So if, I guess Hustle Toys is the name of our company, is obviously going to be sourcing its products from other suppliers. Those suppliers may be in the manufacturing business or just wholesalers, but a level down is manufacturers and a level down is sort of whomever is securing the first materials that are needed to develop the products. Now there are emerging technologies or emerging systems that can allow all of those members in the chain, so from the initial stages of production straight through to the retailer, to be on one network, so to all operate on the same blockchain network, and to be able to track in real time sort of when a product, so one of our toys, for example, leaves a certain like its original location, when it ships, when it arrives, to trigger payments once an obligation is fulfilled. So once Hustle receives its shipment of toys, now we have to sort of pay. So all of that can be tracked on a blockchain with an additional technology called smart contracts, which I guess we can go into at some other point.
So essentially you're telling, Shay, stay with us, right? That all the things that you do by paper today, right, you can take those and move those to applications that talk to one another. And so you can have one seamless transaction from end to end in terms of how you run your business. You can do it all online. So you can throw away your notebooks. You can keep your MacBooks, but, oh, I'm sorry, your Surfaces. Keep your Surfaces, right? And so that's essentially, is that sort of the right sort of rundown of where we are?
Yeah, that's the rundown, or at least that's the idea of the kinds of applications that are in development and we could potentially use.
Okay, how you feel about that?
She's not being fired.
All right, good, we made it. Good.
All right.
All right, so now that you're digital, right, we've got you there. Well, you usually take cash payments, you may have a point of sale system, right? And so let's talk about some of maybe the alternative forms of payment that you may be willing to accept now that you're blowing up, girl.
Yeah, we're doing well.
So we'll have Shay kind of walk us through that as well.
So I mentioned the first sort of use case for blockchain was in the cryptocurrency space with Bitcoin. And since Bitcoin was launched, a number of other cryptocurrencies were also sort of issued. Some that are more popular include Ethereum, which operates on the Ethereum network. But there are others. I think there are over, as of mid last year, over like 1,600 or potentially more of these that were issued by things called ICOs, or initial coin offering. One of the things, because there are so many, one of the things that we need to think about is whether it's worthwhile to accept all of those different kinds of cryptocurrencies, or whether we should be more sort of tailored, or try to accept cryptocurrencies that are more prevalently used or that have a better background, like Bitcoin. So in order to do that, as Tanel mentioned, there are point of sale applications that you can now, and other applications, so not necessarily just sort of in person, like hardware that you can use, but also software that you can use on your online store that allows a merchant, which we would be, to accept cryptocurrency payments. So we would have to find one of those merchants, whose name maybe I won't recognize, maybe I won't recommend a particular one, but we would essentially sign up to have, our, let's call it a wallet, and have that connected to our online store, our in-person device, et cetera, to be able to have clients come in, purchase a particular item, and pay with something like Bitcoin. Another thing that I should mention is, although most of the cryptocurrencies that we're aware of now are issued by either startup companies or, well, mostly startup companies or Satoshi Nakamoto, who we have no idea who that is, whether it's one person or multiple. What we may see in the future is cryptocurrencies being issued by banks, a la JP Morgan yesterday, or by countries themselves, in which case we may consider whether down the line the kind of payment that we're accepting is not just the existing cryptocurrencies that we have today, but potentially cryptocurrencies that are backed by the same systems that we trust in terms of being banks and central banks, et cetera.
All right, well, how's that work for you?
Works perfect.
Oh, she's still hired?
Still hired.
Okay,
There we
good.
go.
All right. So now that we have gone digital, right, and we know what type of, well, we can accept or think about accepting different types of currency in the form of cryptocurrency, that's a lot of data. I'm getting a lot of data all of a sudden, right? What am I going to do with it? Do you want to know?
I do.
Okay. Dominique?
Well, Jay, I'm going to try to keep up the record of not getting fired. You know, first of all, your data is going to tell you a lot about your customers and their patterns and also your business. So first, starting on the operations side, Shay talked about Shay talked about the supply chain and just being able to know in the blockchain scenario how long it takes for your product to arrive in warehouse. The other thing that you'll be looking at is just your ordering patterns, and you can use some of the information that you get from the blockchain and other information to be able to input that into an AI algorithm and be able to determine when you need to reorder, when it's a good time to replenish supplies so that you don't have too much overhead, because we want you to stay profitable and not be in the situation of having to go out of business like Toys R Us. You know, the other thing that your data can tell you is a little bit about the profiles of the customers that are coming to you. So we talked about the payments that are going to be received, and you'll be able to see that whether they are paying through Bitcoin, you know, Apple Pay, or I guess that might not be the best currency, but you know, any electronic transactions, you'll be able to get a better sense of how payments are taking place and where the payments are taking place, whether they're in a physical facility. You might decide to roll out with just 1 or 2 physical spaces, or they might be mostly e-commerce, and so you want to be able to calibrate that. You might want to boost that data with additional information. So your marketing teams are going to want to reach out to your customers at some point in time, and they might use things like social listening tools. So there are a number of third-party providers, Hexagon and many others, that will listen to how a brand's, you know, how Hustle Toys is being used online and in social media, and also your competitors. And so from there, you're going to be able to get some insights about what your customers really want. I would recommend that you not just use those social listening tools just to be able to, you know, correct a problem. Sometimes customer care will reach out and, you know, offer a gift card or something like that, which is a promotion. But you also want to be able to listen to that for your product development to see if there are things, complaints that consumers are making about your brand that you want to incorporate. I know recently Samsung did that with respect to its most recent version of its phone. They incorporated complaints from social listening and product development ideas from social listening into their product development. You want to be careful, and we'll talk more about this, but with all this data that you're developing and that are going to be helpful for the business, you want to be mindful to treat it like an asset, right? So just like your toys, you want to treat your data carefully, and certainly, you know, inventory it, know what you have, know where it is, and protect it, insure it, and certainly don't do anything illegal with that. So there, you know, we talked about the blockchain and the reference ledger. There are usually, you know, sort of identification references for potentially your customers and their payments, as well as some of your local partners. All that might be considered personal data under a number of regimes like the General Data Protection Regulation, and most recently in California, where I'm from, we have this sort of omnibus privacy law, which they're calling the California GDPR, which is the California Consumer Privacy Act. So we will want to talk to you about all that stuff later on. How's that work for you, Shay?
Perfect.
Nailed it. Okay, so now that we have all this data, I know when you keep your ledgers and everything in your store, you probably have your Powered by ADT sign up, and or you may have Ring, but that might not work on your computer, and so I think we need to think about how she's going to protect all this stuff that she has, right? Do you want to learn about that a little bit?
Sure.
We're here for you.
Yes.
Well, The thing that you really want to do is craft a security protocol. And before you do that, you need to know what you have to protect. So just like Dominique mentioned, keeping track of your assets and the data, you also have to know what, based on what data you have, what risks are you exposed to. So to back up a little bit, the U.S. has what's called a sectoral approach to data privacy and security law. Compared to jurisdictions like the EU that have comprehensive law, the U.S. just hasn't gotten their act together in that respect. So you have, based on different sectors, different types of law. And then on top of that, based on what states you do business in, you'll have state-by-state law. So for example, you could just decide, you know what, California's just not worth the headache. I'm just not going to sell toys there. And so that will create a regulatory framework that you have to understand regulates what sort of privacy and security obligations you have. So for example, you're selling toys. There is a federal statute called COPPA that protects children in the online space and has certain regulations about how you interact with them. So you'd have to make sure that your website would be compliant in that way, because obviously a website about toys is going to attract kids. So once you have that patchwork of what your regulatory framework looks like, you then have to address what information you have and how you're going to protect it. So at that point, you're going to create what's called a Written Information Security Plan, or a WISP. And this is not just, like I said, I do employment work too, so this isn't just your EEO, anti-discrimination harassment policy. Well, in some instances, it is like that. So most people are familiar with the anti-harassment policy, right? There's things that you're not going to do in that policy. You're not going to harass people. So just like that, you're going to have, the policy is going to identify, and this program is going to identify the information that you have to protect. It'll talk about what departments in your company, because you're going to grow, you're not going to do this all by yourself. You're going to have different departments that might touch the blockchain, other departments that might touch payment information, other departments that might touch the names and ages maybe of people that have been the recipients of gift cards. And you're going to have to keep track of who is obligated for protecting what and how. And once you do that, then you can craft 3 different types of security. You're going to have the actual physical security, like you're going to lock the doors, and you're going to have administrative security, like we're not going to let people walk in and see our credit card slips. And then you're going to have technical security, like we're going to use a firewall for our website. And you're going to craft that, and you're going to make sure that that program, not a computer program, but that program within your company is up and running. And one of the big things that I advise clients to do to ensure that is to not just put it on a shelf. You have to train the people that work with you. How does this policy affect your day-to-day job? Now, you look at this policy. This is a living document. When you use this policy, is there something that we're not catching? You want to have, for example, desktop exercises. What happens if we suddenly have ransomware and can't operate? Who in the company is responsible for mobilizing and getting those sorts of things prepared? So that I call it your data security hygiene, is getting regular checkups. You've identified what sort of risk factors you have for certain illnesses, i.e. security risks, and you're constantly checking that to make sure that you're not running afoul of legal requirements.
Thank you. And the other thing I will only add to that is that in terms of where these data security, because if you think about it, right, they're industry standards, right? They're sort of best practices when you think about cybersecurity, right? It's sort of, what Veronica was saying, good hygiene. And so, when you are running your business, think about what those look like today, and just remember that they always evolve, right? And so we get a little smarter, we get a little savvier. And if you want to partner, you don't want to have to think about it too much. Microsoft is here for you. You're welcome. All right, so now that you guys are experts in the ABCs, right? Yeah, a little better, a little more helpful? Okay, maybe. All right. I mean, it's Black History Month, it's Howard. You had to know it was coming, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about, now that we talked about the technology, we're going to talk a little bit about sort of our roles day-to-day as attorneys in this space, because it's one thing to hear what the technology does, it's another thing to kind of understand how the lawyers are supporting this type of, the work in this space. And so, Veronica, I'm going to ask you to discuss a little bit sort of how, as attorneys, we support the ABCs.
Sure. So I have the fun role with my clients of, in most cases, not working with clients that are technically savvy. I might be speaking to an HR person, or maybe it's someone that's got this great idea, but they think this has to be legal, right? Tell me it's legal. So my role, especially given my background as a litigator, is, okay, tell me what you want to do. Now I'm going to tell you how you might get sued for that. And then we work backwards from there. So for example, I'm like, that sounds great. Did you realize that you just collected this type of data and that type of data? So if it ever got exposed, you've created this additional risk. So really my job as an attorney is what most attorneys' job is. I'm an issue spotter. And someone that has sort of this doomsday approach with not interrupting your business, but to just say, okay, take a step back, pump your brakes. How can you do this in a way that still allows you to reach this business goal or this great business idea, but does it in a way that you've covered your bases? And so doing things like, particularly in the area of data breach litigation, this is something that a company always wants to be able to show that it's employed best practices and it's acted reasonably. So having things like that written information security plan, that's an industry, not even industry, that's a business practice standard. But doing things that you can show, look, I made the best effort I could to avoid this type of cyber incident or that sort of cyber incident, and therefore on that negligence common law standard I can show, well, especially in today's day and age where cyber incidents are considered inevitable, are you the low-lying fruit that did something that anyone that had Googled would have figured out was a bad idea?
Binged, would have binged.
Sorry. Well, if you Googled it, that's a dumb idea too, right? Save. So you want to make sure that you are ahead of the curve in the idea of, if something happens to my company, which everything, things happen to companies all the time, especially in the cyberspace, but do you have a defensible position when the rubber meets the road to show that I'm a victim too? Because look at all the safeguards I put in place, look at all of the practices that I regularly employed and trained my employees to employ correctly, and this happened anyway.
Any other panelists want to add about their day-to-day on our roles as attorneys? I mean, I most certainly will. From an in-house perspective, this is our job, right? We protect the vibranium. We make sure that our clients are sort of especially at Microsoft, right? They're creating products that, as you heard from the AI panel, that are ethically sound, right? That won't result in us having to pay hefty fines to regulators, that are just not going to cause you all's data to be sort of sprawled out on the internet somewhere, and just kind of talking them off the ledge on a daily basis. It isn't a great job, it is a fun job, we love what we do, but our job is kind of to protect the company, to protect the revenue, to make sure that our clients aren't doing anything that would harm the business, right? And it's similar whether you're a law firm or in-house, your clients just looks a little different.
So I'll just jump in. So I'm a transactional attorney, and a lot of my job is sort of trying to make the deal happen. So we often represent, well, both sides, both like the technology provider and the recipient or client or receiver of technology. And, some of the things that we have to do are, try to get the deal done, but also protect our assets, so to speak. So we may be a provider of data or a provider of software. So how we need to think about how we allocate ownership rights in software or other intellectual property, how we assert either ownership or protection of data. So that comes up very often in every transaction that involves some kind of data. The things that we have to think about are, how do we ensure that if we transmit data to another party, that they will adhere to data security standards that are acceptable to us, or if we receive data, how we protect that, et cetera. So that's what we consider on a day-to-day basis. That's, I guess, sort of protecting our client in a different kind of way, but still trying to get the deal done. On the cryptocurrency side, it sort of blends between like getting a deal done. Well, it's less getting a deal done. It's usually more like launching some kind of platform or some kind of product. And there, the question is often whether this is a regulated activity that we're actually conducting and how we sort of navigate the regulatory issues that may crop up, whether it's are you authorized to operate this kind of exchange in this jurisdiction? Are the tokens or digital assets that you're transacting in subject to securities laws or commodities laws, et cetera. So there we sort of blend between transactional and regulatory in a sense.
Well, while I have you, hold that mic.
Okay, sure.
Can you talk to us a little bit about, because cryptocurrency is sort of like an enigma, right? What is it? Where does it come from? It's not, is it money? Is it not money? Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the trends that you're seeing? I saw about Bitcoin in the news. You guys seen what's going on with Bitcoin. Their value is apparently not what it was valued at. So hopefully you can kind of talk us through the black hole of cryptocurrency.
Yeah, well, I mean, on Bitcoin, the value was next to nothing, and then everyone discovered it, and then the value was outrageous. And now it's kind of, lower than what it was in sort of late 2016 to early 2017, or maybe into 2018. I think the big jump was 2017. Now it's lower, but it's still a lot higher than it, where it started, if you think about it. And the question on whether it's money or whether it's not money, I guess both. So I think we use the term cryptocurrency, but a broader term that should be used is sort of either crypto assets or digital assets, because it depends on how the actual asset is being used. So Bitcoin, for example, was used primarily for like transmission of payments or just transmission of value. So if I wanted to send money, so I'm from the Bahamas, if I wanted to send money to my family in the Bahamas, like rather than walking into like a bank or a Western Union or using the app, I can sort of do it in real time by using cryptocurrency like Bitcoin. But you have other assets that are, that represent, I guess, more like an intellectual property, so for non-fungible tokens. Well, I don't want to get too technical, but the point is not all cryptocurrencies or crypto assets actually have the same function. There are also derivatives on cryptocurrencies as well. There are some cryptocurrencies that are, I guess most of the assets that were distributed in ICOs, even though some may argue they're not securities, they sort of were, let's assume that they were intended to represent an interest in the value of the work that was done by those who were promoting the project. And there may be arguments as to whether, well, that's a security or whether it's a currency. So it really depends on what the actual digital asset is being used for. In terms of trends, you wanted me to go into trends? So in terms of trends, I think one thing that we're seeing is when Bitcoin, Ethereum, et cetera, first came to fame, there was a lot of criticism and skepticism around what the actual value of it is, as in there's no, some arguing that there's no inherent value in the asset and that there's no purpose in using it other than to do illicit activities, right, like activities on the dark web. I think now that it has sort of sustained through that criticism, you now have what I call institutional adoption, or the beginnings of institutional adoptions of cryptocurrencies, where now we're less skeptical about it, and we're starting to think, well, how can we use digital assets in our business, or should we issue a token? Or, I mean, I've been to conferences where there's even discussion about central banks themselves issuing digital assets. And also, institutional trading. So some of the volatility that we may see in the crypto markets, I think may settle if you have more, I guess, sophisticated markets. And there's a lot of work that's going on, a lot of projects that are going on to, I guess, not legitimize, but institutionalize a lot of the markets. And I think you may see more stability as a result of that.
Thank you. Well, while I have you, can you talk to us a little bit about maybe a trend or two that's coming up in analytics space?
I think the trend is that across industry, more clients, whether it's health, fintech, retail, are starting to use the AI discussion earlier is really apropos because they're starting to use the big data to really understand their business, and it does raise with it this sort of, I call it digital transformation, where companies are starting to digitize their business more, try to understand what the data is telling them about their business, but that collides directly with this sort of, heightened attention to privacy and data security that we're seeing. So it really started with these catastrophic breaches back in 2012, but then continuing, continuously since then, and then the political issues and so forth. So there's just sort of a global awareness around privacy and data security these days. So companies being able to navigate that, what I'm seeing as a trend is, working with a lot of clients on this, is sort of a reimagining of data. To not look at it in this sort of schizophrenic way where you've got digitization and the new models and the cryptocurrency and the blockchain and the AI as revenue potential enhancers, and then the compliance work that Victoria was talking about, that's sort of on the other hand totally separate, and you have C-suite and board members that in public companies that just never really hear about either one of those trends too much unless there's some need to make some kind of an investment in either the digital transformation in terms of the tools or cyber preparedness. And so I'm starting to work with clients to identify how to treat data as an asset, to start following it for the C-suite and board members to start following the data and the life cycle of their data just like they would follow the life cycle of the Surface or toys in the Che example, to really pay attention to it the entire time so that they're constantly aware of what's going on, because we're starting to also see on the exposure side in the US, shareholder derivative actions related not only to data breach, but also for GDPR compliance. I think Nielsen just ended up, and some other big tech companies just sued here in the US for misidentifying their GDPR, their EU General Data Protection readiness. So just sort of melding, really been talking to a lot of C-suite members and board members to help them manage their data and develop a strategy that's synergized or synergistic rather than sort of two separate arms working differently. So,
and I just add to that, you'd be surprised how many savvy companies sort of are working and or systems that work in silo, right? They might have had systems that they set up years ago that are collecting all this type of data, and they're not talking to their newer systems, and all of that is now being regulated in this heightened environment for privacy. Well, Cassie is asking me to describe GDPR. I left out the part that I'm the GDPR subject matter expert for Microsoft for this particular reason. If you aren't familiar with the GDPR, if it's one thing that I think you should familiarize yourself with, one regulation on your way out of law school, it is the GDPR. It will come up pretty much in every interview, anywhere you go. I'd be hard-pressed to find any firm or company that is not dealing with that issue, or privacy issues in general, but GDPR. So the Global Data Breach Privacy Regulation, I think. General Data Breach, sorry. I am this me, I'm serious. But I've been calling the GDPR so much, I forgot what it was. Essentially, it's EU's sort of new revamped, a little bit more stringent privacy law. And it seeks to, in its sort of more basic form, there are differences in terms of how jurisdictions view your information, right? Some jurisdictions think that your personal information, your name, and two people can have the same exact name, but they think there's sort of an individual right associated with that. Some jurisdictions might not care about that kind of stuff and so much. And so what was happening across the globe really was you had companies who are global, you know, digital companies who had all of these sort of presences in these jurisdictions and all these different rules around how they were supposed to treat data. And in the EU in particular, their member countries, I'm not going to go into sort of how it's sort of region, but they had all these different sort of ways of looking at it, right? And ways of treating it, right? And ways that they were analyzing it and decisions that they were coming up were inconsistent with one jurisdiction versus the other. And so they said, you know what, we're going to come up with one centralized law. We're going to revamp our centralized law. They had one, but they did a little better. And we're going to treat it like it's a fundamental right. Privacy is a fundamental right. And we're going to hold companies and everyone who touches that data accountable. And they have been serious about it. Ask Google. And so essentially, work with Microsoft. Essentially, so it's sort of a, without going into details, it's sort of the regulation that sets the tone in terms of how the world is supposed to treat data of EU residents. Got that? In a nutshell. I can go and we can talk about this ad nauseum. So if you have any questions about it, come find me or save them to the end, please. But if it's one of those like, how does it work? What are regulators doing? Let's just take it offline because I can talk about that all day. Deal? Okay. All right. So now that we've talked about trends, we want you to kind of think about all this sort of magic that's going on over here and all the work that is available sort of around the ABCs. And so we want to talk a little bit about career paths. Not necessarily in a traditional sense of what we do, but these technologies are pretty much going to be sort of the cornerstone of most businesses, right? Everyone's going to be using blockchain at some point or some form of it, applications that talk to one another to kind of run their business, right? If you're using that, you know you're using blockchain technologies, you know you're going to collect data, so you're going to have analytics engines running, you're going to have AI integrated in that, you're going to have to secure all that stuff, right? So you're going to have some semblance of cybersecurity, you're going to have a program around that. And so we wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit about some ways that you might, non-traditional ways that you might think about sort of working in the technology space, because I do think it's important to have diversity, diversity of perspective, diversity of ideas, diversity of experiences to get into this field. And it might be areas that you might be thinking about but may not have thought about them in a way that you would actually touch any of the ABCs. So I'll start with the panelists and I'll have them kind of go through any sort of thoughts that they could share with you about career paths.
This career in digital and technology is just sort of wide open. This is really the future of, just as you know, what she was just mentioning, this is the future of every business. Every business is a data business today. It's only going to be more so later. You don't have to be a big tech company to be a data business right now. Every company usually that I've talked to has either payroll supported on a cloud service or HR data on a cloud service, or they're storing their customer data on in a platform that's digital. And when you look at things globally, there are certain jurisdictions where electronic payments is the only way that e-commerce is taking place, in particular, certain remote regions in Africa and in the Middle East and in Asia. So this is definitely the way things are going. The other thing that I think is exciting for you guys is the Gen Z sort of statistic that we were talking about in prep. And I've been focusing a lot on that just to kind of understand where things are going. But right in your area, I mean, I think for some people in the room that are ages under 24 and under, so it's 14 to 24, 97% of them, well, first, that's the first digital, you guys are the first digital group, those of you that fit into Gen Z, born into digital, 97% of them on smartphones. I listened to a really interesting presentation by a behavioral scientist at Nielsen who talked about the other factor that we don't often talk about is that Gen Z in the US already identifies as 48% minority or mixed race. So a Gen Z discussion, that group already controls $140 billion in spend, consumer spend, is necessarily a diversity discussion. Very interesting time for all of you who are interested in tech, digital, global, and also I think the international component of it. We touched on it here this morning in the different panels, and different languages being able to talk to each other using the Microsoft tools. But it's really true. I went to undergrad and I was an international relations major, and then went to Georgetown originally thinking I wanted to do international law, and then litigated for a number of years in the privacy area, and then now counsel full time. But I'm now back full circle to an international focused practice. I talk to clients in Japan and in Germany, Czech Republic, France, UK, Morocco, Israel, South Africa. In other words, this whole digital sphere will allow you to get into, I think, a real global mindset, which is exciting.
I think the great thing about this area of the law as a career path is that it is very easy to not be the junior person in the room for long, or to not be the person in the room that knows the least the longest. So for example, when I was in law school, is that one? Sarbanes? We're not going to do that because I don't remember. But doing things like reading up on these topics, writing about these topics, taking advantage of the fact that you are in DC where every agency with an alphabet soup is trying to regulate in these topics. You can quickly, even before you begin practicing, develop an expertise that partners at law firms you might go to do not have. And trust me, because I see them pretend all the time. So the ability to learn this area of the law and be able to apply it, you will have the ability to come into that space without having to play a junior role for long. Things like the International Association of Privacy Professionals that has their global summit in DC every year. They offer certifications that you don't have to have a law degree to get. You could right now, on spring break, go study and get certified. So those sorts of things, it is a very accessible area of the law. Where it is super easy to be able to establish yourself and add value very quickly just by putting in the legwork to research and write about it and keep up to date on it.
Yeah, so I have very little to add to that because that's exactly what I thought, and that's really key. So do as much as you can while you can to learn about these technologies as they evolve. Because you have an opportunity that may not have existed before to come in as someone who has knowledge that the partners who've been in these law firms for years don't have and really now need to know in order to service the clients who want to know about it and are doing it. And I'm sort of not quite an example of that, but close. I'm an associate. I'm a fourth-year associate at a law firm. And spent time trying to learn these technologies on my own, and now sort of become one of the go-to people when we have these issues come up. So it's an actual real opportunity. And I thought before, in order to get into tech work, you need to have some sort of hard science background, et cetera, which I don't have, right? I was an international business and psychology major. Like, I didn't even focus on that in law school. I was very much interested in the international aspect, which comes back around again. But if you sort of take your time to learn these things, it can make you a really invaluable asset. And when AI takes over the traditional things that law students would do, that first-year associates would do in a law firm, you now have a substantive knowledge as to how that works, and then sort of even more value that you can bring in addition, other than just sort of reviewing documents. So.
Yeah, and the last thing I would add is that I know for me when I was in law school, when I thought about these roles traditionally, I would think about them in a sense that you had to be like a technical lawyer to do them, right? And that's not really true. You can be a skilled negotiator and be super effective doing deals in this space. You can be a tax attorney, right? And think about sort of the implications around cryptocurrencies. international law, litigation, pretty much employment law if you think about collecting data and the type of systems that you might use or your firm might use or the clients you may have, the questions they may come with might be about systems. And so this is sort of one of the areas that can touch pretty much any sort of practice area that you're thinking about. So I would encourage you, even if you aren't thinking about it from that perspective now, it might give you a leg up in the interview to sort of come with this sort of technical, hey, look, but in addition to all these great things I learned from Professor Jamar, I am able to, right, bring this sort of technical expertise too. And so I just would encourage you to think about it from that perspective as well. And so now you guys get to ask us all the questions for no fee. It's a firm, we typically bill by the hour, but today we are waiving our fee, so we're going to do a little bit of Q&A. I saw some hands go up. Our CEO, our fearless leader.
Can you stand up?
Good morning. Che Thomas again. So my question is, using the Toys R Us as a example, do you think if they implemented the 4 things that you all told me that I should implement as a CEO, they would have been successful? And if so, at what point? What point do you think they kind of missed that mark and they were just going to be where they are now anyway? Or, at what point do you think you may have implemented those things to help them be successful and kind of segue into this new venture?
That is the last question of the day. No, I'm kidding.
I think it really could have helped them if they had a digital strategy and had lessened their overhead and their real estate footprint, looked at ways to, basically minimize or reduce operational expenses, had they been able to understand their data better, not over-order. That happens a lot in the retail cycle. You think you need to, order a bunch for December trends and you may not need all that, and then you got to get rid of it. So those are all the things that I think, and I guess AI really wasn't as developed a couple years ago when they were facing these challenges, or maybe 5 years ago, but they could have saved them. The other thing is we're starting to see is that some of the online or, digital commerce is turning sort of in sort of flash pop-up stores will have retail space, and so they might develop the demand online and then go back into retail in a physical sort of flagship role, not to really necessarily buy a bunch of real estate, but just to create a place where people can convene in certain strategic markets, and I think that could have helped them.
Yeah, Toys R Us, their operational costs, right, were sort of really what kind of helped them sort of go into that downward spiral. And if you think about when people buy toys, arguably, there's healthy debate about this, but birthdays, holidays, but that's not really a 365-day, I need to have a store full of toys kind of business, right? And so to Dominique's point, maybe some analytics could have helped them sort of look at the trends, when it was best to have certain toys within the store. Things of that nature probably could have, not to say preventative, because maybe it was bad money management at the end of the day, right? But at the end of the day, the technology absolutely could have been useful to them, and I think if they may have invested in it, it would have been a little bit more helpful to them. Did you have a question earlier?
So late 2018, there were 2 bills introduced focused towards virtual currency and regulating it here in the United States. They don't have an acronym for them. They're entirely too long for me to remember off the top of my head. But the bills basically want to promote innovation while also protecting the consumer, and they put together committees. In your opinion, do these bills being introduced in late 2018, will we see rapid growth with the virtual currency market moving forward, with the U.S. government showing interest in regulating, promoting, and having more innovation in this realm?
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure which specific bills.
The virtual consumer goes on and on.
Yeah, but I think on the one hand, in some ways, as I mentioned before, there are sort of different kinds of crypto assets. And there exists now, or some would argue that the existing regulation for securities or commodities, et cetera, is sufficient to, cover regulation of that environment. But there's also, I guess, a push on the other side, to not have the industry overregulated so as to stifle innovation. And I think what's important to do is to sort of be careful about over-regulating an area, and particularly when it comes to defining what certain technologies are. So there are certain states, for example, who have attempted to define what a cryptocurrency is, what a smart contract is, et cetera. But when the technology evolves, the sort of the rules that apply in a time now don't apply a time in the future. So I think, so that's one part of it. Another part of what I think will help to increase, I think crypto assets are sort of here to stay. And I think much to, I guess, the chagrin of the initial adopters of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin in particular, I think a lot of it is going to come back into the institutional spaces. And I think once you have established institutional actors that are using virtual currencies or other virtual assets on a regular basis, it will inevitably result in a lot more adoption and comfort with the technology.
Okay. Well, we would like to thank you all for participating. If you have any questions, that concludes today's panel. If you have any questions for us, we'll be up here for a few more minutes. So thank you again.
We're going to give you, we got a remix to the agenda. It wouldn't be us without a remix. So our keynote speaker, Neil Suggs, is in Seattle and was unable to get out due to the weather. So what he's going to do, you'll get a chance to see our technology, is he's going to talk to us through Teams and give his presentation. And then when we go over, so this 30 minutes we have for the transition to the luncheon, we're just going to go upstairs, so it won't take us that long. But we're going to stay here. We're going to stream Neil and allow him to give his presentation. And then I got an extra guest for you guys to hear, Vita Richardson, and we'll introduce her and talk about her more later. So you got 5 minutes to go, and then come back in the room, and we're going to hear from Neil. Here you go, sir. Great job. Great job. You, I'm going to...
another day comes to an end. I'm looking for a letter or something, anything that she would send. With all the people I know, I'm still a lonely man. You know, it's funny, I thought I had her in the palm of my hand. Tell me, have you seen her? Oh, yeah. Have you seen her? Have you seen her? Have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? Have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? Have you seen her?
don't see Neil's face. What we could do, maybe we could have him call.
Well, thank you very much. It's really an honor to be speaking with you. I'm very disappointed not to be in D.C. At Howard. Unfortunately, business kept me in Seattle. But I really want to thank you, and I hope I can earn with this talk a right to come to Howard in the future. As you can see, the title of my talk is AI Revolution, Threats and Opportunities. And really what I hope to talk to you about today is that I think instead of attacking this issue solely as a strategy problem, but really getting after the cultural issues that underlie, I believe that we don't have to be as worried about the AI revolution as we are. And I think in keeping with that, I think it's important to understand the language we use around technology. How we talk about technology really influences how we feel about it, our comfort level, our willingness to engage with it, and most importantly, our willingness to...
This time we're going to get it. And Veronica, you was probably right. We should have mobile hotspot.
Well, thank you very much. It's really an honor to be speaking with you. I'm very disappointed not to be in D.C. At Howard. Unfortunately, business kept me in Seattle. But I really want to thank you, and I hope I can earn with this talk a right to come to Howard in the future. As you can see, the title of my talk is AI Revolution, Threats and Opportunities. And really what I hope to talk to you about today is that I think instead of attacking this issue solely as a strategy problem, but really getting after the cultural issues that underlie, I believe that we don't have to be as worried about the AI revolution as we are. And I think in keeping with that, I think it's important to understand the language we use around technology. How we talk about technology really influences how we feel about it, our comfort level, our willingness to engage with it, and most importantly, our willingness to ensure that we're regulating it properly. So I'm going to give you a quick description of some technology, and I want you to think about what I'm describing. Technology you're familiar with. This is not something you would be alien to you. So imagine a technology that is described by some as a liberator of the working class and women, a destroyer of jobs, a threat to civility and society more generally, with the potential to forever alter how we worship God and ultimately understand the foundations of civilization as we know it. What technology am I describing? Some of you are probably thinking about AI. Some of you are probably thinking about quantum. Maybe you're thinking about some of the DNA technologies like CRISPR. Some of you might just be thinking about computers and the internet more generally. And you'd all be right. But actually, I'm actually referring to the bicycle. Storied history in this country, actually. Initially introduced in the early 19th century as a fad, a seat with two wheels, a handlebar, and no pedals, and used by the young and well-to-do to barrel down grassy hillsides on their country estates. But ultimately it graduated at some point to those large front-wheel, small back-wheel bikes that were actually they were actually racing bikes. It was a college fad to race those bikes. The bike you see up on the screen, and ultimately what you're familiar with, is known as the safety bike. It was introduced in the 1870s. But it took 20 years for its introduction in the U.S. before it was legal to ride it on streets. And a lot of that verbiage I was using in the last slide really came to pass. People were just terrified of it and also awed by it. Certainly it was going to attack the horse-based culture. And you think about how prevalent that is. We still refer to engine power in the form of horsepower. But think of all the jobs that get attacked when you have this easy to care for mechanical device. Certainly if you had no money, this allowed you to move further from where you worked. It opened up more of the world to you for a cheap and easy way to transport. And so people talked about the fact that different communities were going to meet with each other and talk with each other. And then finally, as we think about it, you think about things like women's pantsuits, that they became popular so women could more comfortably ride bicycles, and so it made women wearing pants instead of skirts in public more socially acceptable. And then, of course, the concern that people riding bikes on Sundays would technology always inspires both awe and fear, but the reality is sometimes we're not seeing the same things. And I think as we look today, it's very clearly the case that this panic is a little bit more heightened, and there might be different reasons. So let's talk a little bit about what that might be. This is a slide you're very familiar with. This is a slide that a graph that shows or purports to show world population growth since about the 10th century, 11th century. There's some cultural bias when you start at the 11th century, but for the purposes of the slide, presume that we don't hit 1 billion. The most important point here is you don't hit 1 billion people till around the 19th century. And then by the middle of the 20th century, you get to something just north of 9 billion. Incredible population growth. Now I'm going to show 3 other images that purport to show another view of basically technology. These are all biased views, and that's why I have 3 of them. But I wanted to show all 3 of them to really just get a sense of the shape and what they're trying to communicate. So the first one starts out very quickly telling you it's condensed. And it's condensed from the shows you the growth in technology. Now, there are decisions being made in this one, certainly by starting in the 15th century, but you can also see a very Western bias in what the innovation is and what the inventions are. You don't see, for example, Alibaba, among other things. But for the purposes, I think we would all agree that we would say we have more technology in our lives today than, let's say, our ancestors did in the 19th or early 20th century. Let's take a look at the next slide. So this one goes a little further back. At least we get into Egypt. Again, a little bit of bias. You sit there in the bottom right and you see Darwinism and relativity, how we don't have monotheism or polytheism. Again, these are things, these are decisions being made. But again, same basic slope it's trying to communicate. And then finally, this is a picture that you'll see in a book by Ray Kurzweil called The Singularity is Near. It's a great book. It purports to give, some more standards here. So you see, prehistory. You definitely see things coming in Egypt. Imagine there was not more innovation, but I think the point is well held. There's an attempt here to have a standard. But really, as you look at all 3 of these in concert, you kind of see what the problem is. We're getting a massive amount of technology is coming in at a much, much more increased pace. And so, remember, these are intended to be step changes, and there's so many more step changes happening so quickly. I think that's part of the problem. Now let's take a look at another curve. This is a curve that you may have known or may have seen from a TED Talk by Simon Sinek, The Power of Why. It's called the Innovation Diffusion Curve, or I think more technically the Diffusion of Innovation Curve by Rogers. And what it purports to show is how technology or how any kind of innovation is absorbed through a population. There's another way to represent this, though. It's in these words. So famous comedian George Carlin, this really describes in words the innovation diffusion curve, at least from the perspective of sitting on the curve. But this image, I think, really captures what we're talking about innovation diffusion. Now let's forget the wheel, which goes back to prehistory. This has anywhere from 300 to 400 years of technology on the same picture. And there you see up just above the buggy another bicycle. I am nothing if not consistent in my storytelling. This is the innovation diffusion curve, visualized. And this, I believe, is the innovation diffusion curve we have to overcome in AI. This, I think, is what's causing a lot of the angst. Some fundamental questions. Questions, for example, in this country, we've punted, where we say all religions have the right to practice. We don't pick a religion. And yet, people who worship religions, believe in religions, sometimes do. I will also tell you there's another thing to think about here, which is this is a relatively Western view, and this one was intentional. This bias was intentional to put this picture in, because how we think about regulating technology is directly related to how we think about these issues, what we think of as the world. Is the world an independent place and we exist in it? Or in some Eastern philosophies like non-dualism, is there one consciousness and we all are perceiving the same consciousness and everything we perceive is in that consciousness? And if you think about it from that perspective, maybe you have a different fear or different concern about artificial intelligence. Maybe you're less concerned. And really, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we really should be talking about artificial consciousness or sentience. And again, non-dualists might not agree with that perspective. I think there's an enormous set of challenges with what we're doing. And I think
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not sure if this is working for you all because we're having some technical difficulties. So we want to be very respectful of the other speakers who are here. So what we'd like to do is stop for a moment, take a deep breath, because we're stressing out up here. But pivot to the luncheon portion. So we're not quite ready for lunch yet, but we will be. But there is a devices bar right outside. So let's just take an extended break. Check out our devices bar, and then if you head upstairs, we'll start with the luncheon portion of our program. Okay, so thank you guys for your patience. We'll figure out a way to make up this great presentation by Neil Suggs, but we just can't do it right now. So we're going to transition out in the hall. You can do some networking, grab a box lunch, and then we'll start upstairs with the lunch part.
Upstairs earlier, right? Yeah. Remember how it looked earlier? It doesn't look that way right now. You changed it? Yeah, moving it now? We already just finished moving, so the screen has been moved all over to the side. So now that you have a speaker coming up, we're going to go run the mic line and put that in place. Okay. Is this still showing? No. Okay, good.
partner, and I also chair our firm's diversity and inclusion initiatives. And I am really delighted to be here, and I really want to thank Howard and Microsoft for putting on this tech summit. I wanted to take just a few moments and talk a little bit about why we are here and the importance of diversity and inclusion, particularly as it relates to technology in the law. I'm particularly delighted to be here at Howard just a few weeks after Senator Kamala Harris joined you after announcing her bid to become President of the United States. As a mother of 4 girls, I have triplets plus 1. Senator Harris will always have my vote personally because apropos of our discussions today, she was able to convince one of my daughters to do something that I was not able to do, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Let me set the stage for you. My husband and I were at a reception a year ago honoring another distinguished Howard alum, Judge Damon Keith, and we happened to bring one of our daughters, Elena, who had just graduated from high school. And despite all of our efforts, we could not persuade any of our girls to be interested in engineering or tech. Don't get me wrong, all of our girls are great, but like kids everywhere, once we suggested that they should pursue a career in STEM, they immediately shut down and decided to pursue studies in the humanities. So we ran into Senator Harris at the reception honoring Judge Keith, and she stopped and started talking to our daughter, Allie. She spent several minutes talking with her, asking her what she was going to major in college and what courses she was going to take. And then, music to my ears, totally unsolicited, she encouraged Allie to take coding classes in college, and she said it was necessary for her to be prepared for the future, no matter what she was going to major in. As I said, if I had recommended that Allie take any coding classes, that was not going to happen. But Allie, this past year, actually took 2 coding classes in college. As I said, Senator Harris, no matter what, has my vote. I know how important tech is, and I'm delighted to participate in today's Tech Law Summit and to learn all that I can about how to use technology in the legal profession, and more on that in a moment. So you may ask, what does a restructuring lawyer who's been practicing for 30 years know about tech? And what does the role of being the firm's diversity and inclusion initiative leader have in the firm's technology practice? This is not about how far we've been, but how far we have come in such a short period of time, and how fast technology is changing our roles. First, some background, and I'm going to date myself. 30 years ago, believe it or not, Westlaw and Lexis was just getting started. To keep up to date with the legal developments, most of us did not go online. We didn't have laptops or iPhones or iPads. You actually carried around your advanced sheets in paper format, pamphlets, in your briefcase. I would carry around 5 or 6 with me. I remember reading those advanced sheets on the New York subways on my way home. I also remember shepherdizing cases manually. Several people talked about how the role of first-year associates was going to be totally different This is what first-year associates did, and now AI is taking it over, and first-year associates are no longer doing that. And midnight filing deadlines literally meant going to the post office before midnight personally to get a file stamp indicating that you had posted your pleading before midnight. One of my earliest cross-border cases involved a bankruptcy case here in the United States and a parallel bankruptcy case in England called Maxwell Newspapers. I mention that because here, our pleadings could cite to Westlaw sites, and judges had access to those cases that were cited in the pleadings, and you didn't have to present the cases physically to the judges. When we appeared in the House of Lords in England, however, cases were not available online. And when you appeared for hearings, the lawyers and the judges each would have to literally cart the reporters to the court, to the hearings, so that everybody had cases that were being cited. And when you were referring to them, they would literally pull the case, the reporter out, literally. So you would have stacks of reporters next to you. Can you believe it? I mean, literally, everybody had these reporters around you in court in the House of Lords. Now we move forward to today. Of course, we take for granted the ease of access to all manner of research in the United States, and that access to the research that we do is growing in a number of other jurisdictions. I practice in Europe, Asia, and Africa, and the cases are available in many of those jurisdictions, and the statutes are available in many of those jurisdictions, and the list is growing. And with that, as a restructuring lawyer, I'm a restructuring lawyer, so the change and the fact that Toys R Us went bankrupt and Sears went bankrupt, that it's been disruptive. It's been helpful for some of us in the industry. There was also an article last week that it's caused disruption in the news media. For example, a number of news reporters have been let go because AI is taking the place of reporters who would traditionally report on companies' earnings reports, because AI can more easily generate a news report on companies' earnings reports. And that's what you can anticipate happening in the legal market as well. It's not frightening, it just means that we have to be prepared for the future, as people have talked about earlier and we'll be talking about later this afternoon. It has an incredible impact on the way we practice law, where we practice, and the type of law that we practice. I think these changes are exciting, and as one person said earlier on the panel just before now, it's great because those of us that have been practicing for 30 years have no clue on this technology. And so those of you that are in law school are at an extreme advantage teaching us about the technology, and we have the experience to use your knowledge on how to use the technology and apply it to the law. I would like to talk for a moment about how to ensure that our attorneys of color are empowered to realize on these opportunities. I applaud Microsoft and Howard's efforts here, and we need to ensure that more attorneys are becoming immersed in these areas. And I think a lot of people have talked about people needing to take courses on AI and blockchain and cryptocurrency and what these areas are. And if you have the opportunity, take a couple of coding courses, as Senator Harris recommended to my daughter. At ORIC, I'm one of the leaders of our diversity and inclusion initiatives, which has 4 principal priorities. You know, we're a tech firm, so we want to be the most diverse and inclusive firm in tech, EI, and finance law firms amongst all of our peers. We want to have a partnership that reflects that diversity. We want to have a leadership team that reflects that diversity. And we want to have a summer associate class that continues to be more diverse than the rest of the firm, and to have client teams that reflect that diversity. I want to take a moment to just talk a little bit about myself. Because to me, when I think about what that means, I can sum it up in 2 words. It's mentorship and sponsorship. I've been incredibly lucky in my legal career because I've had really great mentors and sponsors. Mentors who pushed me to become an associate, summer associate, and then associate at a Wall Street law firm, and then pushed me to join Orrick Herrington, pushed me to become a partner at Orrick, and then I became a practice group leader in the restructuring group, and I had the privilege of serving 2 terms on our firm's executive committee, and become, at the same time, a leader in our diversity and inclusion initiatives. And that is mentorship and sponsorship. And that's what we want to enable all of our attorneys of color to have that opportunity. And we want to recruit law students to join our firm, and that we advance those attorneys and promote our attorneys of color at every stage at their development, including to partnership, and then for those partners to have an opportunity to become leaders of the firm. And how does this relate to tech? Recently, our firm formed 3 working groups relating to this digital revolution: artificial intelligence, blockchain, and autonomous vehicles mobility. And I co-chair our Autonomous Vehicles Mobility Working Group, which is a cross-practice group, cross-office working group. As a leader of our D&I initiative, we ensured that each of these working groups, like other committees and initiatives in the firm, included partners of color, and that our partners of color would be co-leaders of these working groups. With that, we are ensuring that our attorneys of color are becoming recognized leaders in the fields of AI, blockchain, and autonomous vehicles. In addition, some of our black partners recently decided that we wanted to do more in this field. So we launched a group called Blacks in Tech. And that includes lawyers, engineers, venture capitalists, and other professionals, not only at our firm, but across the industry, not only in New York and San Francisco, but across the country. And the purpose of this group is to share knowledge and fellowship and support so that we're continuing to grow this momentum and making sure that blacks are succeeding in this digital revolution. I think this is a really great time to be a lawyer. I think every practice area is impacted by the advances in tech, and new practice areas will emerge. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Charlie and Vita. Thank you for your time.
All righty, thank you. Let's give them another round of applause, especially Orrick, for my Generation Z and millennials. Orrick is one of the firms like Perkins Coie that, as the Migos say, walk it like they talk it. And they are partly very responsible for this luncheon and for the awards that we'll give out later. And when you find firms like that, make sure that you note those. Those are the ones that you want to interview with and meet the partners. So make sure that you find some time to talk to her. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce our surprise keynote luncheon speaker, who within 2 days, Neil, of course, we mentioned earlier that he was snowed in Seattle by the snowstorm that they got, and I went to scrambling. I'm like, oh, what are we going to do? Who are we going to call? And Vita, when I reached out to her, said, no problem. I'll be there. And you think Vita was, she's like one of the most humble people I know, her and Daphne. They're both kind of like my mother hens who have watched over me at different times in my career. So I love them, and Vita has come through. You guys are in for a surprise. I'm going to read your bio, and then I'm going to give my real remarks. So Vita, she has been the, right. She said, that's kind of scary. Vita has been the CEO of the ACC, which is the Association of Corporate Counsels, since 2011. ACC is the world's largest association dedicated to serving in-house counsel only. ACC has more than 45,000 members spanning 85 nations and almost 100 employees who work in DC, in Charleston, Melbourne, Brussels, and Hong Kong. Prior to ACC, Vita was executive director of the Minority Corporate Counsel Association for about 10 years, and that's where we had the good fortune to meet one another. MCCA's mission is to advance diversity in the legal profession, and during her time there, a lot of significant strides were made, including work to assure that diversity programs in college and universities were not ruled unconstitutional by the U.S. Supreme Court. Before that, she was in-house counsel at Sunoco, Sun Oil, where she was responsible for corporate transactions, finance, and securities disclosures. Vita is passionate about assuring that the opportunities she's been blessed with will be available for future generations of black lawyers, which is why she is here today, and why she is so very pleased to be able to share her thoughts with all of you. Now, I met Vita. We were at a Morgan Lewis and Bacchius reception. We were on a rooftop. I was a Hustle student first year, and I think you spoke or said some remarks, and I remember the name. She said the MCCA, and I thought, hey, I just wrote for a scholarship there. Let me go introduce myself. And I did, and she recognized my name because apparently I was a finalist. I didn't get the award, but message for the Howard students, keep up with people. You never know where they will end up, and treat people with respect. Don't make it where it's the older generation that is following you around. If somebody has invested in you, some time in you, make sure you stay in touch. And I did that. And I'm so glad I didn't get the scholarship, but I got the relationship. Vita, and you guys join me, and I'm going to standing up and giving her a round of applause. The type of person that she is, I was a country bumpkin. Vita, I was interviewing, and I wasn't getting any callbacks. Vita bought me my first suit, gave me my money to buy my first interview suit. She made a personal call to someone at the firm that I started with and said, you need to hire this person. And because of the chance that she took on me, I'm here before you right now. And that's why it's so important for me to give back. You see, the MCCA is all about diversity, so please join me in giving Vita a round of applause as she comes at the last minute and keynotes for us.
Okay, thank you very much. As you all can tell, that investment has paid all kinds of dividends, not just for Microsoft, but for every place that Charlie chooses to invest his time and attention. So it is my delight to be here. I want to thank Microsoft for coming to Howard University to raise the visibility, not just of opportunities in the tech industry, but also so many of the leaders within Microsoft who are here today. And I'd ask you, if you just don't mind, all of you from Microsoft, could you please stand? Thank you. what I want to say is that these leaders are here because they're invested in all of your futures. So you saw who stood up. Please take an opportunity to get to know them. And I also know that events like this aren't possible with the great law firms and others that support. So thank you as well. What I decided that I was going to share with you are a couple of life lessons. I'll first start off by sharing that I graduated from law school in 1986. And I know that there are many of you, you don't have to raise your hands and make me feel bad, who probably weren't even alive in 1986 when I was trying to find my way and ease into the legal profession. But what I want to share is my journey, and also hope that that journey may inspire some of you. So what I'll tell you is that in 1986, when I graduated from law school, I had a business degree, and one of my big dreams was to go to a corporation and do transactions work. But at the school where I was and with the grades that I have, so I'll raise my hand and let you know, I wasn't like Charlie graduating at the top of my class. I was comfortably in the middle. The good news for all of you who are the 90% who won't graduate in the top 10% is there's a wonderful life waiting for you. You just have to claim it. And so when I was graduating from law school, I ended up volunteering between my second and third years of law school to work at Sun Oil Company. They had a program. I was late to apply, so I said, just let me work there for the experience. And it's through that that I ended up getting that first job opportunity and to go in-house right out of law school. I share that with you because depending upon your background or where you are in terms of your class rank or what it is that you aspire to, sometimes it takes a little bit more hustle to find your way to ultimately where you want to be. So what I want to talk to you a little bit to start is to tell you about some of the things that I've observed that we all need to do in order to get noticed and be able to reach beyond what we view as our immediate grasp. Secondly, I'm going to share with you some lessons that I've learned about succeeding as a person of color in a profession where elite positions are largely held by others. And I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the places and people where you can turn for help. And lastly, because we're at a technology conference, ACC is an organization that does research. So we do research into what is on the mind of chief legal officers, what are the skills that it takes to advance, what's going on in the tech arena. So I thought I'd share some of that just to offer some context in relation to this particular program. So first, what I've learned about what it takes to get you noticed is that, first of all, any time that I have sought out advice from others and felt discouraged, I've learned that you really have to have a very strong personal constitution and to be constantly thinking about where I am, assessing yourself, what are the skills that I need in order to be able to advance to the next level. When I was at the Minority Corporate Counsel Association, we did a study of people who were very successful, and Jen Chen and Latoya, who are here from ACC, may have heard me speak about this before, but they are life lessons that I feel very strongly about. And through our research, asking very successful people, what are the things that you believe have enabled you to move and to advance? The first thing that people tell you is you really have to take stock of yourself. You have to be honest with yourself about what you're good at and what things maybe you really need to work on. The first lesson is to take stock, to seek opinions from other people, because sometimes we often have blinders about what are we good at. There may be things that we do actually very well that we're too humble or perhaps don't recognize. And then we also have blinders in terms of the things that we need to improve upon. So Charlie jokes and says that, you know, when we first met, he was a country bumpkin. I wouldn't necessarily have described Charlie that way, but one of the things that I've always loved about you, Charlie, is just that you're always seeking guidance and feedback and striving, you know, to understand what it is that you need to do in order to be your best self. And that's what I would recommend everyone do regularly. Sit down, take stock of where you are. That will evolve over time. The second thing that it's important to do after you take stock is to also recognize that successful people say that in order to advance, they also have to learn in a business setting to learn how to take credit for their accomplishments. And that's because one lesson that I've learned, especially as a woman and a person of color, is you can't always count on everyone to remember all the great things that you may be contributing. So you need to keep your own record, especially as performance review time may be coming up, of what are the things that you've done that have added value to the organization? What are the skills that you possess that you have had the opportunity to demonstrate? What are the projects that have distinguished you from your peers? You have to proactively keep that list for yourself, and don't be mad because maybe your boss can't remember. That's your job to help educate the people who work with you and who might be evaluating you regarding the ways that you contribute. So that lesson is learning how to take credit. Also, through our research, we heard that oftentimes, and this is especially true of women and of people of color, that when the spotlight shines on you, sometimes, this is said especially of women, you will draw back and say, so if someone says, "Great job, Vita," sometimes what I might feel inclined to do is to draw back and say, well, it really wasn't me, it was the team. Now, that's a wonderful trait, and I'm not trying to suggest that any of you should stop sharing credit with other people, but what we all have to learn to do is to allow the spotlight to shine on us and to be able to say, thank you, I worked hard, I appreciate you recognizing the results that I offered or that I helped the organization to achieve. I say that because sometimes we're so busy being, I'll call it a shrinking violet or someone who's being humble, that when the spotlight shines, we don't feel as empowered to just bask in it for a moment. So what we learned from people who are successful is you must be able to tell your story and to take credit for all that you bring to an organization. The third thing that successful people say is that at some point in all of their lives, they've had to step out of themselves and take a risk. That risk might be being asked to work on a project where you don't feel that you have 100% of the knowledge to be able to contribute, where you're going to have to stretch, where it's a little bit risky, where you haven't done something like this before, and you may be more reliant on guidance or support from other people, whereas you might be a very, otherwise feel a very independent sort of person. So what we learn is that along the way, it's important to be open to take risk and accept new challenges. And it's because that stretch between where you are versus what the expectation might be is where the best learnings are. And sometimes when you take a risk, you will find that you fail. Not every risk ends successfully, but even when you may misstep or may not achieve all that, the ultimate result may have been, in that there are learnings. And I think the most important thing is to always be continually trying to stretch and take your skill set to next level, and that always involves taking a risk. If all we did was do what was comfortable, we would stay in the same positions, do the same things forever, and certainly that's not what successful people do. So I've rewound and I've said you must take stock, you must take risk, you must learn to take credit. The other thing that you must learn to do is take a hand. And as Lorraine said, it's very important, the mentors, the sponsors, the people who are available to you to invest in your career and to help you develop professionally. All these relationships are important, and that's called taking a hand. That is being someone who's receptive to guidance and feedback, who doesn't bristle when you receive constructive criticism, because sometimes the messages that you receive won't always be outstanding. Sometimes people will tell you things that you really need to hear, that if you hear well and in a constructive way can help take you to the next level, and expand your skill sets. So it's important to take a hand. To continually keep up with relationships so that people can continue to reach and invest in you. But I'll also say that take a hand goes both ways, because just as you put out your hand to ask for help, you must extend your hand as well in order to help others. And one of the things that people along their way to success who are achieving the ultimate frequently do is to make sure that they are investing in other people. And so Charlie's example here, coming back to the law school where he graduated, to bring his colleagues from Microsoft, to bring in the law firms that are part of your network, to talk about careers in tech and how all of you might pursue them, that's all about taking a hand. And I'll suggest that there are no real reasons why any of us, regardless of how busy we are, cannot be extending our hand to help someone. A little aside, when I was in MCCA and we had a huge scholarship program and I traveled around and often spoke to law students, I'd often get law students to come up and many would ask for my card and say, I'd really like you to be my mentor. And I'd say, I'll call and let's set up an appointment. That was one way that I screened because, you know, not all did. They'd take your card and you wouldn't hear from them again like I did with Charlie. But I had a screening question that I would ask because there were more students that wanted my time than, frankly, I might be able to extend myself to give. And so my question that I would screen would be, who do you help? So I'll ask you all to think, who do you help? Because if the answer is no one, you're so busy helping yourself, then the way that I would screen is I would say, I'm sorry, you've asked me for my help. And I'm not going to extend my help until you're able, when I ask you that question next time, and you're welcome to call me back, tell me about someone that you're investing in. And that's because as we look across the profession and we see the few of us that are advancing into elite roles, we know that it takes a lot in order to us, all of us, to help one another. And I'm not suggesting that only minorities help minorities, or only women help women, or only like help like. But what I'm saying is that we all have to be very conscious of next generation, whether that's helping someone in high school, you know, to think about college. Obviously, all of you are college graduates. That's knowledge that you could so readily share. There are people who are thinking about law school, and here you're there. You're where they want to be. And then some of us who've graduated and moved on to a variety of different positions, we're where you want to be. And so how are we investing in one another to make sure that collectively, you know, as a community and as a diverse community, we're making progress? So I'll share with you succeeding as a person of color in a profession where elite positions are largely held by others. What does it take? Well, we've talked about the personal investment, the taking stock, taking risk, taking credit, taking a hand. But I also think that in terms of my own learnings, it has been a journey to make sure that I raise my authentic voice. And I've had the pleasure, so when I look back and think I finished law school and went into the profession in 1986, that's 33 years in law. I've been very fortunate to have spent about half of my professional life in positions of significant responsibility. First as Executive Director of the Minority Corporate Counsel Association, where I was there for 10 years, and for the past 7 years as CEO of the Association of Corporate Counsel, which represents the in-house bar. And what I've learned is that in terms of being your authentic self, it means at some point you are the only person like you, however you might choose to define like you in the room, or you have perspectives that others don't. And I've been in rooms where, you know, you're the first to raise your voice or offer a perspective that is different from what the majority might be thinking. And then you'll see other people, you know, who step up to support. So one of the things that I've learned is that you really have to be comfortable in your own skin in order to succeed. It's a lesson that I learned my first couple years at Sunoco when I had a wonderful mentor. I'll call her name. Her name is Anne Muley. She eventually went on to be the Chief Governance Officer of the company, but she was a fantastic mentor. because she taught me the importance of being yourself. In small ways, like when we would go on business trips, Anne would say to me, very forthcoming, which would invite me to be a lot more comfortable and at ease. She would say things like, I really know that I ought to be seen by my business colleagues reading Fortune, but I really want to read People. And so there was a time, Vita, when I would take my People magazine and I would put it inside Fortune magazine, or I'd fold it up in the Wall Street Journal so I could sneak and read when I wanted to. Or there were times when, we were often the only women who were involved in a business deal, and everyone would be talking about something that we really weren't interested in. And we would raise our voice and change the conversation. And so I believe that it's important to be your authentic self and to let, your interest in who you are be able to come to the fore. Because when you're trying to be someone else, it comes off kind of fake and kind of phony, and you really don't make those personal connections. And I found that by being my authentic self and sharing what interests me, you end up making connections with people that you otherwise might not have. Had you tried to, I'll share, I don't really talk sports. So when it moves into a discussion of sports, I really kind of become disinterested. I would never read the sports page in order to connect because it's just not me. So you find commonality by raising other topics and moving things into a place where there's mutual interest. And I feel that that's a very important lesson in terms of being a person of color in a profession that's largely not filled with people like us in the elite positions. I also believe that it's important as a person of color to really be mindful of the networks that you move in and the visibility that you present to your colleagues. So one thing I will share with you that I'm proud of at the association where I work is that at ACC, we walk the talk in terms of being a more diverse organization. One of the interesting things when I came to my position and the organization had designs on being global was how few people at our association really had global experience or perspectives. At the upper management level, at the time when I was named CEO, there had never been a person of color in the management ranks of ACC, with the exception of the time when I was there. And I believe it was largely because at ACC, like many other organizations, people recruited from their networks. And if your network is not diverse, then you can't expect that the people that you recruit will be any different from that. So one thing I believe that as leaders you have to do is you have to model good behavior, and that means reaching out diversely for all positions before hiring decisions are made. So that is one thing. As you all move into positions of influence and power, it's making sure that you have networks of people that you can draw from to make sure at any time if a position opens at your law firm or at your company, be involved in associations so that you can suggest and introduce excellent people to help diversify an organization. So that's one of the lessons that I've learned. I also want to unpack for you some of the places and people that I found instrumental turning to for help. I'm a woman, so I believe it's important to be active in women's professional societies. As a person of color, I've always been a member of the National Bar Association because I happen to be African American. In fact, the National Bar Association right now is about to launch a huge program called Ready Now, which is all about raising the visibility of people from the in-house community who are ready to be general counsel right now of Fortune 500 and Fortune 1000 companies. So we would expect through those programs, and I know that the Latino Bar as well as the Asian Bar have similar programs. So I think that for me, it's been important to be a part of those networks. I also belong to professional associations for association executives. where I keep up with some of the trends that are impactful to professional associations. And as you all move to be practitioners, there are likely practice networks that will be important to you too. But I think more than just checking the box to say that you're a member of an association is thinking about how you can really contribute to it and engage and make it, a part of you in terms of your level of participation. So I'd also encourage you that as you think about your professional networks, that it's important to connect and to make sure that you engage. Lastly, I'll share with you one of the most important questions that I used to ask people who had positions of influence that I would aspire to one day. Two of the most powerful questions that you can ask when you want to move into being in a position like someone you admire is, what do you read to keep current? And where do you network? And those two answers, then you can model that behavior or follow what's going on in those networks, because it will help you identify ways that you can position yourself for the future. One of the things that we've seen with general counsel around the world is that the role of the chief legal officer is continuing to evolve. There was a time that the chief legal officer just focused on law, and that's all the organization looked to them for. And certainly that's true. Law is what gets a general counsel in the door. It is your first calling card. But what we also know is general counsel are expected to be good stewards and managers of the resources that are entrusted to them. You're also expected to be a strategic contributor to your business. And the skills that you develop to be a good manager and to be a good strategic contributor are not necessarily the skills that you learn in law school. So one of the things that ACC is focused on doing is helping people understand, how do I develop the skills and ability in order to be a strategic contributor, in order to be a good manager of people and technology and other resources that are entrusted to me. And we've actually started a certification program for in-house counsel. How that came about was very interesting. ACC was actually sought out for this. We are the Global In-House Counsel Association. And so the government of Dubai was looking to better position Dubai as a point of entry for any organization or company seeking to do business in the Middle East. And what they quickly understood is, to be well positioned, that meant having a strong financial sector and having a strong legal sector. And they were looking for a partner to help them build up the legal sector and especially the in-house counsel community. So as a result, ACC submitted a proposal and we were selected to build an in-house counsel certification that launched in Dubai last year. All total, we've had about 50 graduates of it. People who have come from outside of Dubai, from all over the world, to understand the role of the chief legal officer and the role of the general counsel and how it's evolving. So they end up through the program becoming a lot more well-versed in many different sectors, in litigation management and managing and understanding financial statements, understanding boards and governance rules, to make them more of a generalist and be better positioned to contribute to their associations. So I know that there are probably a number of programs that would enable people to do that, but that is one investment that ACC has made. And what we see with general counsel is that some are evolving. They are not just focused on law. We've seen general counsel who are now taking on hats and responsibility in the area of corporate social responsibility. There are general counsel like ACCs who also have the technology function. It reports to her. She has a background in software engineering. And so we've had our share of cyber threats. Even for an association, and so she has the IT function and the security functions all report to her, and it's a trend that we're seeing in terms of the GC community. We also see GC having responsibility for corporate compliance functions as well. Some have HR departments that are reporting to them. So what we continue to see is that the role of the general counsel is evolving and continues to be a lot more interesting. Our platform is Our platform is that for general counsel to be most effective, they must always have a seat at the C-suite table and be able to contribute to the strategic direction of the company, and that general counsel must also have a standing place in the boardroom where they can share with the board some of the challenges that they see, because these days, ACC has found that the challenges that most corporations are facing are largely in the regulatory, the cyber, the compliance area. These are the things that keep general counsel up at night. And it's those opportunities for general counsel to serve that enable them to be the strategic contributors and the allies to their business. And it's for those reasons that the general counsel role is becoming increasingly credible in the eyes of boards of directors in the investing community. So with that, I'll stop there. We've unpacked a whole lot. We've started off with lessons that I could share with you, ways that you can empower yourself to be a contributor at your organization, things that you could consider as you look to where you aspire, some of the things that you should ask people in your network. And we've also talked about the skills that general counsel need to possess. I hope that many of you are interested in careers in-house. I have to say it's a wonderful life. It's wonderful to have one client that you focus on and really dig in and get to know. Certainly, I'm not being a critic, Lorraine, of the law firm community where it's, you know, a lot bigger diet and you're in one industry or another, but I have to share with you, because that's where I started my professional life, that being in-house counsel can be very gratifying. So Charlie, I will stop there. I don't know if anyone has questions for me, but I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
We can take questions if anyone has any. If not, oh yeah, we got one. Say your name and...
Good afternoon. My name is Courtney Woods. I'm a student here at Howard Law. I just wanted to know if you could talk more about non-traditional tracks in-house. You spoke a little bit about it earlier, so I'm just wondering if you could expound on that.
Sure. Well, you know, the good news is in terms of tracks in-house, statistics from ACC's research reports are about 12% of corporations are now hiring directly from law school. So that increases the potential opportunities in ways that they did not exist before. When we look at areas where, you know, the most significant uptick in hiring trends are, 31% of general counsel told us that they want to make new hires in-house. The key areas, the practice areas, are in contracts and general corporate commercial. So I would say that those are two good, strong areas in addition to the technology space where we see more positions being created. But lawyers are coming into corporations, sometimes in the compliance function. In some corporation, compliance reports directly up through to the general counsel. In other corporations, it exists as a separate function with more of a line to the board of directors. And so we see lawyers coming in compliance positions as well. And lawyers have typically, when they have labor or employment experience, depending upon the composition of the company's workforce, that's also a springboard to be able to go in-house too. Okay.
Hi, my name is Noel Isama. I'm a graduate of Howard Law. Thanks for the talk. That was awesome, very inspiring. One of the things that I was thinking about is that general counsels, lawyers within a company, a large company, are actually well positioned for other leadership positions within the company, and perhaps you've seen that in your time. And I was wondering, what are the characteristics of those types of folks who are able maybe to start in the legal field but also branch out into other leadership positions within the company as well?
Great. Well, it's very interesting because those I've met, for some, they aspire to it. So they go in and they enjoy working with the business people and they slowly try to position themselves for it. Others get tapped on the shoulder and asked to consider making a leap. That's when it's important to be able to get comfortable and be a risk taker to move from law into another position. But we do see that happening. I would say a trend that I'm actually seeing and very, very enthused about are the number of general counsel who are currently being tapped to be on boards of directors, and to serve at that level. Not necessarily being tapped because of their legal ability, because the company where they'll serve as a director, has a general counsel, but they're being tapped more for their business and strategy and industry experience, and that's opened up more opportunities as well. I think a legal mind is very well suited to move into a business role, especially when they spent time in the industry, and know it well. I think that the critical thinking skills that lawyers bring lend themselves readily to strategic analysis and being able to contribute in that way. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Franklin, and I'm a sophomore legal communications major at Howard University. And I really appreciated the words of encouragement you provided today. And my question simply is, as an undergraduate pre-law major, what suggestions do you have for opportunities for us to become more involved before we would head to law school and just learn more about the industry?
To learn more about the industry. Well, there is an organization that I want to make sure that you have on your radar. It's called CLEO. Have you heard of CLEO? CLEO is the Council on Legal Education Opportunity. CLEO just celebrated 50 years. 50 years. So for 50 years, CLEO has been helping largely a diverse student population attend and be successful, move through law school. So if that's not on your radar, it's one that should be. I'll also, mention in terms of other organizations, all of the bars of color have some involvement for students. I would definitely recommend that. There are lots of law students here today. We all talked about paying it forward, so I'm sure any number of you would volunteer to offer advice and guidance, to assist you with your journey. I will also say, though, that if you have an interest in moving into a corporation and doing a business law sort of practice, one thing that you might want to do while you remain in undergrad is to please take some finance courses. One of the things that we see that actually ends up being a stumbling block for people once they move in-house, if they aspire to move to the business side or move up to be a chief legal officer, is many lawyers don't invest time in understanding financial statements and finance. It's a very valuable skill. I was lucky because I was a business undergrad, so I had to take more than my fill of finance courses, but I have to say it serves me well to this day. So if I look back on what I need most for the CEO job that I have now, I wouldn't be able to do this job nearly as well as I do without understanding finance and how money is accounted for, and thinking about some of the business analytical skills that you would apply in looking at return on investment for different things that ACC does. So I recommend that to you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Vita told me my expectations was too high for her, but now you guys see why I love her. Can we give her another round of applause? So we are doing good. Vita gave us some great tips. I thought about another one while I was sitting there for the young law students. We are going to have a networking reception later, and we actually, because our speakers were timely, we have 30 minutes before our next session. We are going to meet downstairs at 1:30 for our esports panel. But my lesson for the students is build relationships before you need them. Don't go to people asking for something. Be genuine and authentic and build those relationships before you need them. So that's one thing. And then the second thing, I would be remiss if, Heyman, please stand up. Is Bruce Jackson still in the room? No, Bruce is very important. So I know, but I should have done this a while ago. I said I wouldn't be here without Vida, but there's also a support system here. You wouldn't have me here without Daphne, who keeps me from going crazy, and Heyman and Bruce. They put up the internal money. We had to raise funds at Microsoft internally for this. And for those who interviewed with me 2 days ago, I told you how great the life was in-house, but I am truly blessed to work for a corporation that empowers me to use their platform to help my community. So Heyman, thank you. Bruce, thank you. Daphne, thank you. We have 30 minutes, network, build those relationships before you need them. And then at 1:40, we have our esports panel in the room downstairs, and we'll stream again. So thank you.
sponsors is the global audience is going to get bigger, almost 50% bigger by 2019. Coca-Cola and Samsung are some of the big names already moving into the game, trying to move fast. Esports.
Testing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vicki Robinson, and I work with Microsoft leading our Airbang USA initiative. It's a pleasure to be here in my alma mater, and I'm excited to share with you all an amazing panel. You will not be disappointed. I grew up in an era of what is deemed to be traditional sports. Not playing them, to be clear. I was a cheerleader, and I have fond memories of doing my version of cheerleading, supporting middle school and high school teams, and ultimately a little bit of professional, but only like in a bandwagon kind of way. Today, we've moved on to what is called esports, participating in essentially competitive sporting through video games. But just as the issue of cultural appropriation has plagued traditional sports, we see these same challenges in esports, and actually today they have even greater implications on sort of and consequences that we need to sort of manage through. In the era of esports, it's a Fortnite world, and we're all just living in it. Against this backdrop, let's dive into the issue of cultural appropriation and what it means in the context of esports. So with that, I'm going to actually sort of introduce our very esteemed panelists. First, we have Eva Pulliam. She is a senior associate at Airman Fox. Her practice concentrates on all things e-commerce, with a particular focus on counseling clients all over the world with respect to data privacy, cybersecurity, advertising, marketing, e-commerce, and intellectual property. She focuses heavily on counseling clients regarding data collection, use, transfer, as well as the development and appropriate internal and external facing policies to govern such practices. With a strong dedication to diversity, Eva is also an active member of Aaron Fox's diversity initiative, including the AF Women and Minority Attorney Group affinity groups, and as well as the California Minority Council program. She is also a 2018 Leadership Council and Legal Diversity Fellow and a volunteer for the Coalition of Black Excellence, an organization that is designed to promote the excellence within the Black community in the Bay Area, inspiring future generations to connect with members of the community. Next, we'll have Mason Ash, who a lot of you may know if you're Howard students here. He is the founder and CEO of Ash Sports and Entertainment Counseling, based here in Bethesda, Maryland. He has close to 3 decades of experience as a sports and entertainment attorney, talent manager, and industry advisor and sports agent, the total package. He teaches here at Howard Law as a member of the adjunct faculty, as well as the Wharton School of Business in the University of Pennsylvania. Mason has served as a lead contract negotiator, legal advisor, brand strategist, and all things extraordinary for professional athletes, financial advisors, entertainers, on-air personalities, celebrity chefs, you name it. He earned his degree in psychology from Hamilton College, as well as a Juris Doctorate degree from SUNY at Buffalo Law School. Certain career highlights is a lot to name, but I'll just name a few in the interest of time so we can delve into the panel. Mason was listed as in the 101 most influential minorities in sports, Sports Illustrated 2003 and 2004. He is also the recipient of the Distinguished Alumnus Award for Business at SUNY, Buffalo Law Alumni Association, and lastly but not least, Sports Lawyer of the Year Award for the National Bar Association Annual Conference in July of 2015. And without further ado, I'll hand it over to Eva.
Welcome, everyone. We're really excited to talk to you about esports, and I don't know how much background you all have, but we'll start with our overview. We have, we're just going to discuss kind of what is esports, who are the big players, dollars. Let's talk about the money that's really running through this industry that maybe not everyone's as familiar with, but I think more and more people are. Then the legal playing field, including some sample cases, and then we'll get into questions. But we're going to have questions throughout, but a special questions period at the end. We have our next slide will be, we're going to go into kind of a video to describe some of the esports arenas and what you might expect to see.
Esports, one of the world's hottest new markets, not only for the players and fans, but for business as well. And brother, business is a boomin'. Esports yearly revenue is expected to rise to over $1 billion by 2019, a five-fold increase from 2014. Brands are pumping in almost 50% more in advertising and sponsorship this year, almost $325 million, and it's all down to the eyeballs on it.
Huge tournaments are held all over the world with audiences of up to 113,000 people in attendance, and that's dwarfed by the online viewership, with some tournaments reaching 34 million viewers via platforms such as Twitch.
The most simple way to put esports is that 200 million fans worldwide who watch it. This is bigger than the NHL.
And what's making it genuinely irresistible for sponsors is the global audience is going to get bigger, almost 50% bigger by 2019. Coca-Cola and Samsung are some of the big names already moving into the game, trying to woo fans. Esports enthusiasts are far more likely to be successful high earners than the stereotypes people hold of basement-dwelling gamers.
They're really following the clubs, they're really living this hobby. Here you get really access to the 14 to 25-year-olds. And yeah, it's a huge opportunity if you target those specific demographics.
So stop being surprised by esports' rise. It's no longer a niche phenomenon, but a mainstream big money mainstay.
All right, so let's kind of talk about what is esports. In some ways, it reminds me of like when I was younger and my brother would take over the TV playing Madden and I would have to watch. Now it's an industry, and you know, it's the world of competitive online gaming, and we have some cool images to show you how big this industry really is.
So thank you. I think what's amazing about this particular form of sports now is, I remember 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when it was a big deal that EA Sports figured out a way for players to play against each other when they weren't in the same room. Mm-hmm. That was a big deal, right? You could play with somebody in another location. Wow. Now you got, what is it, the Barclays Center in New York is the next, the last big event. The next video slide will show you the League of Legends, how big this is here in South Korea. I mean, it has become something totally, totally different. So if we look at who are the big players, we're going to kind of try to take this sport from 10,000 feet, and then we're going to dive down deeply and try to explain to you kind of who's making the money, who's making the games, who the audiences are, and that sort of thing, okay? So if we started off on the economic standpoint, the numbers would get really, really dizzying. But let's look at the players first, the key players, the stakeholders, okay? So if you look at this diagram, I think it is absolutely interesting to see how much money, if you follow the arrow will tell you who's making money, right? And where the money is going to. And if you start at the bottom, for instance, with the fans, right? The fans are spending money at competitions, they're buying the games through the publishers, they're sending also donations to individual players who need help to be able to afford to play games all day long. Okay? Right? Imagine sending LeBron James a few dollars, you know, just so he can play his dream sport, right? But that's what's going on, right? They're sending money to the teams, of course. They're buying merchandise to teams, right? So this is an interesting sort of ecosystem, right? And then if you look at the middle of the screen here, you see the competitions are created sometimes by one particular company, and then a third party comes in and creates the competitions. And that's where you see these big arenas being rented out, right? Sometimes the arenas themselves are now becoming the initiator. You see the sponsors, of course, the corporate sponsors at the top. Nobody wants to be left out of this game, right? So everybody wants to put their brand somewhere where there's traffic. The platforms themselves will start to jump in, right? The Twitch, the Facebooks, the YouTubes, right? So the game has to be played somewhere if it's going to be viewed and shared. So, and then who are really the players, right? Is it really these basement dwellers that people say, or is it just your friend, your family member, right? I don't know that they're just the, you know, sort of person that's in the basement that never comes out. It's not that person anymore, right? So if we look at the industry as a whole, let's look at stakeholders, right? So you have, first and foremost, game creators and publishers. I'm going to look at that first, okay? All right. There is a new publicly traded company, for instance, hoping to learn from the business model of another online gaming predecessor called poker. Blackridge Acquisition Corp has agreed to purchase a game creator called Allied Esports International, an esport entertainment company, and another WPT Enterprises, the creator of World Poker Tour, from a company called Our Game, for about $150 million. So the new company called Allied Esports will have an initial enterprise value of $214 million and trade on the NASDAQ. So this is not small potatoes we're not talking about. All right? The aim is to bring World Poker Tour business model for live events and media distribution to the burgeoning world of competitive video gaming, which is projected to grow to $1.7 billion by 2021. So game publishers create and distribute the video games. Their main revenue sources are game sales and sale of downloadable in-game content, right? So this gets deep, right? So not only are they making the game, they're also selling you things that you need to play the game. This is pretty smart. Publishers range from large, publicly traded companies that develop a variety of games in different genres, for instance, EA or Activision Blizzard, to privately held companies that create one or two key titles like Riot Games or Valve. So this key point, though, is because publishers create and own the game intellectual property, all other stakeholders are reliant on publisher approval, either directly or otherwise, to host competitions, broadcast streams, and even play the game. So then we look at the next layer on that ecosystem would be that tournaments, leagues, and organizers, okay? And so if we look at that, competitions are tournaments and leagues created and hosted by event organizers. Competitions are run either directly by game publishers, right, such as the Riot's League of Legends Champion Series or the Activision Blizzard's Overwatch League, or they're run by third parties, such as Turner's E-League and the Electronic Sports League, or they go by ESL. So third-party tournament organizers are relying on publisher permissions, and they obtain a license to broadcast a competition featuring the publisher's game. So just trying to understand, again, the relationship between where these events are coming from. Competitions make their income primarily through media rights fees, sponsorships, concessions, and ticket sales. So watched by tens of millions of people each year, the World Championship Finals of League of Legends, for instance, this year featured two squads battling it out at a 50,000-seat stadium in South Korea. Finally,
wait a minute. Can that just sink in for a minute? Maybe I'm too old school. But like this whole thing, even as I'm sitting here and I prepare for this is mind-blowing. And maybe it's not for you all because I'm a little bit more mature than at least a segment of the audience, but this is mind-blowing. And you all need to sort of grasp the opportunities around it, and we, you know, particularly as people of color, need to sort of think this through and what the implications are. I'm sorry, I just couldn't let that moment pass without an appropriate pause.
I can understand that because it's a lot to try to condense so that we can begin to talk about the sort of question that we have here this morning or this afternoon on the legal question with respect to the appropriation of our culture. But we need to first of all understand who it is we're talking about and what's going on, right? So finally called LOL, which is the League of Legends in short by fans, the PC game that has grown into the darling of a $13 billion global gaming industry. I mean, it's just not small potatoes. If we look at teams, okay, let's look at teams. And this is kind of one of the things that people don't understand. There's a lot of individual players, but then these players sign with teams, right? They're signing with teams, and often there's no union, there's no third party to kind of watch their back. So players are being signed to teams in different countries than where they live sometimes. Then they're being traded. And then you don't know, I mean, you sign with a team in Germany, you get traded to China, you have never met the people that you actually play for, you know, and they're controlling your rights, right? So it's a very interesting landscape. So esports teams are organizations which typically oversee multiple esports rosters under one unified brand. So the image, for instance, you know, or imagine, for instance, if the Dallas Cowboys competed in football, basketball, soccer, tennis, and rugby, right? those that are Cowboys fans in D.C., I know you're rare, but if you were here, oh, there's one. Imagine the Dallas Cowboys, though, playing in different sports, right? And also had content deals with retired sports stars, right? So that current state of the most successful professional esports teams, that's what's really going on right now. They are cross-genre. The household esports team names include, among others, Cloud9, Fnatic, Team Liquid, and Team Solo Mid. So these teams have accrued large fan followings and are able to impact all other stakeholders in this ecosystem, primarily through deciding whether the games that their organization will compete in. So you have some leverage if you're controlling, your brand is so powerful that you're controlling teams and players across different games. So this is one of the biggest differences between esports and traditional sports. An esport team can leverage its brand in a wide variety of different esports as opposed to being exclusively tied to a single game or league. Big teams attract big players and big fan bases, so this has historically been a major win for a lot of folks. While teams have traditionally made the majority of their money through sponsorships, the maturation of this industry is also diversifying its revenue streams. Revenue sharing of media rights, gate and concession sales, and the exclusive content distribution fees for platforms such as Twitch and Facebook are becoming the new norm.
I'm sorry. Dean Kroom said Twitch to me yesterday, and I pretended like I knew what it was.
What's that?
Can you just tell me what Twitch is? I just want to I can't hear that word one more time without understanding what it means.
So that leads me directly to where I'm going. So the next stakeholder in this whole world is the platforms, okay? So we talked about the players and teams, right? So the platforms. The platforms are streaming networks and social media platforms. That's what it is, right? Okay. Twitch has dominated this marketplace since it was founded, but for the first time in more than 5 years, it is facing meaningful competition from the likes of YouTube Gaming, Facebook, and Mixer. So platforms distribute both live and video on-demand content. They often sponsor teams, players, and competitions, both publisher and third-party run, in order to obtain exclusive broadcast rights to content. So you understand what Twitch is now. Right. So through team sponsorships, platforms also have access to the streams of professional players. So imagine Facebook live streaming LeBron James while he lifts weights at home or shoots free throws and plays pickup ball with his boys, right? So that would be an interesting sort of arrangement for Facebook, right? So platforms sell ads, custom content integrations, premium subscription services. So now let's look at the composition of the players, okay? As hard as it may be to imagine, when you look at traditional sports, you know, NFL and NBA, esports at its highest levels kind of really function in a similar way. In fact, in April, last April, the NBA held a draft for the launch of its new esports league centered around basketball-themed NBA 2K game, the franchise. So during the draft, 102 professional esports players were selected with all of the pomp and circumstance normally reserved for players on the court. And the Commissioner Silver was there and the whole bit. So colleges have even gotten into the action, right? More than 50 colleges right now have varsity esport programs, who give scholarships, by the way, recognized by a governing body called the National Association of Collegiate Esports. So when your child starts to play this game, you think too much. Fall back, let them play, and just see how good they might be first before you tell them, you know, drop that computer. Okay. So esports players, not unlike traditional athletes, can rake up big money. Tournaments can boast millions of dollars in prize money, which is typically split between the players on the winning teams. That means the world's very tip-top players can easily earn 7 figures in a year. 7 figures. I didn't stutter. 7 figures, right? High profile.
What's the typical age of these players?
I'm gonna get to that. It's coming. It's coming. You have great questions. So professional players maintain training schedules akin to professional athletes, right? I know it's hard to believe, but they do. They tell me that endurance is a big deal, right? So their average practice time is more than 10 hours per day. And it includes scrimmages, physical and mental training, and film study. Some players also often stream in their free time, so they can make money on their training, because if they're a big deal, people want to watch it, right? So those are the primary source of income, which is kind of my expertise in this whole business, is the income is salaries from their teams, right? And players have a variety of income sources, including, and here are the streaming ads, subscription revenues, prize money, individual sponsorships, like golfers would have a sponsor, right? Fan donations, that's tripping me out, that you send money to somebody that's your favorite athlete. That just doesn't, you can't even imagine that in other sports. And then merchandise sales, of course, right? So then we look at the brands. We look at the brands, the companies that are getting involved. And I'm trying to, we're going to land this plane in a minute, but I need you to understand the landscape is massive, okay? Brands are companies that sponsor within the esport ecosystem. They include Coca-Cola, Razer, Intel, T-Mobile, and others. Brand activations vary dramatically. Team sponsorships, platform ad runs, individual player partnerships, league competition sponsorships, and other situations. Brands within the ecosystem are often separated into two categories. Okay, I'm throwing a lot at you today, but stick with me. So you have endemic and non-endemic. Okay, endemic brands create products that gamers use in their competitive gaming endeavors. Like, instead of saying the mouse, it said mice, right? I said mice. Oh, but mice. Mouse, plural, right? The mouse. Keyboards, monitors, PCs, headsets, and others, right? So that's the endemic brand products. Then you have the non-endemic brand products that are the ancillary stuff, like the stakeholders use to reach, the stakeholders of the sponsors, of course, will use this platform to reach their stakeholders and the people in their target audiences. So these players are providing a conduit, right, to specific audiences. The brand investment in esports has significantly increased over the past few years. The esports market is young. 55% of the fans are 21 to 35, which doesn't sound that young, but that's 55%. Valuable, they're considered very valuable because their average household income is $76,000. And experiencing explosive growth throughout the West, 76% growth in the number of U.S. esports fans since between 2015 and 2016, it just kind of really blew up. So if we look at the audiences, okay, according to the report by Newzoo, a market analytics company, 380 million people worldwide will watch esports this year. 380 million people, including 165 million esports enthusiasts, a term that is described frequently by the viewers who watch frequently as opposed to the occasional viewer. The bulk of these enthusiasts watch from North America, China, and South Korea. Okay? So tournaments and other events can attract viewers, crowds that are ridiculous. 2017 League of Legends drew 80 million viewers, making it one of the most popular esports competitions. This past July, ESPN and Disney XD announced they secured a multi-year deal to broadcast Overwatch League, a brand new international league with 12 franchises centered around the incredibly popular multiplayer first-person shooter game, Overwatch. So when we talk about franchises that are international, now we're talking about the types of issues that we don't deal with when we have the NFL, the NBA, when all the teams are in one country, in one jurisdiction. Now you have multi-jurisdictional teams. For a lawyer, you're talking about a headache to try to regulate and govern, right? So basically, by the end of 2018, 1.6 billion people will have some knowledge of esports. That's more than 1/5 of the entire world's population. So what we're talking about is not small potatoes. So the legal landscape that my esteemed colleague Eva is going to help us attack is what's interesting and what brought us together today. And part of that is whether the game developer Epic's incorporation of popular dance moves into the design of the Fortnite video game is a form of cultural appropriation which violates the intellectual property rights of the dance creators unless a license is granted and money is paid to them. So EVA's going to attack that.
Just yelling. So moving into the legal playing field, we spoke a lot, Mason spoke a lot about how publishers make sure that they own their rights. They own every part of the game. They are, getting licenses from brands so that when you're playing a game and you see Coca-Cola or you see a brand present in that game, maybe you see Goodyear on the side of a tire, all of that stuff, they've gotten their license, they've gotten their money or for these uses, they own their stuff. So we want to start getting into the types of laws that play in there and how sometimes those laws aren't always protecting the cultures from which they are borrowing. The two laws, or the two areas of law, intellectual property law, that we're going to focus upon are copyright and publicity rights. And for those of you in, in your IP classes, you probably have a little bit of background on these. So copyright is, the exclusive legal right, or, these are some examples of copyrights. Dance moves being a question mark that we're going to leave because you've probably heard some of the cases that are popping up now in your news feed and on social media about various popular artists who their moves are being taken, and we're going to get into those later and discuss those cases. So we have designs, we have phrases, images, music. There's also, of course, software. There's, a lot of different published works are protected by copyright. And we'll move to the next slide a little bit. You know that a copyright gives the rights holder the right to exploit the use of that work. And that's the biggest part of it. Once you own it, you can sell it, you can license it. Licensing is money. I'm sorry, we'll go back one slide. We are going to talk a little bit more about dance moves because that is going to be a bigger part of our discussion and how you own a copyright in a dance. Formal choreography can sometimes be dance if you can fix it into a form. If you can record it, if it's very specific, if it requires a trained artist to do it. These are all things that the Copyright Office is going to look at in determining if your dance can be protected by copyright. But they have certain things that they say are not copyright protectable, and these are things that might raise a few eyebrows. Some might be, on that list include social dances. So your folk dances, your line dances, the electric slide, that's not protected by copyright. Your athletic moves, so if you have a special tennis swing that you always do, or when you shoot your basketball shot, you use a certain technique of, 2 steps to the right and then leave with a hook. You can't protect that by copyright. A few other things, commonplace movements, which, what does that really mean? And also routine things that our people do. So if you do a 2-step to the right and 2 steps to the left when you go out to the nightclub, you might not be able to get a registration for that specialized move. But once again, these are things that a lot of people may do, but sometimes we know that dancing can be a very creative act, and we see people, do various dances, and, if you went out tonight, you might see a move that you'd never seen before, and you'd say, man, that's really creative. How did he think of that? But that doesn't mean that he could get, or the dancer would have specialized protections over the moves that he or she was doing. And that's part of how these types of moves can be used without permission. So we'll turn now to publicity rights, which is the second area of law that we're going to really think about today as we look at some of these cases of possible cultural appropriation or infringement. Publicity rights, I don't know if this is a real shirt, but that would be an example of the use of someone's publicity rights. It's the right of an individual to control the commercial use of his or her name, image, likeness, or equivocal aspects of one's identity. You probably saw when you came in today there was a sign up that said, we're videotaping and you're going to be, so if they wanted to sell this, that's their way of getting your permission. I don't think they are, but it's still getting a publicity rights release. That's the point of the sign that you see or when you sign the form out front. And publicity rights are protected in various ways. There's common law, there's statute. What there isn't is a federal law. There's no widespread protection of your right to exploit your own image. And that's what makes publicity rights a very difficult and tricky issue. A secondary issue that makes it tricky is that copyright law kind of can trump other laws if it's arguably protectable by copyright. Big cases you may have heard of for publicity right, we'll talk about a little bit later, but think about impersonators. When you see someone doing an impersonation on Hollywood Walk of Fame, are they using someone's publicity rights? Think about when you see on social media, the paparazzi are constantly taking pictures of celebrity as they walk past. They're definitely making money, but do we know if is that a publicity rights violation? It's definitely a use of publicity rights, but we'll think about whether or not that's a violation or not. And using someone's voice, using just various aspects of what makes you you, that's your publicity rights. And so just keep that in mind as we move forward in the conversation.
Can I just want to ask a question here. That picture, can we go back one?
Sure.
So to me, this person is always Carlton. I can't even sort of, like recall his, but he's Carlton to me. And for those of us who know from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, that's a big deal, right? Like his name in my mind is sort of like a brand, and then similarly associated with and kind of a logical sort of extension of that is the Carlton dance, right? So I want to make sure we kind of get into that as well.
Oh, we're definitely going to get into the Carlton dance, and I think that's the one probably most of you in the room, if you have kept any tabs on this open issue, that's one of the big cases that's happening right now. I mean, publicity rights, like I said, is tricky. How you protect it depends kind of on the state where you live. Do you have any rights there? The state where the act took place. You try and get cases placed in California, but given national media, you can usually put a case there if someone made money there. So we'll turn to some of the defenses. And we're labeling the defenses as obstacles to overcome, because as we said, the publisher, they're getting their money, and when you or an individual whose rights are being used are attempting to raise an issue, these are the defenses that are going to be coming up, that they're going to say, actually, no, we can do this. One of them is the fair use defense. So if you've been taking copyright, there's 4 elements. The purpose or character of the use, is it used to critique, a parody, various reasons like that. The nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the portion taken. Did you take my entire piece, or did you just use a quick snippet to make so that people could understand what you were talking about? Another purpose is for educational purposes. So, CNN, we used your video for educational purposes. The effect of the use upon the potential market for the original. So that means if what you created now makes it so that what I created, I can't sell it anymore because yours is now taking all of my money, that's a problem. And so it's going to be a balancing test, and the difficult thing about fair use is that we can look to past cases to try and help us understand how a new case might come out, but sometimes it's a little up in the air because it's a balancing test. It's not a clear cut, the law says if you do X, then this happens. So that makes it a little more difficult when you fight your fight, And so those are copyright fair use. There's also arguments in the publicity rights sector as well as First Amendment. So, there's a lot of yelling about First Amendments these days. I can say what I want to say, and you can't tell me I can't because it's my First Amendment right. One way First Amendment comes up, particularly with publicity rights, is going to be newsworthiness. So once again, we go back to paparazzi are taking the pictures of celebrities on the streets, and you wonder, how can someone just keep chasing and harassing people and making money off of these images? Well, there's an argument that it's newsworthy. And I guess every time someone clicks on it, we support that argument. Another part of it is, for publicity rights, we have issues with, there's a few tests for publicity rights. So Grimaldi is a case that came out. People call it the Rogers test, the Grimaldi test. It was in a situation where a movie was made called Rogers, and was it Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers? So a movie came out. Ginger Rogers didn't like they used her name to make the movie. and the court ended up not siding with her because they felt that it was only a violation if it was wholly unrelated, but it was kind of just using a name to relate to the fact that someone was dancing in the same way that she would dance. And so that kind of hurt publicity rights fights. You know, now you can use my name to reference kind of how I do what I do. That, you know, and some people didn't appreciate that, one being people who hold publicity rights or who attempt to enforce them. We all hold them, but celebrities are more likely to attempt to enforce them. And then another one is transformative. It's very similar in that, did you really change it? Is it the same? Once again, we're thinking about parodies, impersonations. If you dress up like someone and dance around, do I really think it's them? Do I think that you're commenting on them, or do I think that you're trying to steal the show? Like if you're an impersonator and you go out and you say you're Lady Gaga, I spend the money because I think I'm going to see Lady Gaga, that's a problem. If I spend the money thinking I'm seeing someone who's going to dance up and like put meat on because they're making a joke of it, that's a different issue. And so it's, once again, it's always going to be a balancing test and a discussion that the court's going to have. And these are, IP is kind of can be a difficult area to predict sometimes if the cases aren't supporting you and there isn't a lot of case law behind you. Publicity rights is one of those areas because it's not a national thing and it varies state to state. You have to always, where were they born? If they're dead, where did they die? Where did they live most of their life? Let's look at each of these states. Which states have something to say about this? What do they say? And if they say anything, some of them also say they expire. So maybe you died too long ago for your family to do anything about the fact that now we're using your rights. Martin Luther King's family is kind of notoriously known for enforcing his publicity rights. They will come after you. Don't put his face on a shirt without permission. That's kind of just a rule of thumb there. So now I think let's turn to a few of the cases that we've been hearing about in the news. These are all, you know, Fortnite has these characters that like to dance, apparently. And based on what you all have heard, this is 2 Millie, who apparently his real name is Terrence Ferguson. He's suing Epic for use of his Millie Wop in the game. I can't, but can you? Okay.
Is that it? Okay.
Oh, yeah. There. Oh, see.
I can do the Carlton.
That's the floss.
Yep. The shoot. Yeah. So what the people upstairs are missing is the dance show we have downstairs. So the Millie Wop, we have one of the big things with copyright law is that if you really want to get money on a copyright suit, you need to have filed for a registration because statutory damages are often far greater than what you can prove as actual damages. You can get up to, you know, what, $300,000, I believe, $30,000, and sometimes it can be troubled, but you actually need that registration. And if you didn't have the registration, it's hard to actually get good money out of, you know, the suit. How do you say that you were actually damaged by this guy dancing the Millie Wop in the Fortnite? I'm sure that his lawyer has an argument, but it's a little more difficult, which is, yeah, that's the issue.
They registered, they filed the application to register the day before.
They filed the suit.
They definitely, I don't know what.
They slept on it.
Yeah. They didn't file the registration until the day before they decided to sue, so that's going to be an issue for them.
It's definitely an issue that's popping up for them because you sued us, and maybe one of the issues is, you remember that social dancing, you know, carve out that they have. So if Epic can argue that, who knew this guy created the dance? I just see kids doing it on the street all the time. They wind their arms up and throw it, and so I had my character do it, you know? That's going to be something that's difficult to overcome, which, you know, cases like this continue to allow little bits and pieces of the culture to be appropriated.
So I have a question along those lines, because I've been thinking about this too, and the copyright law is pretty strict, right, in terms of being able to make a prima facie case that there's been a violation. But then you just sort of take it back from a cultural perspective. And I have not touched Fortnite. It lives in my house somewhere, but I haven't even watched the game, and I'm embarrassed to say that as a parent and say it while we're streaming. But I'm just being realistic. the fact of the matter is, my sense is that part of the appeal of the games is when the kids or whomever is doing the games can make the connection to the culture, because it makes it more relevant. So how do we as social engineers and people who are impacted and have continued to be impacted, you sort of had the Redskins and that culture, appropriation in sort of traditional sports, and now it's sort of like another bruise at the esports level. How do we begin to sort of drive the law so that it sort of applies that lens? Like, it's not so much like, I have to prove that I originated this, but like the fact that the kids can sort of relate to this sort of dance makes the sort of experience more meaningful. Like, how can we sort of weave that into the discussion and dialogue as the law continues to develop in this area?
Well, I think that one of the big things is that knowledge is power. So perhaps had Terrence Ferguson, to Millie, filed earlier and taken the rights before the issue blew up, maybe that would be one way. No guarantee, but at least then his dance would have been his dance before it became the dance that like 4-year-olds were doing. One moment, there's mics floating.
My name is Anthony Williams. So my question about, because I've been actually writing on this issue, and so for the future, I guess to implement it, since the problem is that in copyright law, the definition of choreographic works, and I know that you were explaining that. So wouldn't it just behoove us to just kind of change the definition of choreographic works to include things that are socially relevant? So, and then to tack on to that, why did he have to file? I thought with copyrights, all it has to do is be original, creative, and your own work. It doesn't have to actually be filed. Like, you just, as soon as it's out there. So I didn't understand, why did he need to file?
So yeah, once something is fixed into a permanent form, it's technically, you can claim to have rights in it. But before you bring a federal lawsuit, you need to have the registration. So that was the distinction with that second part of your question. The first part, we can certainly lobby to change the law, but I think some of it is also those that are interpreting the law and how they view the culture and how they view, why would ballet be considered a more trained or unique dance style than his Millie Wop, or another dance that one might consider a cultural dance.
But the ballet is not in the Fortnite, to be clear. So I think that's the point that we're struggling with, is that things are...
Go ahead, Charlie.
Charlie.
So we have you on this panel as a thought leader, you and Mason. So as a minority attorney that's familiar with this area, what is it that you can do? What is it that we can do right now, setting a plan to stop that? Because we all know, based on social justice, Epic and Fortnite is making millions, maybe billions off of these dances, and then they're renaming them. And there's going to be a generation that thinks that the Millie Wop or the Carlton is not the Carlton. They're going to have another name for it. We know it's cultural appropriation. What you just said was key. And what Anthony said was key as well. Well, we can try to lobby for an interpretation, but the people that are interpreting the laws, they still have, we know they're probably a little bit gray in the head, and they value other cultures higher than they value cultures now. So my question is, as a thought leader, what do you guys think we should do, and how can we start this initiative to even lobby for these people? Like, I imagine this Terrence Ferguson is probably broke or close to broke. He's not rich because, you have your one-hit wonder, and it's done. We know the music industry takes money from these artists that are not familiar with the business. So what can we do?
Well, that's a very simple question with a very complicated answer, I believe. On layers, I think it's going to take a combination from legislators to lobbyists to judges. I mean, basically, you're talking about the dismantling of copyright as it is today, because if the things that I've read about this whole thing on whether or not a social dance can be protected, you'd have to decide then that all social dances should be protected. And if the fact that everyone can do it easily is what I've been reading, right? What are you shaking your head no for?
No, if you tried the floss and some of these other dances, it ain't that easy to do it right. Yeah, I mean, but if it's making money, if there's a justification for an interpretation.
But the principle I'm talking about, if the principle that as we know it is that it has to be of some particular complexity that everyone can't just copy it in their social time, and you know, whether or not you can get somebody running to the courthouse and actually protect it or put it on a video, as 2 Millie says, his video he's hoping is going to be the work that has been fixed to that will require, as required by the formula. We'd have to all decide, though, and change the way that the principle of the law is, because the principle is saying social dances are not going to be protected like that. And so we'd have to somehow come to a point where we all agree that they would be, and the person that, you know, beats the other person to the courthouse is the one that has to be paid. You know, that's going to be a difficult thing, I believe.
I think also, just as each of you are finishing Howard Law, just becoming voices in the room, I think that part of that is helpful. I have had the opportunity from here and there to speak up when I've seen, you know, I do a lot of advertising work. So if I see something, and I do privacy work, so if I see a survey, sometimes I am one of the people who recognizes that, you know, this survey wouldn't be anonymous if I filled it out, you know, because there aren't a lot of people who have my similar characteristics. So once I've checked about 3 boxes, you know exactly all of my answers, and it's no longer anonymous. So I think becoming a voice in the room is one way to help this. Another way is that we use our social power. I mean, you see some of the fashion boycotts are occurring, and I think that's another way. If no one's outraged, then what's the problem? If 2 Millie's the only one mad.
Well, let me just add also, I think it might be related, is that we need to do all that we can to educate the athlete, the entertainer, whoever in our community, the dancer, the entertainer, that they do have rights, but they have to go through certain procedures to protect their rights to the best of their ability. Right? There's no guarantee you're going to get a copyright on something, but you should go through the steps and try your best. Now, you said the Carlton was not successful.
Well, so let's go to the next slide, because we're kind of, all of these, so we have the Carlton, we'll click to the next slide as well, but then we'll come back to the Carlton and the floss. But we'll go back to the Carlton because it's the better dance. And actually, I think it's the most, I think the Carlton is actually the most difficult of all 3 dances if I were to try and coordinate my feet with my arms in the way that Carlton does so beautifully. He wasn't able to get a registration for this. You know, then that's actually what was stated in the motion to dismiss his case. You know, it's ongoing, it's fighting. That motion to dismiss, this news came out on Wednesday of this week. So it's still ongoing, and I think that it's an interesting discussion of these cases with all of you, especially those of you who have a little background or have been reading up on some IP law, on how you think, once again, we have our thoughts on how we can move the ball forward, but also your thoughts will be helpful as we continue to move the ball forward.
And one final thought on that is that when we come to advising the talented person in our community, the other thing is, for instance, a lot of athletes, and I've been representing a lot of professional athletes who like tattoos and don't realize that they need to make sure that they own the tattoo before they go on a GQ magazine spread or Black Enterprise or whatever, or Sports Illustrated, and then the tattoo artist calls them and says, well, where's my royalty? Because you paid me a flat fee, you thought, for the actual design, but now you are publishing it all over the world, I want my piece. So athletes need to know that they, when they purchase this tattoo, they have to do it and buy the rights as well, not just the design. And they don't know that.
Those 2 questions. Yeah, so really quickly, my question was in terms, my name is Sean Davis. I work at National Consumers League as a data security and tech policy fellow. My question was, as the brother mentioned, in terms of coming up with some type of game plan. To me, the law is all about definitions, and there are so many spaces where our definitions can shape or can help win or lose an argument. And so would it make more sense to stop necessarily calling it cultural appropriation and call it theft or call it whatever legal definition that it would apply, so as to then be able to take an actual suit when we see dances or hairstyles or brands or logos or even phrases, which is, I think, is the most common thing that is used in any type of advertisement campaign.
No, that's a beautiful statement, and because I think that one of the biggest things you can do is to control the dialogue, and I think you all probably learned that in your moot court class. You define the case before the other side does, and then once you've defined it as this major violation, when they try to use a different word, it's not the word that the court's using, or it's not the word that the jury is using. So yeah, you're correct. If we call it infringement, you infringed my dance instead of appropriated my culture. I mean, we can use the language of the majority instead of saying that you've stolen a piece of the minority. And sometimes that does help to get through. I know your hand's been up for a few.
Thanks. Derek Maltzby, law clerk at Dick McAmey and 2L at Duquesne University School of Law. My question comes more to specific to the Terrence Ferguson case. Prior to Fortnite appropriating his dance move, there was 2 other phenomenons that made the dance move popular, more popular than his original music video did, which was first the social media personality made a viral video of her doing it in different places around the world. And then a second time, a song called Magnolia by Playboi Carti, in which he does the dance and says, I'll Millie Rock on any block, over and over and over again. And there was no suit brought forth, and Terrence Ferguson didn't say anything. So does that hurt his case here, that he didn't bring this up in those 2 instances, let this phenomenon happen, and then now is trying to? I mean, just from a side of, it is a social phenomenon, it is a cultural thing.
I would say, I don't know, I think that it would have strengthened his case for sure had he been a more aggressive policer of his IP. And you'll see, like I said, Martin Luther King's family polices his publicity rights, and that's part of why they're so strong. And that's part of why you won't create a shirt with his face on it. And had he policed, maybe they wouldn't have. Yeah.
Well, just quickly, because Charlie suggested that perhaps we might a little bit closer. Yeah, usually people are asking me to be quiet, so this is not Charlie. Okay, so just quickly, the question that was up before us to what can be done to improve the situation. I mean, because that's largely what we do here in terms of IP at Howard. We do it from a social justice perspective. Really, I would think the first step is to take a page out of Charles Hamilton Houston's book, because his approach was to deal with it on at least a 3-pronged basis. First, some of the ideas that are being talked about here, like what Mason was saying about, okay, well, you have to change the basic principles as to whether or not certain moves can be covered by IP protection. Those arguments need to be made by the IP scholars, right? We have to get that stuff down on print, as many of us here at Howard Law School do. What happens then is that other law professors also pick it up, which has been happening over the last 10 years. And then what happens is that's how you get that information in front of judges. Because when a lawyer has no other argument, when the law doesn't work, they pick up a law review article and they make that argument to a judge, right? And if a judge likes it, well, the judge can incorporate those principles into her legal opinions. At the same time that you're doing that, we also have to approach it from the other side of the spectrum. And that is to deal with the fact that, all right, if certain principles our activities don't fit those principles, well, what we do is we have to engage in a comprehensive program of what I call IP empowerment community education, of letting people understand, all right, that, for example, certain fixed choreography can have copyright protection. So what we have to do is we have to make certain that a person who has come up with a new dance, a person who isn't sitting here in law school, but through these community education programs that we're a part of, to let people know that, okay, what I tell them all the time, before you put it online, this is what you need to do, right? Do I need to get a copyright registration for every rap that I come up with? No, but what you can do is you put them all in a drawer, and when you're ready to share them with folk, then you can go and you get a copyright registration for your collected volume of raps, right? And then you just pay one registration fee. But then the third and final piece that Charles Houston utilized so well is to also make certain that you have community activism on a broad basis, right? I mean, we know that the civil rights movement was fought both in the courts, but also on the streets, right? The example that I think of is that we recently had many victories in terms of college sports teams' avatars, right? And it was determined that in those EA cases that those students were entitled to control their avatars when they were being used by EA. It was a much better decision that was made later in the California District Court. This was the antitrust case. Mason, you probably know which one I'm talking about. Right?
O'Bannon?
Yes, O'Bannon, right? The thing of it is that it got overturned on an antitrust technicality at the appellate court on the rule of reason that could have been interpreted the other way. But why was it not interpreted the other way? Because what you were talking about when you said earlier that we need to know that more than just those people are angry about it. Had we had a movement on behalf...
They had no point of reference, they said, as to figuring out, you know, what kind of monetary damage. No point of reference, really.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is that had we had a movement in the community about people being organized and angry about the way in which students' avatars were being exploited, I don't think that the Court of Appeals would have been so easily to utilize the rule of reason to overturn what happened in the district court. So really, it's Charles Hamilton Houston's three-pronged approach. And lastly, what you said about tattoos, African-American law professor Yolanda King will be here in 2 weeks, who has written the definitive work on that and is pushing that issue through the courts right now. So for those of you who don't get enough today, come back in 2 weeks and be right here.
Well, I think, yeah, definitely come back in 2 weeks and we'll go.
And then Professor Carl.
I'm just considering from this situation whether a multi-level approach. So while this might not be considered choreographic, it is something that's recognizable by someone. I mean, you show the dance, I know that it's culture. So I would argue that trademark should be an avenue that should be pursued. I mean, if Paris Hilton can get that's hot register. Something like this dance should be registrable as a trademark if it's, you know, synonymous with a person as a service or a brand, with his brand.
I agree with you that he should be able to get the copyright. Trademark is a little different in that you would have to connect it to specific goods or services. And I forget what she got that's hot on. Do I know? Yeah. But I could definitely look into it. But I definitely agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. And there have been some successful publicity rights cases. Michael Jordan also, we'll flip just quickly to a win before we end. Michael Jordan, he won. There was a grocery store that used his, essentially was congratulating him, but they didn't say anything really about their products. It was really just a use of his indicia, things that suggested Michael Jordan. And they used that in an ad, and he saw the ad, and he sued. And here's the outcome, $8.9 million for a congratulations Michael Jordan ad.
Dean?
Good afternoon. Thank you. This has been incredibly helpful in ways that you can't even imagine. Actually, Mason knows why it's been incredibly helpful. But I want to challenge, okay, I get the cultural appropriation, misappropriation thing, but they're also sort of generational things. So I'm understanding that I am among the elder group in this audience. Why do I say that? Because I remember Carlton doing the dance, but Carlton was parodying, quite honestly, what, when I was growing up, was they were making fun of how Carlton performed his blackness, right? So he was actually imitating
American Bandstand.
American Bandstand, right? And in particular, a move by women on American Bandstand. So I guess part of the question is, for the sake of the argument, how do we determine that Carlton, as it were, actually has a right to claim that dance as his when he, in fact, was imitating something that we had all seen on American Bandstand, which is different from, let's say, the wobble, right? Because I think that that's sort of where Professor Mtima was going. But then the other thing is, all right, what do you do when you go from, I'm old, the bus stop to the electric slide, right? Because it's the same moves. We just call it something different every time we get another generation of people who are too young to remember when their parents did it. But then you find out that your parents know the dance because they were doing it long before you were even thought of, you know? So it's sort of like, I appreciate sort of where it's going, but I wonder, and this is specific to the dance moves piece, right? With the exception of something like the wobble, at what point do you say this is the origination of it, and from that point forward, right, characterize it rather than let somebody come sort of in the middle, claim it, popularize it for people who may in fact be paying attention right now, and then by virtue of having been in the right place at the right time, they then are able to, like Carlton, who is not,
Alfonso Ribeiro.
There you go. You're able to, like him, then name that move yours, you know?
But what's different than what you're saying than a recording artist, like a Luther Vandross, pick an old song and redo it better than the old song was, or at least his audience receives it better than the old audience received that artist's rendition of it, and make a bunch of money as a copyright. So I don't know what the difference would be, really. I think it's a different interpretation at a different time, and I think it's possible myself.
So this has been a lively discussion, and I'm glad that we kind of got to the Charles Hamilton Houston sort of approach and thought process around this. This would only happen at, you know, Howard University School of Law. Let's let this be the beginning of a dialogue, and I think that there were a lot of things that were raised here about sort of what we sort of tie to, how are we hanging it, but let's also sort of not forget like the implications, and I think what comes down for me is just like, you don't want to feel like a community is being used or a person is being used without some sort of recompense. But thank everyone for their time, great panel, thanks for our panelists.
No, I don't know if they have a PowerPoint. Go to. I used the name would always pop up. How'd I do? Oh, you did great, man.
Okay. If we could get everybody to sit down for our next panel. I've been the designated timekeeper, so don't be mad at me. I'm trying to keep us all on schedule, and we're just a little behind. So we're going to get started. Jonathan is going to kick us off.
All righty. Tell me, start. All right, if everybody could take their seat. This is one of those Microsoft feel-good moments. If you happen to catch the Super Bowl commercials, I know the Super Bowl wasn't worth watching, but if you happen to catch the Super Bowl commercial, we like to show the impact that we have on the community, and this is one of those videos in this panel. I'm getting out the way.
One of the first questions is, what is your purpose? Why are you here? For what purpose have you entered this world?
I 100% believe he was put in this position at this time for this reason. Houston needed him now.
I grew up in this city, area of Houston called Acres Home. Mom, dad, and 9 siblings. That's where I was born and raised. And quite frankly, that's where I still live. My mom was a maid. My dad worked as a painter for 31 years. Weekends, he was out there cutting people's yards with his boys. When we were out cutting people's yards, my dad would slip, fall, but we thought, he was just getting old, And then around the house, you would see him slip, fall, grab a piece of furniture, pull himself up. My mom never said anything. He never complained. He worked until the very end. My dad died when I was 13 of cancer. It's hell to be poor. And if given an opportunity, I wanted to change that. But my mom's favorite statement was, tomorrow will be better than today. No matter how challenging the times may be, it will get better. That's applicable to today. In fact, I've applied it every step of the way, through college, through law school, law firm, the legislature, being mayor city of Houston. No one person can make it happen. I don't care who you are. Both my mom and my dad emphasized the fact, we're all in this together.
He doesn't believe that anybody can get somewhere by themselves. 2 brains are always better than 1 kind of thing. And so he's very big on collaborations.
The reason we wanted to do a smart city initiative here, every city has its own fingerprint, and this one is very unique. It is one of the largest, most diverse cities in the country, as well as having had natural disasters with Hurricane Harvey last year, and that's something that we really wanted to help people here and focus on.
We have an obligation that as we move forward, that we don't try to restore what used to be. We build forward to make their communities, their neighborhoods stronger and more resilient. One of the things that I'm excited about is working with Microsoft to build that much more resilient city.
In these early stages of smart cities, you kind of have to have this really strong management team, right? You have Mayor Turner at the helm with a great vision, and his team from the CIO all the way to the finance ministers have been really excellent.
3 most promising solutions that we're working on. One, of course, will be disaster recovery and response.
Whether it's police, fire, and medical staff having the same view on where people are in need, or where volunteers are located to help those people, this platform gives on-the-fly access to real-world information and allows communication between those involved in the recovery effort.
make buildings and schools safer for the millions of people that live and work here every day?
Essentially, it allows first responders the ability to identify and address threats to the community more quickly by leveraging disparate pieces of data collected across multiple systems throughout the city.
With connected buses, we can not only get people access to the internet that may not have had it in the past, or make workers more efficient on their way to work, but we can also make the bus drivers safer.
Becoming a smarter city is more than just the devices and the sensors. It's about creating an environment that allows each individual to connect with the city and the city to connect with each citizen.
The thing I love about working in IoT and smart technologies is it's about improving people's lives. When we come to a city like this, I think about, hey, what would I want my family to have access to? In the event of a natural disaster, how would I have wanted the city to prepare for my kids or for my wife? Those are the kind of things that help me get up every morning and be extremely excited about what I do.
People want to know from their leaders, they want to know that you know what you're doing. Communication, communication, communication.
I've been mayor now for 3 years, and we've gone through a lot of things in 3 years. From those challenges, there have been so many rewards.
You're doing so many wonderful things in this city. I am very proud of you.
You never know how strong you are until you test it.
I owe a great deal to this city. It's a great city to me and to my family.
And what's the meaning of saying you're strong until you're challenged?
So we continue to move forward to make it even better, stronger than what it has ever been.
This city is a testament to what my mom said. Tomorrow will be better than today.
That's a great video. That's a great video. My name is Jonathan Beckham. I'm going to introduce two speakers here from Microsoft. The first, to my right, directly here, is Ramel Mitchell. He currently serves as the Public Affairs and Citizenship Director for the Central U.S. In his Public Affairs and Citizenship capacity, Ramel is responsible for philanthropic and community affairs investments for 18 states. He's responsible for building public-private partnerships, as well as industry consortiums comprised of federal, state, and local government entities, academic institutions, Fortune 500 companies, and nonprofit organizations. He's got a very long bio here, so I'm only giving you a small piece of this, but welcome, Ramel. Direct seated next to Ramel is Cameron Carr. Cameron is the Director of IoT Strategy. Both of these gentlemen were featured in the video. He's the Director for IoT Strategy and Scale for Microsoft. He focuses on the broad scalability, ease of delivery for IoT globally. And this includes things like collaboration with global system integrators and other IoT channel players, as well as the creation of broad IoT initiatives such as those for smart cities and new Microsoft IoT products. So welcome, Cameron. So we'd like you guys to talk a little more about your roles at Microsoft with the City of Houston and in this public-private ecosystem. As we know, the public sector is a huge player in the technology ecosystem, in the IoT ecosystem. We have a couple of lawyers from Microsoft who you probably already met who are very active in the space, Daphne Forbes and Charlie Bingham. So I'd love for you guys to tell us a bit more about what's behind that video, what Microsoft products are involved and how they fit into making tomorrow a better day for Houston.
All right. Guys, can you hear me? All right, so first, let me just say thank you for allowing us to be here today. This has been awesome. I really enjoyed our previous conversation. I came here thinking that we would have this type of conversation, but didn't realize that I would leave with information and knowledge about how to copyright a dance. So this has been good. Long story short, so our role, now I'll just start back. I'm not sure whether or not we mentioned this at the start here today, but one of the things that we have
at Microsoft is a really true commitment to empowering our communities. In fact, our mission is to empower every organization and individual on the planet to achieve more. And so as we start thinking about that, as we engage with our customers, whether they're in the enterprise space or whether they're in public sector, the thing that we think oftentimes is how do we make an impact in that organization? How do we make an impact in that community? Our work is really around making an impact. And in this particular case, in the city of Houston, we have an opportunity to really build a deep relationship across the community with the mayor that has a vision for the city that's focused on innovation, that's focused on taking Houston from just the energy capital of the world, but capitalizing on other markets like space systems, ports, and logistics. Looking at the world's largest medical center. How do you utilize all of that data? So our work in the city of Houston really kind of centered on the notion that we had a mayor, we have a city that's going to be the third largest city in the U.S. that wants to do something that will be impactful and that will depend highly upon data and information in order to make it a city for innovation. And so from a citizenship and public affairs standpoint, it kind of fit right in. The upside with that is that we have a really great device team as well, focused on IoT, focused on really building solutions and building and leveraging our platform to drive that. And so Cameron can speak towards the IoT play within the city.
Sure. And you know, before I get started on that, I just kind of, because we're at Howard, I think it's pretty stark and it's noticeable in the video. There's a lot of melanin in that video, right? And this is something that is new that has not been done anywhere else in the world. We're blazing new ground, and it is naturally. We're not doing this on purpose. Ultimately, both of Ramel's senior leadership people are African American. The mayor is African American. The people that are driving this are. And I only bring that up. I'm not, talking bad about anybody else. I'm just saying that we don't always have the opportunity to see groundbreaking things that that are coming from scratch being highlighted from our people. So I wanted to just kind of start that off. But with regard to IoT and smart cities, really, IoT is the convergence of the physical world and the digital world. That's how I always talk about it. So it's taking sensors, it's taking video feeds, it's taking robotics and drones and all of these things that exist in the physical world and making it digitized so that you can use the power and infrastructure of computers in the cloud to do things that we as humans on our own can never do. And so when we talk about the value of IoT, it's around changing the physical environment with which we live or making it more efficient and effective. And so the ultimate test of that is smart cities. It is changing civilization and how we interact with our world as humanity. So, at the end of the day, you have to boil it down to why do you do that? Why does humanity and why does civilization exist? And it is to improve the lives of those people that are in it. And so that's why we always start off with that as the focus. And certainly as you see from the video, that's where we started off with Houston, just understanding what the people wanted, what they care about, who they are, and going from there.
So in specific terms, there are a lot of examples of what's going on in smart cities from an IoT perspective. Can you talk about some of those? Some are future-oriented. A lot of them are here today in one way or the other. Let's talk about how it's impacting lives specifically, if you can.
Sure, I can get started. I mean, there are a lot of things that we can talk about, but one thing I think people always want to hear about is this extremely grandiose stuff and the stuff, having robots flying out of the sky and cooking dinner for you and all that. But the reality, the most impactful stuff a lot of times is what we call the lowest hanging fruit. So one of those things is city Wi-Fi on buses. That's one of the reasons that we started. We have currently 25 initiatives going on in Houston, and the first one was Wi-Fi on buses because of the low-hanging fruit and the impact that it would have. So one, it's reducing congestion in traffic because people are more willing to take the bus because you can be productive on it, as well as you're giving Wi-Fi access to a lot of demographic that doesn't necessarily have Wi-Fi access, and that is a huge, in this modern world, divide. If you can't get internet, you're toast. What are you going to do? And so that was another reason why we wanted to start with that.
You know, the other thing, when we first started this project, we had a great conversation with the mayor. One of the things that he said was, we want to do something, we want to go big. We don't want to do things that are incremental. And so when we think about doing things that are big, that means that we're going to probably do some things that we haven't done before, right? The city hadn't done it before. Microsoft hadn't done it before. So we're doing some really epic stuff for the first time with the city in partnership. And so Cameron, in one of the first meetings, said something that we continue to repeat, and that is, every city thinks that they're a smart city, and that every city that is a smart city is actually a different type of smart city. Now, he said it a little bit more eloquently than that, but I think you get the gist. But the point here was that not only were we looking at this from a technology standpoint, technology plays a role. We provide a platform, we provide an infrastructure, but the other piece of a truly smart city in this particular case was looking at the other needs of the city, right? And so the mayor talked about he lives in Acres Home, right? And so there are 5 other communities that are very similar to that. It's almost, it's one of those areas where it's been historically digitally disconnected, where you don't have the same access to technology or information, where there are in some of those areas some crime rates that are difficult. So what we wanted to do was not only just focus on the technology side, but also look at building capacity for a truly smart city. Because a truly smart city isn't just one that's connected by devices, but really you have to look at what is our employment and talent pipeline look like? What does our education system look like? What are we doing in order to create a a workforce that's ready for today? And so when we think about this kind of all together. We think about this holistically, so that every market that the mayor and that his team and that the others from other city leaders have looked at can all benefit from this, right? And so it's kind of a form follows function type of model, where what we are putting in, we know will have an impact across the entire city, not just to put technology in for technology's sake.
And I'll add one more solution, because I think everybody probably does want one of the cooler ones. But one solution that we're pretty proud of that we'll be announcing more broadly is a school safety solution. So it's an IoT solution that would be in the schools, where it's connected to an array of sensors, and you'll have a light, let's say a light right up there in the corner, and they'll be in every classroom. So those lights know where they are, and they can change color to any color on the spectrum. And they're connected to an array of sensors in the building. So one sensor could be outdoor air quality, right? That is, it's actually a very dangerous scenario for kids with certain conditions of the lungs. If you go outside on bad weather days, you can die. And so you can do things like automatically have those lights right before recess turn purple. And those kids know they shouldn't go out today. And that's not, I mean, it's very simple, but it's something that is not available today, and kids have died. And then obviously some other sensors that could be used that we try to keep the narrative away from, but obviously, it's very impactful, clearly, is shot spotters. So understanding if a gunshot has gone off, and then immediately sending information to the authorities, having local school presence know what's going on, being able to track, how many, where they are, what the path is, and then you have an application that allows those students to either immediately get an alert. So the lights in the rooms, if you're, let's say, in this wing of the building, would turn red. If you're maybe in that building over there or in another wing, they turn yellow. And the application tells you, hey, this is what we know, and then you are able to feed that information back in, because so many of the casualties that happen in school shootings are because of lack of information. And really, this whole thing only takes about 4 or 5 minutes. So having that immediate access to information will, absolutely save lives as well as give tactical information to first responders.
And this sector is something that touches on everyone or will affect all of us. And you've given a great picture of Houston and how it's impacting the society there. I mean, there are future technologies such as autonomous vehicles that are going to increase the amount of data that flows through the city infrastructure. So this is a growing sector. It intersects closely with, the mobile world, the 5G connectivity, and what you guys do as a platform provider. So I think it's great to have your perspective for this important sector. We have lawyers and lawyers to be in the room, so we do want to talk about your work with Charlie and Daphne and how you've intersected with lawyers, and you guys are very familiar with policy issues and ethical issues and all that, so maybe we could delve into some of that. You want to start, Cameron?
Yeah, absolutely. And so a little earlier I mentioned that, a lot of the things that we're doing for Houston and smart cities, we haven't done before. So, so when you're doing something that you haven't done before, when you're pushing the edge, or in terms of our engagement, our type of relationship or partnership, in this case with the city, there are a number of areas that we have to evaluate. So one being kind of what does this impact, how does this impact our licensing structure? How could this impact our gifting structure, right? Are we within compliancy? What does this look like just from an overall our business engagement? There are other regulatory issues that we have to think about as well, and then also from the business side, does this make sense for us from a business standpoint? And I think one of the things that working with our inside counsel has done for us, and this goes back to actually something that was said a little earlier. Having counsel at the seat of the table at every step is really, really critically important because it's not just guidance on that particular piece of a legal action, but it could be guidance in terms of the overall business. And so working with Daphne and Charlie have been it's been great because they've been able to provide guidance. Oftentimes what happens is that, internally we might think about it as, all right, is this going to be a no factory, right? Thinking about, we're going to do something, no, you can't do that, right? Why can't we? Because we haven't done it before. We're not going to start. That has not been the case. I think the case has been, how do we get to resolving this issue? This is a complex problem. How do we think through the problem? Let's think through the steps. Let's get to a resolution. What does it look like? Wouldn't you say that that's the...
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll piggyback off that and give more of a, what's it really like day to day from a business person's perspective. So if anybody that's going to be going into public sector or into in-house, or even if you're going to be working with companies at a law firm, right? You have to understand what it's like on the business side, right? Because at the end of the day, you're there to support a business function and make sure that they do it in a way that is, that's legal, that makes sense, that protects you in the future, et cetera. And so I think because your names are lawyers, and my wife's an attorney, I think you saw her in the video, so she actually used to work for Perkins Coie. So I love lawyers, but literally. But people kind of think when lawyers get on the call, like, oh, I'm in trouble, right? I don't want to be part of this, or you're going to try to block me from doing something, or that is sort of the general stigma right away, and that is why I love working with Charlie, because he's always, as Ramel kind of put it, he's always thinking about, okay, the initial answer is in my head before you tell me what it is yes. And we're going to work back from there, and if it becomes a no, it becomes a no. But we're going to try to find a way for it to be yes in the right way. And so, I mean, nobody wants to break the law. Nobody wants to put ourselves out to huge risk. We just want to make sure that we cover all of the bases and have a chance to have our case stated. And then the other thing is, specific to Microsoft, I don't know how it is at other firms, but I think it's similar in a lot, is that, and Ramel talked a little bit about it, the role of a lawyer is evolving. It's not just writing contracts, writing policy, and those kind of things. They're relied on more and more to be a business leader and to give recommendations. And then, quite frankly, if you work at really large companies, you're going to have a lot of people, you're going to regress to the mean. You're going to have a lot of people that don't know what they're doing. And so they will rely on you very heavily because you're legal to help them make those decisions and feel good about it. So you have to think from the business perspective as well, and do your research and not just from the law perspective.
I want to add to that too. And give just another example here in terms of our engagement with our internal counsel here. More specifically with Charlie and Daphne, I'm thinking 3 years ago when we were working on a multi-state, a 37, 38 state deal. Where we were introducing a new product across. So this was with, I forgot which association out of Minnesota. But long story short, we had a new product team. We were working across multiple groups in Microsoft. We had not done this before at all. And so when you're working with 37 different states, or 38 different states in this particular case, understanding the rules, regulations, policies for each one of those states on this incredible agreement that we haven't done before in an unnatural motion that we had not done or we weren't used to doing because we were somewhat siloed. In that particular case, our legal team really helped us break down our internal silos. All right, and so when you're thinking about it, we probably had about 6 different areas where we could have said no on, multiple stages. They were able to really kind of break down the walls there, which has been helpful. Which again, I think goes to the point where, there's an evolution in the role. There's a business case to be made. What our team is seeing internally across multiple business units is helpful, even if it's not within their particular industry or segment, if you will. So it's been very helpful for us, and has actually impacted our business quite positively in that example.
Thank you. I think we're almost out of time here. I don't know if we are out of time. So, do we have questions? Take questions or no? Okay, no questions. I'm trying.
We have a networking reception where you guys can get questions and grab them. He has to set up for the HoloLens demo. So.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. I'm the shirt. You go ahead without the pressure. I knew you.
All right, let's get ready. Can you hear me? Nope. Is it on the? All right, we ask that you have a seat. I know the panels have been very engaging. We now have our HoloLens demo, a chance to see some more Microsoft technology, and we've gotten behind, so let's get back on schedule. All right. Kevin Hartley, could you please stand up? Where's our cameraman? Cameraman, I need you to put the camera on this very tall gentleman. This is my leader's leader. And I failed to mention Kevin when we were upstairs at the luncheon because a million things are going on in my mind. But this doesn't happen without the support of allies like Kevin Hartley and Heyman Pathak sitting next to him. So we want to thank him for coming out. And he leads public sector, so you've got questions about public sector law students? Ask away. All right, thank you. Eric, take it away.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I was a part of the panel earlier this morning, but for those who have not been involved or heard my introduction, my name is Eric Brown, and I'm a technology solution professional with Microsoft. I've been at Microsoft 6 years and primarily focused in public sector and highly regulated industries, really helping our customers really evaluate the cloud offerings that we have. And that's kind of how I got introduced to Charlie and the rest of the team. I often have to convince and persuade legal teams from our customers to be able to understand, what is Microsoft's stance on privacy, transparency, and compliance in regards to Office 365. But today, I'm not necessarily talking about that. I'm talking about more of our innovation strategy and one of the cool technologies that we've come out with a few years ago, and it's called the HoloLens. And so, raise of hands, who has heard of the HoloLens or anything? All right, we got a few hands up. That's great. Who has heard of virtual reality? All right. Who's heard of augmented reality? All right. And so oftentimes when you hear about HoloLens, mixed reality, those terms come about, and we're going to kind of describe, where is Microsoft's strategy in regards to this space of emerging technologies. And I'm excited that I'm going at this particular time because everything that we've talked about today, from blockchain to IoT, to Office 365, to infrastructure and connectivity, all comes into play when you think of a device such as the HoloLens. And so one of the things, my goals at Microsoft is really to help organizations really empower and enable the workplace of the future. Oftentimes customers ask me, Eric, we really want to be able to empower our employees to be able to collaborate and communicate in a new and effective way, but also be able to see and interact with data in a new way. And so this is a device that definitely goes into that. And so I'm going to kind of go advance here. And so we've touched on this a little bit. Some other speakers brought up, being able to, ride a bike and how that in itself was transformational during that time. And some of the statements that were brought up in regards to just bringing the bike in or the other industrial revolutions. But now we're considered going into, the fourth industrial revolution, focusing more so on digital transformation. And so, when you think about the way you interact today, I was talking to one of my god brothers not too long ago, and I was explaining what a Walkman was. And he was like, a Walkman? I'm like, before we had MP3 players, before we had CD players, we had a Walkman that, was a cassette tape, and I had two sides, and, and he's like, I've never seen one of those before. I'm like, well, we can go to Goodwill, I can show you, we can find one. But, just to kind of show that, the way we did that task of just listening to music has transformed over the years. And so, from that Walkman to the CD player to the MP3 player, now we have, 100, 200 gigabytes on my phone. And so the pace has changed, but also the way that we consume has changed. And so now here in this digital age, we talked about blockchain, we talked about various sensors. The way you work in the digital world is different. I love movies, and one of my favorite movies is Back to the Future. Anyone seen Back to the Future? All right, great. Well, my wife didn't see it, and so we had to go back. I went all 1, 2, 3. And, what I love about the movie is the fact that, it's sci-fi, and it kind of allows you to think ahead, to dream and to envision what the future looks like. And ultimately, our customers are going through that process today. They're trying to look ahead and say, well, what will the future look like, and how can I prepare for that today? And when you think about, Back to the Future and some of the technologies or advances that you saw then, some of that technology is real today. There's hoverboards today. There's 3D holograms today, and there's also mixed reality, which we'll get into some more. And so this lets you know this is going to be interactive. I don't plan on just being behind the stage the whole time. I would like it to be as engaging as possible. So if you have any questions throughout, feel free. Paul, stop. I will. So primarily today's conversation is going to be about what is mixed reality, why is it significant, and what is the HoloLens, the device specifically. So let me get this audio going for you guys so you can hear it. So quick question before I get going. What did you notice about the video, having not heard about HoloLens for the first time or mixed reality? What stuck out to you in that overview?
It reminded me of when we were having the panel on esports. I feel like you can be in different rooms and play games with other people. And it seemed like those people were engaging from different areas on whatever that brain thing was.
Okay, so being able to collaborate from different places and see the same thing.
Yeah, I think I'm sure those the different uses for it, from a commercial level, but also to a practical level for education. It spans so many different uses.
Okay, so the span of industries.
Yeah, it seemed like you were just able to create like whatever you wanted to create. So like whatever's in your imagination and you see it, you can actually visualize it.
All right, so being able to visualize and create. Okay. In the back?
I thought it was interesting because a lot of hologram experience you see aren't necessarily a lens on you. You can share it with the group, but being able to have that experience on your own, I thought was really cool.
Great, great. All right. Any other before I go forward? Well, you guys definitely got a lot out of that, the introduction video. I'm glad I played it. So really, what is mixed reality? And someone else kind of described it earlier too, being able to blend the physical world and the digital world together and be able to make sense of it and be able to take action based on assets that are digital, but also have an understanding of the real world. And so when you think about creating, which someone mentioned, a new room, say I'm going to create this room here and it's blank, nothing's in the room, how can I be able to have digital assets to be able to assess and say, well, how many chairs can fit in this room without bringing in the physical chairs? Or if I want to create something that hasn't been created before prototyping it or printing it out in 3D, I can actually build it on my computer and be able to visualize it and make adjustments based on the room that I'm in. And so it gives you a new way of seeing the world, a new way and perspective of creating and innovating as an organization. So it's worth mentioning, you know, we talked about digital transformation throughout the day. And whenever I talk to customers about this device, they get so excited about, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This can transform the way we do our business in this particular use case. But I always go back to say, well, you know, how are you being modern as an organization? You know, so we talked about, you know, being able to all the data that's taking place within the organization. Even this device here has various sensors. And so where is your data being stored? Is it being stored in a transparent and compliant way? How are you able to enable that collaboration between your colleagues? What tools are you using today? And how do you want to enable that in this new experience with HoloLens or mixed reality? But then also, you know, infrastructure-wise, you know, do you have bandwidth to be able to stream wirelessly or to be able to have that type of co-authoring experience, whether you're here, and if you notice in the video, the Jet Propulsion Lab, so NASA is actually using this device now, and they had to go through a lot of POCs to be able to say, well, how can we actually have that communication on the space station here on campus? And so those are the type of things you have to think about when you're trying to innovate and be able to use a device such as this. So what is the HoloLens? So I'll put it on briefly. It is the world's first untethered holographic computer. So essentially everything that I can do on my laptop, I'm able to do here on the HoloLens. So it's transparent. So for those who have experienced virtual reality, what is one of the things when you have virtual reality? What's one of the experience? How do you describe that experience for those who have been or have the opportunity to use it?
You're isolated.
So you're isolated. So you can't see what's going on around you. And so if you're playing and you're about to go off a cliff and you may hurt yourself, you may fall, a cat may come and hit you, someone might take your bag, and you have no idea. And so in this experience, as you can see, I'm able to see everyone in here. It's translucent lens here. So I'm able to see you, but also have the ability to see holograms within my view as well. And so, for example, if I wanted to have, you know, Netflix here or have a business application on this wall, I could be having a conversation with you, but also being able to see that information as well. So when we talk about the kind of the spectrum, we mentioned virtual reality, kind of on my far right, being able to not be able to see what's going on around you. Then you have augmented reality. Earlier today, I was walking around and I saw a young lady on her phone, and she was playing a game called Pokemon Go. Is anyone familiar with that game? All right, and so Pokemon Go is an example of augmented reality. Does anyone, can give me a definition of what augmented reality is? Augmented reality. All right, so I'll kind of help you out there. And so when you have augmented reality, say I have my phone. I'm gonna pretend this is my phone. And I'm able to look at this screen, and I'm only able to say the information overlaid only on this screen. The phone has no idea of the context of the room. It just has the ability to show me something that I may not be able to see in my physical space, but only through that screen. So that's a form of augmented reality. Pokemon Go is an example of that. But what's great about mixed reality is, I have the ability to see the real world in addition to the augmented experience. But what's great about the HoloLens in particular is the fact that the HoloLens has an awareness of what's going on around me. So it knows that there's an object here, or it knows there's a table here. And that information is a part of the applications as well. And so we'll kind of get into why that's significant kind of going forward. And so this slide here kind of gives a description of the continuum as far as, you have devices that are, opaque, so you're not able to see out at all, where you are tethered to a computer in order to run the applications. You have some augmented reality experiences where you can use a mobile phone. You're mobile, but the phone doesn't have awareness of what's going on around you. But then HoloLens fits in a really unique spot where it's portable, it's mobile, and it's aware of everything that's going on around. So when you think about enterprise, organizations have been trying to use AR and virtual reality for some time, but have run into challenges. But HoloLens is a perfect device for the enterprise, one, because it runs Windows 10 with all of its security and compliance, but it also has the ability to be mobile and allow you to be hands-free. And so across the board today, the HoloLens has been out for several years now, and it is a premium device with Microsoft, but we have various partners who have similar devices or experience that you can have that are tethered. And so if you want to be able to have a mobile experience or a unique experience for your organization where it is tethered to a laptop or a desktop, you can do that as well. So what are the unique experiences that the HoloLens can present? And so earlier when I asked, what came to mind when you watched the introductory video, one of the things that came to mind was creating. And so when you're creating with the HoloLens, or you're creating in a new digital age, what type of content are you going to create? Question. What kind of content will you create? What's different about digital content when you're creating it? It's not tangible. Okay, it's three-dimensional. Oftentimes it's 3D. And so that's a new way of creating content. So now, because you're viewing it in a different perspective, you're now creating 3D content. And so when you think about, today when you're working with data, say you're in Excel, you're kind of looking at it from a two-dimensional way. But imagine being able to see, your spreadsheet or a pie chart in 3D. Imagine being able to see, data over time, but not necessarily just flat 2D, but also, from a 3D perspective. People say, "Wow, I didn't see that before." And so now, whenever you're creating data, you're creating it in 3D. You mentioned collaboration. So being able to collaborate in a new way. And so oftentimes organizations have experts such as you all in the room, and you may have to fly out and go overseas or what have you in order to bring your expertise. Imagine now to say, all right, I can just go and join a call via the HoloLens or whatever your collaboration tool is within the Microsoft ecosystem and say, hey, now I can actually see what you see, add clear perspective, and be able to bring my expertise without having to fly. And so with a half an hour conversation with the HoloLens, being able to see it with that perspective, now I can do that and save time, cost, and efforts. Make sense? So, like mentioned, a lot of the key scenarios is, scenarios where I want to be hands-free. Like right now, I wish I could be hands-free, but I have this mic. And so if I wanted to go and present and be hands-free with my HoloLens, I could do so. Data visualization, like mentioned, being able to see data in different ways in three-dimensional space. Spatial mapping and planning. So because the device is constantly scanning the room, it has an understanding of, okay, I know the dimensions of the room. I know how tall the walls are. I know how far the walls go back. You can make an estimate of how many chairs can fit in this room. And so from an organization that says, hey, I want to plan a new building, I want to organize and do something in a new space, I have the ability to use this as a tool to plan. As you can see probably a little later in the customers who have used the HoloLens and are currently rolling out applications, oftentimes they're in manufacturing engineering. And so if I'm going to go and build a new building, one, within the sales process, I can say, hey, I can show you the building at scale before we're finished. Or as we're planning, if I want to make an adjustment, I can make an adjustment and be able to showcase that change before actually going into production. So being able to visualize and map in real space and time is crucial. And so kind of finally, the one that is I'm a big fan of is simulation and training. So imagine, I am going to, fix a car, something simple. And I may be an expert in one area, but there's something that's changed, and I need to make an update. But I don't necessarily have that skill at that moment. I can actually put the HoloLens on. I can call back to the expert. They can see what I see and walk me through that training. So that's one scenario, right? Another one which I think is even more compelling is saying, hey, I'm the expert. I'm going to go through, fix the car, record it, give my notes, make pointers on the vehicle so that someone new can go through, watch the training, go through the car and see exactly what I see and be able to hear my notes in real time, and so that they have that knowledge transfer within the organization. And so this is a new way, innovative way of being able to do that. So what I'm going to do here, just to give you some more context, is show another video. Because the reason why I'm not showing it at the moment, kind of going to one of the initial points is, connectivity is crucial. And so whenever you're streaming, you want to make sure that you have a really strong connection to be able to do it effectively. And so with the guest Wi-Fi, I don't think it's wise.
PEACH is essentially a collaboration between University College London Hospital and University College London, and the aim is to bridge that gap between research and clinical practice, and not just within one institution but throughout the whole of the NHS.
This year, thanks to NHS Digital, we have approximately 86 projects. Currently 8 are mixed reality using the HoloLens.
Everything we know about how we interact with data, how we interact with patients, is limited by the technology we had before. What we're doing is exploring new ways of working. Surgeons and most people aren't trained to look at CT data, which is just layer after layer cuts through the body, and it's very difficult to equate that with the person they're operating on, the 3D model. So what we're trying to do is make that whole process a bit easier.
At the moment, we're focusing on developing the actual pipeline from CT scans to 3D models.
We've got machine learning, organ segmentation, so it automatically extracts the kidneys from CT scans and then delivers it to PEACH. Having that presented gives the surgeon a good idea of what approach to take to surgery and whether it's feasible or not. What it'll do for a patient is to inform them of what their tumor is like and gives them an insight into their own body. The essence of every project is that it's open source. So what we want is a living repository that people continue to contribute to and will support from around the UK and probably the world as well.
What do you think? Yes, that's definitely a scenario that is very powerful, being able to see from a different perspective. Also, we talked about the collaboration, being able to have professors or doctors from other institutions view it from their point of view. One of the things I want to kind of pose out there is, based on what you've seen thus far, what are some ideas or scenarios that you see applicable for this type of technology? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's great for real estate development. Like, for instance, you were considering buying a couple of acres and you wanted to like construct a city or construct a plaza, like to be able to like create and like utilize it.
Any other ideas or suggestions? All right, in the back.
I think maybe it could be used by local and community governments for like mapping out new plans for creating infrastructure.
Yeah, all of these use cases are actually live, and customers are actually going through them now. So go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Similar to some movies that we saw, kind of like Minority Report, and you can actually see the crime scene that's happening
Yeah, I've actually heard that scenario, and one thing that's interesting specifically about crime scenes is that what changed. You know, if I went there and then I come back, you know, what changed? And oftentimes you can't necessarily pick it out with your own naked eye. And so we talked about AI earlier to say, okay, HoloLens plus cognitive services within Azure to be able to say, well, you know what, this application has the ability to scan and see what's changed or be able to hear something different. And so kind of that augmented intelligence with the investigator to say, okay, we've noticed these things. What is your perspective on that? So yes, a great scenario. Yes, and so Case Western University is currently using this device. Pearson also has a few different mixed reality courses available now. And so the education field is definitely going in that direction. Go ahead.
Hi.
Yes.
So I make music, and I'm going to say a bad word. I use it on my Apple iPhone, and I do it a lot of times on my iPad or my iPhone. But on GarageBand, you can actually play the drums on your phone. But I'm like seeing with the HoloLens, if you put it on, I can just play the drums, like, you know, with some type of technology. I think that would be amazing, and I think it with other instruments as well, but with the drums in particular.
Yes, that's definitely a scenario. Being able to, you know, like before, as far as training and simulation, to say, all right, someone who's a professional drummer, have it set up and be able to go through and learn and be able to see that in real time. One thing I mentioned earlier, and I think it's available now, is the concept of public speaking. I want to come in this room and say, well, I have an audience of this size. Let me practice the speech and see if people are paying attention, what have you, and so I can work the room and go through that simulation before I actually do it so that I feel more comfortable. And so, as you know, there's endless possibilities to this type of technology, and a lot of emerging organizations are saying, hey, all right, I'm looking at this, but like mentioned before, when creating a modern workplace, it's more than just a device, but ultimately what's running behind the scenes. And so this is a brief overview of the HoloLens device and some of the things it enables. It's been around for a while. I think it's one of the most innovative things in the world, and I'm not just saying that because I work for Microsoft, but I really do the research and try to find something that can do what the HoloLens can do. And although we weren't able to showcase it here on this screen, we actually have the HoloLens out on the device bar. So if you want to get a first-hand experience of that device, feel free to go out there and try it out.
Thank you, Eric. We're going to get set up for our last panel, How to Rock Your LinkedIn Profile. Yay! So we got
No, it is actually, but no, yeah, because you can be online doing it, right? We may go live. No, that's all good. That's what I'm here for. It is. We may go live. Yeah.
Daphne. Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Hi. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started with this LinkedIn Rock Your Profile panel. My name is Quayla Wright. You guys heard from me earlier today when I talked about the technology that we use to make our lives a little bit more easier. But now we're going to talk about how to make your LinkedIn profile stand out. The ladies are going to give you some tools and tips on how you can utilize LinkedIn, and I think it's going to be great for everyone. So before we get started, I want to introduce you to our two LinkedIn experts. Today we have with us Chanel Spellman and Tori Sims. They are both LinkedIn employees. Chanel joined LinkedIn in 2011 and is currently a senior customer success manager overseeing the federal government business here in Washington, D.C. Say, hey, Chanel. This role allows Chanel to engage with federal agencies, labs, services, and military organizations, ensuring that they are achieving their talent acquisition goals, accomplishing their missions, and connecting talent with opportunity. Prior to joining LinkedIn, Chanel worked in both the education and recruiting industries, giving her a complete perspective on how to best consult the companies she partners with. She's a native Texan. I'm not going to even say it. Go ahead. And a sucker for s'mores and a good word search. That's Miss Chanel. And then to my right, we have Miss Tori Sims. Tori serves as both an account executive and account manager on LinkedIn's government team in Washington, D.C. as well. She primarily focuses on economic development, associations, advocacy, and nonprofit organizations. Tori holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in marketing from Southern University and A&M College in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. She currently serves on their College of Business Advisory Council and is the local Alumni Federation's executive board. Awesome. So we're going to get started with how to rock your profile. I hope you guys have notes, have your surfaces up to take notes, because we're going to have a lot of fun right now. So Tori and Chanel, I'm going to turn it over to you. You can grab the mic if you need to.
I don't know. I can project.
I need you.
But you, okay. Can you hear me? Is this good? Okay. Tori, I think you need a mic too. So thank you so much for having us here. We are going to dive into the ins and outs of the LinkedIn profile. One thing, even though I was in education and I used to be a teacher, I do not like talking at people. So please feel free to ask us questions. This is your time to learn about your professional brand. That is why we're here. This is also going to be interactive. So as Quayla mentioned, have your laptops out, have your cell phones out. We will let you know everything that we talk about is pretty much doable on your mobile device, on the go. If there's something that comes up that you can't do on mobile, that you've got to do on desktop, we'll highlight that as well, okay? So, one thing that we want to dive into, though, before we get into the actual ins and outs of the profile is the network that you're on. We are the largest professional network to date. There's about 610 million members on our site. Every second, there are 2 people creating a profile, not to even mention the number of folks that are connecting with others or updating their profiles. I already received some connection requests since coming into this room, so you can imagine how people are updating this in real time. There's about 106 million unique visitors, meaning when we say unique, that means that they have checked the site at least once for the first time that month. And there's 46 million students or recent grads on our site. Can anyone guess what the fastest growing population on LinkedIn is, though?
What? Here, I'll bring a microphone.
You can just call it out. It's like a pop quiz. No, it's actually veterans. So if there are any veterans in the room, there are actual little perks for y'all as well with free premium accounts and for your spouses as well. So if anyone's interested in hearing about that, we can go into more detail. And again, for a little bit of background, why LinkedIn exists, our mission is to connect talent with opportunity. every single one of us in this room, whether you are gainfully employed, happy at your job, ready to find something new, about to cross the stage, whatever be the case, you are a talent. People are looking for you. When I say that I consult for the federal government, every single day someone's asking me how to find talent such as yourself. So this is a prime opportunity for you to take full advantage of this, update your profile, and be marketable. Tori?
All right, so the reason why we are all here, we're going to provide some tips and tricks on how to rock your LinkedIn profile. Don't you guys love the slogan, rock your profile? All right. So step number one is to actually add a photo to your LinkedIn profile. You see a few stats here. Profile views, or those profiles that have photos, receive 21 times more profile views than those that don't. So extremely important to have a profile picture. You don't necessarily have to get a professional headshot, for example. Just make sure you're wearing something nice with just a solid background in the back, and ask a friend or family member to take the photo for you. So just extremely important to have that profile picture on your profile.
And kind of doubling down on that, as Tori said, you don't have to have a professional headshot. Mine is not. I'm actually doing a hotel selfie because it was Founders Day and I thought I was looking really good. So I had, actually it wasn't a selfie, I had my bestie take that. However, it just needs to be of yourself. One of the biggest things that people struggle with is it's a picture that's applicable for another social site. We won't talk bad about any social site, but it's some things you do on LinkedIn that you don't do on the others. Or it's you and like your whole graduating class, or you and your family at some way. It just doesn't make sense for LinkedIn. So, as she said, 21 times more likely to get viewed if you have a photo. Imagine what it is if it's a photo that doesn't really represent yourself.
Yeah. So make sure it's professional. All right, step number 2, make sure you add your industry. And Chanel can speak a little bit more about the student piece of that, what industries to add there. But members with industry information receive 9 times more profile views than those that do not have some type of industry. So, for instance, recruiters. That's a way that they can actually find you, is by looking up your industry. So make sure that you have your industry there in your profile. Pretty simple. There's a drop-down button. Select legal, law, and they can find you.
Yes. Any questions about the industry and why that's important from a recruitment standpoint? No? Okay. So this is one piece of real estate on the profile that is often overlooked, and no one ever really thinks about the power of your headline. Most often, by default, the headline is what your current job title is. However, you can actually customize your own headline to talk about your passion, your aspirations, what it is that you're trying to do. So if anyone has their phone out, you can go look at what my headline is right now. I don't have Senior Customer Success Manager. I am more than that. I am more than LinkedIn. I am a former anthropologist. I am a teacher. I'm this, I'm that. So I talk about what my aspirations are, what I bring to the table as a professional, more than just my current job title. So we have some examples here. I don't know if y'all can see them, but you know, Nellie at I think she's still at Netflix, or Brendan Brown, who's head of talent at LinkedIn, and you know, a colleague of mine out in the Bay Area. Basically, this is a piece of real estate that really gets someone's attention. If you're familiar with what newspapers used to be like, when we used to get newspapers, and it's everything above the fold that's most important, it's the same exact thing. On LinkedIn, it's called your top card. So the top part of your LinkedIn, that's your top card, where your photo is and your headline, your name. So creating a headline basically captures someone's attention. Going into more of a what else to do, think of your summary section as your elevator pitch. Everyone has a short attention span. I'm pretty sure those that are looking at your phone, you probably looked at 5 other things and not just LinkedIn, because something else caught your attention. So imagine if all you have is 60 seconds of someone's attention span, and you need to capture that in real time. Your elevator pitch or your summary is where you tell that story. You want that person that's looking at your profile, especially in a recruitment standpoint, to scroll, to stop long enough to read your summary, to want to continue to scroll down and learn a little bit more about your employment and so forth, and what you bring to the table. The other thing you can do with your summary section and basically that top card is you can add rich media to this section as well. We'll talk a little bit more about what rich media is, but for those that are writing, that are publishing things, that are authors in some way, shape, or form, obviously I say this to my federal accounts, things that you can talk about that are not confidential, that will not get you fired, you can put that on your profile to talk about your work and what you can bring to the table, okay?
All right, step number 5, detailing your work experience. So this is an opportunity for you to shine. So if you're a student, you can discuss, hey, I'm over this organization, I have done this, I have worked in this particular industry for a certain amount of years. So it's your opportunity to definitely highlight your accomplishments and highlight those things that you've done recently and also in the past.
And also doubling down on this, please don't leave this section with just a bullet point or two or actually no information. I'm going to go back into my actual recruiting days and what I consult my clients on. When you don't have information on the person that you're looking at, keep scrolling. You're going to waste a lot of time trying to figure out what's going on if that person hasn't done their due diligence to tell you about themselves. So take 2 seconds to fill that out in some way, shape, or form. We often get asked, well, what about first person or third person? It's whatever you want to. I wouldn't talk about myself in the third person, so my profile's not written in the third person. However, it's what you're comfortable with, but talk about your employment. Talk about the things that you do that are obviously non-confidential. Put that on your profile.
And step number 6, add examples of your work. So this is an opportunity for you to add photos. So let's say you are in front of a group and you're speaking, adding a photo of that. Any presentations that you've done that you definitely want to highlight on your profile, there's an opportunity to add those in there as well. And then also any videos as well. So just a great opportunity for you to, again, set yourself apart and to highlight what it is that you do and how, again, you're setting yourself apart from others on the platform.
Alrighty, another piece of real estate on the profile that's often overlooked, but actually brings a lot of value from a recruiting standpoint for those that are interested in being snatched up. The volunteer section. There are actual agencies, law firms, companies, Fortune 500, Fortune 100, that want to see that their employees are active in their communities. So I'm pretty sure just about everyone in this room has done some type of volunteer work, whether for your frat, your sorority, your organization of some sort. Put it on your profile. Make sure that you're highlighting the causes that you care about, the things that you're dedicating your time to outside of this academic space. This is just a quick summary, just of the things that we talked about. Make sure if you do nothing else, if you learn nothing else, put a picture up. Just please put a picture up. Put a picture up. You are not a gray blob. Put a picture up. We will show you, though, how you can hide your photo from folks that you're not connected to if you choose to do so. But at least have your photo up. Make sure you have your industry and your headline on there. Hone a really good elevator pitch so that when people are reviewing your profiles, you got their attention right away. Talk about your experience. Add some rich media. Make your profile dynamic. And add your volunteer experience as well.
All right, advancing your career. So how many of you all have heard of LinkedIn Learning? By show of hands? Half the room? Awesome, awesome. So as you guys know, and for those that don't, LinkedIn Learning is our learning platform. So there are thousands of different courses that you can take on LinkedIn from, hey, I want to hone in on my Excel skills, or I want to learn how to manage my stress at work or my stress in school. So just a number of different tools there for you to take and also receive some certifications as well. Groups. So LinkedIn recently relaunched Groups. So this is an opportunity for you to be a part of just industry discussions. So legal. There are tons and tons of law and legal groups on LinkedIn. So do a search for legal or law groups and you should be able to find them there.
The beauty about the groups, again, I'm going to go back to a recruitment standpoint. There are actual recruiters that either join these groups to highlight the jobs that they have, that they want, they're hiring for, or they're searching in these groups to find that talent. One of the things I always get asked is, we have a diversity push. What is that code for, y'all? We're hiring diversity. All right, so we all know what that means, right? We have a diversity push. We need some help. We're trying to go to the HBCUs. Do you know how many HBCUs are out there? Are you really going to all of the HBCUs? Oh, okay. So how they go about this is they often search through various groups, like National Black MBA, for example, or various other groups that exist. So joining these groups help expose you to recruiters that are looking for work and also connect you to like-minded individuals. And you don't have to just do groups in your profession. You can join groups that matter to you in a variety of ways. And as you'll see, most of these remaining slides are just to hone out, not just the actual profile, but the activities you should be doing on LinkedIn. Can anyone guess what the #1 activity is on LinkedIn?
Anyone? Searching.
Searching, yes. It's like right here you go. So, the #1 activity, people assume it's folks looking for work. I'm going to pop quiz you again. How many people do you think on LinkedIn are actively looking for work right now? Percentage-wise. I heard 75.
Heard a quarter.
20. 20%. Good job. If I had something to throw, I really would.
I do. We have gifts for
Oh, well, there are
Elijah.
gifts.
There you
So you got to
We
get.
have a T-shirt for you for that
There you
one.
go.
Give it to Elijah. A medium.
So I bring that stat up because people are on here looking for other people to connect with. So this is just a quick screenshot of how easy it is. One thing that Quayla asks is for us to give y'all the opportunity to actually network with each other. That's how you go about doing it. Super easy. And then from an alumni perspective, there are over 100 million plus schools on the network, if I remember my math correctly. Make sure you're connecting with your alumni on the network.
Howard has such an amazing alumni base, and they're really engaged, so just make sure that you're connected with those alum from the university. All right, the use of messaging. So not too much to talk about here. We recently relaunched messaging on the platform. You're able to do group messaging now. So just definitely another way for you to chat with folks, reaching out to recruiters, reaching out to others as you're networking on the profile, on the platform. Share your knowledge. So it's extremely important.
Now, this is where we have a lot of fun.
We do.
This is where we kind of show you there's a difference.
Yes, there's definitely a difference between what you may do on LinkedIn and what you do on other platforms. So we love the donut example. So we have all the examples. All right, so for example, on Facebook, it's like, I like donuts. Snapchat, watch me eat a donut. Instagram, here's a cool photo of my donuts. Pinterest, here's a donut recipe. Spotify, I'm listening to donuts. And is that WhatsApp? I don't even use it. Is WhatsApp? Okay. Anyone want a donut? All right, so.
And one thing, let's preface this, you will never hear us talk bad about any platform, because I am on every single one of those. Every single one.
I didn't even know what WhatsApp was, so I'm not on that one.
I am on WhatsApp. But this is a great graphic to show there is a difference between what you say on our platform versus the others. So in this one, this is kind of more of an aspiration. I hope to operate a donut franchise one day. That's an aspirational kind of thing. I'm looking for a job at a donut company. That's basically talking about your intentions. Or I have 3 years experience making donuts. Are you getting the gist here? We only bring this up because some folks fall into the trap of mixing the waters a little bit. But then they can't understand why their professional brand isn't as strong, why people are not taking them serious. People are researching you. They're researching you on Facebook, on Glassdoor, on every social media presence you have. Recruiters are looking. So you want to at least put your best foot forward on the biggest professional network there is. Make sense?
And people can actually see the types of things that you're engaging with on the platform on your profile. So if you're liking something that isn't all that great, and obviously we live in a hyper-politicized world right now, right? So just being careful with the types of things that you are engaging with because people can actually see that. So be careful what you like and what you comment on, and again, the things that you say.
Because we all have heard people literally lose their job because someone found their LinkedIn profile and then contacted their employer and then went down that way. Okay? Is that me? No, that's not me. Okay. The last part of our presentation is about privacy and privacy settings on LinkedIn. This is very important because I can guarantee about half of y'all created a profile and never once checked the settings. So like everything's just open right now. Okay? You can do basically all of this on the mobile app as well. So for those that are interested in updating right now, on your profile is a little gear on the right-hand side. Click that. All right. So on desktop, for those following along on Surfaces, I think that's what y'all have. Under Me,
like, of course.
And then underneath that is the Settings and Privacy section. You would go there. You will first click that Privacy Add. And now from here, I'm going to walk you through some things that I recommend you at least check, just to make sure your account's secure. Who can see your connections? You can actually lock down who is actually able to see your connections. You can protect that. I work really hard to grow my network. The people that I add in my network, I add them for a reason. So I don't want them to be abused in any way. And I'm not saying that's what the purpose of LinkedIn is, but we all know every social media site has their bad apples. So you can lock down who can see your connections. Viewers of this profile also viewed. Pretty sure if you're on LinkedIn and you look at someone's profile, on the right-hand side is a list of other profiles. Because we can show you people have left this profile and went here. You can actually lock that down if you choose to do so.
Pros and cons to that?
So in my world, it's a con because I want people to see other LinkedIn folks so that it can open up their network. But some of my clients that are in DOD, for example, they want to make sure that everything's protected, so they lock it down. It's a personal preference. Basically, all of this is a personal preference, what your comfort level is. But if you don't want, if you know that most people will probably leave my profile and go to Tori, and if I want to protect Tori, I just close that down because she's part of my network. Make sense? Okay. This one causes a lot of debate. That's why I bring it in. So suggesting you as a connection based on your email address. If you upload your email or your address book and you have other people's email addresses, they can actually, you could come up as a potential connection request. Does that make sense, or did I just muddy the water there? Yeah? Okay. So if someone has your email address, they upload it, they can see you as someone to connect with. If you don't want that to happen, turn that setting off. Just like on every other social media, you can block, you can unfollow, and you can hide people. This is great when you have someone in your network that probably shouldn't be in your network, clean house. Or, as Tori mentioned, things are super political, so it's bringing out the best and the worst of everyone. And if you just want to clean out the noise, this is where you can do that. You have full control over what's in your news feed, who's in your network, and so forth. I don't think he's in this room, but we actually had a conversation with someone outside just about this topic. Yeah. Little known fact, by default, when you look at someone's profile, you're going to be viewed. They're going to see you looked at their profile. I've been in recruiting pretty much my whole career, so ever since I created my profile back in whatever that screenshot said, I went as anonymous. The questions we always get is, well, if they're anonymous, but I want to look at it, but I pay for premium, can I see it? No, you cannot violate someone else's privacy just because you paid us, okay? So you have three options. You can have your full profile info show, picture everything, headline. You can have private profile characteristics. That's the algorithm LinkedIn comes up with, so that's why it says business strategist. You don't see those words anywhere in my profile, but LinkedIn came up with that. Or completely anonymous. Your choice. It is not going to be retroactive. So if you looked at someone yesterday and you were fully visible, it doesn't scrub it. It's just moving forward, okay? And this is another little known fact people forget, but you can actually do this on just about every website, Amazon, all of them. You can put two-step verification on there. That way it's basically a phone number. You have to have access to that phone for them to send you a code in order for you to log in. A lot of my clients do this because of their firewall issues. We do that because we're always on site somewhere, but you can opt in or out on that one. Let me go ahead and load this one up. And another thing people don't realize that they can do, they can control how they appear on Google search, on Bing, on Yahoo, Safari, all of that. That is by editing your public profile. So in this screenshot, it's not the best screenshot, but you'll see this is how my profile looks if someone ran a Google search on me right now. You can actually turn that first little dial off where it goes completely blank, where no content is viewable. Now, we often get asked, well, I turned this off, but I'm still searching myself, and Google still has me. You got to take that up with Google at that point. Like, we turned it off on our end, but you likely have to contact Google to have them scrub it. But we can verify it's off on our end. The other thing you can do here, and you saw it on, you may have seen it on our first title slide, but that very first thing at the top, edit URL, you can create a vanity URL so that it leads straight to your profile and it's not that URL that has a whole bunch of extra stuff behind it. So for mine is www.linkedin.com/n, and then after that slash, Chanel Spellman. So it can be on my business cards, it's on my website, it's on my email address, all that stuff, and it leads straight to my profile. Yeah, we'll probably show you live, but here, we're still in the privacy tab, and we clicked change for edit your public profile. You get this screen. Then at the very top of this particular screen, it says edit URL. This is where you change your vanity URL. And if you don't see it now, we'll go live. It's easier that way than in the screenshot. That's it.
All right, that's all.
We have about 5 minutes.
All right.
Have any questions at all for our panelists or our administrators?
At LinkedIn? That's when we need Nicole here. That's a very good question, very solid question too. And I wish that Nicole, who's head of our U.S. policy, was here. I'm going to try my best to answer this question from a law student perspective, if I were coaching folks that are looking for law students. The best way to go about this is to make yourself visible. There's 610 million people on the site. 46 million students in recent grads. So you need to be positioning yourself as a thought leader, being active in groups, making sure that you're posting content. We didn't even go into the long form post that you can create, like the blog post, so to speak, but you have to speak up, make yourself known. From a tech perspective, all tech companies are looking for diverse talent. It's a huge push. And there are a lot of things that are being done in the communities that are open to the public, that are like recruiting events or networking events. And I know that we often send recruiters to those events, and that's just a matter of just simple networking, which seems easy to say, but is hard in reality. But that would be my first recommendation, to make yourself visible and make yourself heard and start to position yourself as a subject matter expert in your field. Yeah? What else?
Do we have any more questions at all? Anybody? Yes. Yeah. I'll bring the mic up to you so we can hear you. Okay, sure. We need it for the video.
Hi. Just a simple question. I just wanted to know, for when you're describing your experiences, is it better to have bullets or is it better to have sentences?
No, I was wondering when that question comes up. I always err, and Tori, feel free to chime in, I always err in whatever's simplest. people often fall in that trap of making their profile read like a resume, but most people don't look at LinkedIn like the resume, if that makes sense. So I think I don't know if we have time. I may go live on my profile. I have a mix of both. For certain positions, it's more of a bulleted thing. Like, I executed on these 3 things. Others, is more of a paragraph. I did this. I coached these students. It's more of a paragraph kind of thing. So mine's fluid.
Yeah. No, mine is as well. I agree with you. My accomplishments are bulleted, and then the sentence form is actually like what I did at the job, right? So I think it's just a mix of both, and whatever looks best and feels comfortable to you.
Awesome. So we're going to try to go on live.
Any other questions while we are pulling up the profile? No? Okay, cool.
Okay. Do you remember your password?
Let me see if
Okay, so hopefully someone remembers their password. I think I remember mine. I might.
You think you remember yours? Okay.
I might. Okay. I mean, we typically look at something and it just pops up.
I know.
Yeah. And one other thing I want to pile on to what Chanel and Tori has said today is, as students and as professionals, remember LinkedIn is like the professional store of you. How do you want to present yourself to the public, to recruiters? So make sure whatever you decide to do to bring your best self in LinkedIn and how you represent, essentially.
And a pretty cool party trick on the mobile app. So if you're looking, yeah.
Hey, let's try something really quickly while she's going to do a live demo. How many of you have your phones available?
Have your phone? So pull out your phone.
Do you have the LinkedIn? Yeah, put on the LinkedIn app. If you don't have it on your phone, go to Google or the App Store.
That's that 2-step. See it?
Let me know when majority of you have downloaded the LinkedIn app. Now let me do it from mine.
All right, cool. All right, perfect. So if you see at the top where the search bar is, and you click that little QR code, little block that's to the right of the search bar at the very top, you guys see that? So if you click on that, it's going to actually say enable your camera access. So enable the camera access, and you may have to allow. So that's your LinkedIn, and you click on or tap my code. That's your LinkedIn QR code, and you can actually, if you go to scan, if you go to your neighbor's phone and actually scan that code, that automatically sends them a connection request. So just something cool versus having to type in a name, etc. Go ahead.
One more time.
Yes. So
can you do the other one as well, the one where you can just kind of put on the find who's in the room?
Yes. Mine wasn't pulling up on my phone.
Okay.
It's back on yours, though.
Okay. So if you look at the top of your app, you'll see something that says find nearby. The only thing with this, it works on Wi-Fi, so maybe we shouldn't do it that way.
Yeah. So it's 2 ways to do it. There's also a Bluetooth way, and then there's the QR code way. So if you're at the very top search bar, to the right, do you guys see that little block to the right? You see that?
Here, I'll walk around and show you guys my phone.
Okay, perfect. And then if you tap on that block, and you'll see scan and then my code. So if you tap my code, that's your QR code. If you tap scan, you can use someone else's phone and scan their code to automatically connect with them. So cool as you guys are out at networking events and things of that sort.
We done lost them.
I think we did. Did everyone find it? Any questions about it? You good? Okay, awesome.
Okay, so just to wrap up, to kind of close the loop on the profile stuff, what's your name? Heyman. So, edit your profile right here. Is that where you change, Tori, I think we're too close with the mics. This is where you change your public settings, what you appear like on a Google, Bing, Yahoo kind of thing. You'll see in real time what happens if you turn it on, turn it off. Wi-Fi is slow, but it changes in real time. Here's where you can edit your vanity URL. As you see, mine is Chanel Spellman. You can create your own. Unless you have a very common name and someone already took it, you have to add some extra numbers behind yours, but if not, you can create your own vanity URL. For those that are actively job seeking, actually, if you feel comfortable, who's in the market right now looking for work? All right. For those that were comfortable enough to raise your hand, On your profile, you see this career interests? You see this little box? This is private. We didn't even have this in the slide, but this is actually, Tori sits next to me. She hears me every day tell my recruiters how to look at this. When you turn this on, this little icon back here, this recruiter icon, is what companies pay for to have access to see you. Only they can see the active job seekers. I turn this on right now, and anyone goes to look at my profile, you will not know that I have just indicated to a recruiter I'm looking for work. It's private. Everyone with back-end access can see it, with the exception of anyone at your current employer. So I have it on now. No one at LinkedIn can see I just turned this on. But every other company, maybe the companies I'm looking to go to, can see that I'm actively looking. You can fill out all of this information here. You can write a little intro about yourself. Are you actively looking? Where do you want to work? How far from your house do you want to go? Like your commute. How much you're looking to make. What type of work you're looking for. All of that. So for those that are actively in the market, that is something I highly suggest you do. Okay? I think that's everything. I don't know, were there any other questions that we did not address?
Just connect with us on LinkedIn.
Awesome. So for those, I don't know if I can do it. For those of you, if you don't have your LinkedIn profile built out, remember, what's the number one thing that you must absolutely do? A photo. Put your picture up. Put your picture up and a small profile description other than what your job title is. Awesome. Can we give these ladies another round of applause? Thank you so much. We are going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back and have closing remarks from Daphne Forbes and Lorraine McGowan. And then we have awards to give out to some students in the room today. So stay tuned. Come back in maybe 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll get started. Thank you.
scholarships first?
Clap. And I'll bring the check, and me and Daphne are getting the picture with y'all. Let me get somebody my camera. Okay, I see some people. Joan, can you sit right there and take pictures for me? And don't
Testing, testing. Okay, if we could take our seats. Thank you so much. Yeah, that would be good. Okay, testing, testing. You guys, we're getting ready to wrap up today's activities.
Oh, it's me. Oh, let's get in the middle then. Cameraman, you ready? This the Super Bowl commercial here. Let's stream. You got to make sure you on it. All right. As part of the Tech Law Summit and our external relationships with our strategic partner law firms, in addition to bringing you great content this morning and, well, actually all day today, one of the things that we decided to do was to bless some Hustle students. And the first one, Lorraine McGowan from ORIC, is going to tell us about this award.
Okay. So the ORIC Outstanding IP Achievement Award is going to Anthony Williams. And this is bestowed in recognition of demonstrated commitment to the application of the Houstonian tenets of social engineering to the field of intellectual property and information technology. The award is presented to a Howard Law School student who has achieved an exemplary record of immersion and proficiency in the study of intellectual property law.
Eric, can you come take the picture?
Yes. There is no money without the hustle of these people.
Who are we looking at?
Okay. He's not taking Steve.
Okay. Thank you.
Or are you? No. All right.
Thank you. Are you going to present that one? Are you going to? Okay.
Pete Berger.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, where's my sheet?
Do you want to talk to us?
You definitely get in here. All right, and the next award, thanks to my good colleague Quayla, she's going to tell you how we were able to raise this money and what the Pete Berger Award is about.
Sorry, y'all saw the person already. I'm going to put it behind the back. So this award is very, very special. At Microsoft, we have allies that are really engaged in what we do as it pertains to diversity and inclusion. And so I went to my assistant general counsel and said, hey, listen, we're doing this Tech Law Summit. We have needs. We need money. And we need your allyship. And he was like, okay, what can I do? How can I do it? When can I do it? Not only did he put money into this entire initiative, but he donated money out of his personal pocket to present this award. So I am just elated to present this award on behalf of Pete Berger to Mr. Elijah Porter.
Let me tell you a story before we start taking these pictures about Elijah. Elijah is our Microsoft Summer 1L CELA intern from 2 years ago. almost didn't make it. I knew he had great character. I told Elijah, you're my number 3. They're only going to allow me to send 2 back. By the grace of God, something happened, and we talked about that during our interview. If something is meant for you, he got it. Something happened, Elijah came, he was a superstar at Microsoft. And then I realize and I hear, I'm looking on the site trying to plan this, and I'm like, there's Elijah. Why is he up on all of these pictures? And I find out you're the executive editor of the Law Journal, Civil Rights Law Review. And he also sent me a text message like, thanks for taking a chance on a kid from Atlanta. You already heard my story about somebody took a chance on me. And we just are so proud of him as a Microsoft organization. Okay, all right.
The next award is the IP Social Engineer Award, and it is being bestowed in recognition of demonstrated commitment to the application of the Houstonian tenets of social engineering to the field of intellectual property and information technology law. This year's winner, some girl power, Aisha Summerall. Aisha, I am especially excited for you, my soror. So congratulations, my soror. Well deserved. Congratulations.
All right, the last one is the Microsoft Tech Law Summit IP Achievement Awards, and we're going to call a couple of people up. This one is, the description is, the Tech Law Summit IP Achievement Award is bestowed in recognition of superior academic achievement in the study of intellectual property law. Each IP Achievement Award is presented to a Howard Law School student whose performance in an intellectual property law course reflects academic excellence and ardent contribution toward enrichment of the Howard Law School IP pedagogical experience. So, one of my papers has an extra. All right. Forgive me if I tear up your name, but we want you all to come up at the same time. We only have 4 large fake checks. And otherwise, we would have been erasing names and writing, and it wasn't going to look good. We'll do better next time. Brittany Hamner. Donald Finley. O.E. If your name is O.E., I don't want to tear it up. I'm assuming you're Nigerian. And Idia? This guy, take a couple, Joe.
One more that does not have a fake check with it because we only had about 4 of them. But Howard University School of Law also wanted to present a scholarship from the law school in honor of this summit to someone who has been working actively in the intellectual property area and has shown a lot of promise in this area. So Courtney Woods.
So it's like Oprah, you get something, you get something, you get something. We also decided, and Daphne, do you want to tell the story? Okay, so we raised a bunch of money, and we knew we wanted to give away scholarships and devices. Daphne and I had a conversation about, well, Daphne, what was it? They're in law school. You really don't need a device. I didn't say they didn't need a device. What was it? Yeah, get a mic. And I'll have
a different story than me. Right. So when I went to law school, we weren't in the classroom with laptops. We had our little cassette recording what the professor was saying. Don't judge. And so Charlie and I were talking about something meaningful besides the scholarship money that we could do for a Howard University Law School student, and of course with our technology in mind, because we have, you know, some of the best technology out there. And so Charlie said to me, we should give away a laptop. And I said, oh, laptop, we should give some money. And he said, no, a laptop. So we went back and forth on this for a while. But then when Charlie told me his story about when he was a law student at the Hustle, that he had, in his words, a janky laptop, right? And he was embarrassed to pull out his laptop because it was janky, and he thought that something for us to do, because we're being thoughtful throughout this whole process, is to give a laptop to someone who needs it. And so here we are today. Charlie has won. He got his way. And we are excited to present a laptop.
You know, it's always two sides to the story.
My story is right.
My leader, my fearless leader, is so politically correct. She keeps me balanced, and for those of you who have talked to me now, you know why we need her. The truth of my story was I was so poor I couldn't afford a laptop. And when certain members of my community heard out, oh, you're getting into law school, they went and got me a laptop. And so I was embarrassed to pull that laptop out in law school for a reason, but I had no choice. And that was the story that I shared with Daphne. She's protecting my privacy.
If you ever hear the rest of this story,
yeah,
you should ask questions about this story.
Yes, yes. But that's the general. For those of you who could read between the lines, because we're streaming this, I plead the fifth. Yes, I had nothing to do with it, but I was a kid in need, and sometimes your community will come through for you. And so we decided we wanted to come through for somebody here who may need it.
For those that don't know me, I'm Reggie McGahee. I'm the Associate Dean of Students and Admissions. And when Charlie reached out to me, he was like, you know, we really want to find a student that embodies not only perseverance, dedication, and commitment to social justice, but we want to give somebody a pat on the back. So when I was thinking about all the students that we could have selected from, there was one person that stood out in my mind. I'm going to ask her to come join us now, and that's Miss Brittany Kent. So as you, just this brief portion of her story, you'll soon see why I'm saying brief, is that there's going to be two people that will join her. and these are her kids. So imagine going through law school with two little ones who depend on you for everything, and she's doing an amazing job with them. So here is the family's laptop.
A Surface Book, too, not just any laptop. Last but no, we got a bunch of stuff we giving away. Wow, we didn't get the check, but one of the things that we secured is the Technology Suite sponsorship rights for the new Moot courtroom for $50,000. And if the clinical directors are here, yes. Let's go. Come on and give this big old group picture. So each. Come on. Come on, let's crowd in here. So what we decided to do was the clinical directors, property of Howard, of course, will get Surface Book tools to manage their files. And then each clinic is also going to get a Surface Pro 6. We talked about how when you go into the doctor's office and they hand you a device to put, come on down some more, they hand you a device to put your information in, that makes an impression on you like, oh, this is a tech-savvy doctor, as opposed to somebody who gives you a clipboard and a pen that doesn't work and you have to try again and ask for another pen. So we want to make sure that our clinics here at the Hustle have state-of-the-art technology. So there will be a Surface Pro 6 and a Surface Book. Smile and point to the devices. Yes. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yes. Y'all let us know. Yes. Thank you. I don't have my agenda. Come on. Go ahead. Oh, surveys and evaluations. Yeah, we didn't even get it. Yeah, after you. I think that's.
Thank you so much to everyone for being here today. This has been just a fantastic summit, and I can't say enough about Microsoft and all of our law firm sponsors and partners and how much they've helped us. I want to invite Quayla up here to get a gift from Howard University School of Law and things. She has worked tirelessly to make sure that this goes absolutely perfect, so thank you so much. We can't thank you enough. And then the mastermind behind this entire thing is Charlie Bingham. So I cannot tell you, Charlie has worked, we don't even want to count the hours. If he billed us, it would be a bill that we could not pay. Yeah. Let's put it that way. And he has been very modest all day, but Microsoft worked with the law firm partners to raise over $80,000 for this law school, all for today. And Charlie personifies what it really means to be a social engineer, what it means to be a Howard lawyer, what it means to give back to the community that you come from, and he has been a real blessing to this law school and to me. Hustle. Stay here. So I need to announce something that is actually not public yet, but he's here, and so I'm going to embarrass him. We have a huge 150 anniversary gala coming up. The Sesquicentennial Gala is on April 13th. If you haven't gotten your tickets, buy them now. If you haven't sponsored, get your sponsorship. But as part of that, we are giving alumni awards. And the alumni nominated each other for these awards, and they voted for these awards. And I'm proud to say that Charlie Bingham is one of the recipients of these awards. He said, is he getting some money? No. But he is one of the recipients of the Rising Star Award for Howard University School of Law's 150th Gala. So congratulations. He says he wants a picture on the wall. He can definitely get that. Yes, let's please stand up and give Charlie a round of applause, please.
All had a good time today. Did you learn a lot today? Are you a little tired? You got a little bit of energy and you left? Well, first, before we move on to the networking reception, I want to say thank you personally to everyone that came out, to all of the panelists, everyone for staying here, listening, engaged, all of your questions. I hope you were able to take away a lot of great information. I hope that you will utilize what we've taught you today. Rock your profile through LinkedIn. Make sure you have a... Wait, I'm sorry, y'all just learned this. You're going to have a what on LinkedIn? There we go. You're going to utilize our technology. You're going to use OneNote to do algebraic expression homework, and you're going to use PowerPoint, and you're going to search easily to find the slides that you need. We want to make sure that you can use our technology to help you in your daily lives, not just professionally, but personally. So thank you so much. We're going to go upstairs, and we're going to have a little fun. All right, Charlie, you got something to say?
Again, yes, we have, yes. We're going to go straight up. We don't have to wait till 6:30, but I want to make sure, again, we acknowledge our sponsors, because this part, logistically, I found out it would have been hard for Microsoft to pay invoices and do this and do that. So we want to acknowledge, first of all, Perkins Coie, who was our platinum sponsor. Janai Bailey, their diversity and inclusion director, definitely walks it like she talks it. And then we have Oric, who sponsored our luncheon and our awards, so let's give them a round of applause. And we had Arn Fox, Greenberg Charwick, and Miles and Stockbridge, which sponsored a panel, each one of them. So let's give them a round of applause. And now that we have some people in the room, I like Heyman and Bruce Jackson and Kevin Hartley. If I don't see him, he's super tall. He's on the call, but I'm still going to give him acknowledgement. Stand up, Bruce. Without this, and Daphne, who left, without these people's supports, writing checks and believing in diversity and inclusion, this doesn't happen. So other corporations need to get them a Heyman, a Kevin, and Bruce. And when you're going and doing your OCI and you don't have somebody who walk it like they talk it like these guys, call Microsoft. Oh, Kevin, put the camera. There's Kevin right there. Round of applause. A diversity and inclusion champion. All right, let's go to the reception.
One, two, step. I love it. One, two, step. Everybody. One, two, step. Be a get it on.